Previously on the LCS.
Happy Valentine's Day as we kick off the second week of competition. They had so much time to set this up. Polaroids were taken, family shots, and the first blood goes to the odd one. Yeah! Crumbs from the outside, they go for the flash engage, immediately 100-0.
Amazing, amazing play by Dignitas.
Dignitas!
A complete reversal from last week's match.
Bro, you died, so I guess we can't talk about your amazing KDA anymore.
I had to die, man. I had to save Skara.
But Toy finds himself going down finally.
I can hear Zuna yelling very loudly.
Darkness ready! Let's go!
Zuna gets crushed right there by Mashby.
You're dead too, Mashby! What's up, baby Brandon? What's up?
Oh my god, unlock it.
JK!
Renekton, finish it.
Avoid my teleport in, it's just gonna be the end of the game.
Curse, they are remaining undefeated.
You'd rather be last place?
I want to be the underdog. I'm not used to this.
It's a good day to be a cutie pie.
Aww.
Valentine's Day.
Aww. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third week of the North American LCS. I'm Rivington Bisson III, and along with me, my partner in crime, Sam Kobe24, Armin Kensler. The big story coming out of last week is Team Dignitas. Scar and his crew smoked their competition and proved that they're back in contention for top dog. But as we take a look at our standings now, we can see that Dignitas will still have to surpass the undefeated Curse. Up at top, 5-0, still sitting there undefeated. Dignitas 4-2, along with Team Solo Mid. Counterlogic Gaming 2-1. We'll see them after a game or a week of no play. GGU finding a win last week, now at 1-3. But Kobe, it's all about complexity. Marn and Vulcun still zeros in that win column.
Yeah, well, the first 2 weeks we did each have one team go 3-0. So
That's true.
This week it could be a Marn, maybe even a Vulcun.
So you can pull out all the stops this week. So let's take a look at today's matches. This week is a chance for the bottom 4 teams to kick it into gear and regain some of that passion that we saw during the qualifier. First up, it's Vulcun against the veterans of Counterlogic Gaming. And CLG, they haven't played in over a week, as we said. This may just be the edge that Vulcun needs to show what they can do. The next, it's a rematch of Curse versus Good Game University. Last time GGU came close to destroying Curse's perfect record in one of the tightest matches we've seen yet. Let's see if they can actually pull it off this time.
Then we've got Dignitas versus CLG. Last time, Dignitas basically shut out CLG at the Season 2 North American Regionals, but 2 wins this week for CLG would put them in second place ahead of their old rivals. And then finally, we've got Complexity. They're going to take on Vulcun. This is Complexity's second game of the LCS, so they still have that unknown factor working for them. But after 5 matches, we'll see if Vulcun has prepared something.
A few tricks, hopefully. So far the veteran teams have been in complete control, Kobe. What are the few of the things the top 4 teams are doing that the bottom 4 aren't lately?
It seems like the top 4 teams are kind of winning these games before we even get to the game itself. In Champion Select, they're already coming in with a huge advantage by banning out the lower champion pools of these other teams. Like when Dignitas picked Kale first,
right.
Marn actually picked up Vi after that, and Dignitas were laughing in the Champion Select because basically Kale can just ult whoever Vi targets, and it's kind of picking yourself.
Yeah.
It's like the same thing when Curse started out with Tarek and Jarvan, 2 huge armor auras, and then they just basically picked a physical heavy comp with no armor shred into it. Vulcun counterpicking themselves there too.
Yeah. Well, there's even more focus on Champion Select this week.
Yeah.
It's the buzz. It's
yeah.
been going around. Thresh is available now.
Yeah, Thresh is going to be high priority. I know for a fact for CLG and a lot of the other top 4 teams. I don't know about the other teams with their lower champion pools. They might have skipped over that and they could just ban him out.
It's going to be super interesting. We've seen a lot of spice from top and mid, but now bottom lane gets some flavor. It's going to be an awesome week to start it off. Now, we want to hear what you guys have to say about team comps. Our question today is, what is your favorite 2-champion combo? And why? For example, the classic Curse of the Sad Bullet Time, Amumu and Misfortune combo, or the armor stacking power of Jarvan and Tarek. Find us on Twitter, share your favorites. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. And if your answer is awesome enough, we'll read it live on the air. So keep them coming, guys. We are mere moments away from our first match of the day, and when we return, it's Vulcun versus Counterlogic Gaming. We'll be right back.
I can't wait to play CLG. We've been practicing against them a lot, and we've been doing scrims and trying various things against them. They're just not working. They're just pretty much completely outplaying us.
We actually scrimmed Vulcun a lot these recent weeks, and just it's not great practice for us.
Like, they're probably the best right now. I want to see how we do against them when it actually matters.
Welcome back to the North American LCS live from Los Angeles. It's time for Vulcun versus Counterlogic Gaming. This is the first meeting for these teams, and Vulcun is still looking for their first win. But Counterlogic is coming off a solid Week 1 debut where they wiped the floor with TSM.
Everybody was talking about that level 1, 7 wards, and
Yeah.
then they blanketed the map and visioned.
It's like a light bright.
Yeah, then Syndra, really good use of Syndra. They took her level 1, stole the blue buff, and then just snowballed it from there.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Link on that Syndra was really good all game, but he has been kind of a roller coaster with the Anivia game after that.
Well, you know, on the flip side, it's kind of like Mandatory Cloud is going through the same thing in mid, and he's seen as one of those power players coming in for Vulcun.
Yeah, that's really interesting because coming into the LCS, he was really hyped up. Like, Mandatory Cloud was considered one of the best, if not the best player on that team, even when they had Afromu on there. And it's been really rocky for him as well. Kind of the same story as Link. Some really good games, some not so good ones.
No, it's completely true. Vulcun has had a rough start, but we sat down with CLG, who still thinks they're a threat and are counting on their own experience to make the game-winning difference.
The team that has the most potential is Vulcun Command. They have potential for sure, but one thing they don't have is the experience, I guess.
You know, I like the guys, but they're not doing too good right now. They're all good players, but as a team, they're just not cohesive.
One of my really good friends just recently switched to their team, and he's also playing support there.
I did used to play with them, and I used to play with Muffin Cutie, my support, who is now AD carry with Zuna.
Since he's playing support now, we're gonna battle. Like, I'm constantly just gonna keep battling him in bot lane.
And this game's bot lane is our featured matchup of the day. We're putting the spotlight on the supports. It's going to be Vulcun's Muffin Cutie versus Counterlogic's Afromu. We heard it from them right there, Kobe. These two guys, they go way back.
Yeah, they do. They've played together in the same lane for so long, and they were really known as an aggressive bottom lane, putting out some unique picks like the Morgana support with the Draven AD carry. And now that Afromu has left the team, he bailed and went to CLG.
Right.
He's picked up a support role, so it's going to be really interesting to see if he is as an aggressive support as Muffin is, if they're very similar styles, or
kind of like the teacher and the student.
Yeah, how is that
lane
matchup going to work? Because they're both probably aggressive.
All right, we'll have to see. Let's check out the lineups going on the blue team. It's going to be Vulcun. Psycho Sid in that top lane, Xmithy in the jungle, Mandatory Cloud in mid, Zuna on AD, and all eyes on Muffin Cutie on the support.
And on the red team, we have CLG, Hotshot in the top, Chaucer in the jungle, Link in middle, and Double Lift AD with Afromu supporting him.
So we actually know that Afromu is probably the one most gunning for Thresh, just from public speaking, social tweets, social media, and whatnot. But are we going to see, Muffin Cutie still a pretty good aggressive support with a well played out champion pool?
Yeah.
Do you think what are now considered the bottom 4 teams are going to venture into the new Thresh play?
I think if someone was going to, definitely Muffin would be one of those, because that was one of the reasons I really liked him way back when he was support, because he is an aggressive support. He would play like Alistar, Leona. He would go for those kill champions, and Thresh definitely adds so much to the team. He's got all these different movement displacing abilities, the lantern to save people. There's just so many plays that you can use him for. It's going to be really interesting if he actually does get through the bans.
I mean, you see these guys just kind of chatting it out in the lobby saying, so what kind of strats are you running? As Mandatory Cloud is like, I have no more discussional things to talk about.
Nobody wants to mention Thresh. They're like, maybe they forgot that Thresh is available.
And here we are. We will see if he will be available into Champion Select between Vulcun and Counterlogic Gaming for our first match of the day. And there he goes. Thresh will be banned out.
Already knocked off that Thresh. Too bad. But maybe sometime this day or maybe tomorrow we'll see him. He's just going to be very high priority, though. Same with that Twisted Fate, though.
Yeah.
He's really been a strong character throughout this whole game's history. There was a small period in the middle where he was nerfed and people didn't play him, but he came right back. Global presence is just so strong.
Yep, so we see Kale and I believe Rumble being banned out as well. So we're looking for a first pick here, and it's going to be Nidalee coming in. So Kale and Rumble are the two that were coming in the last ones, and the Poke comp still to come in. And I think we were kind of talking about this. Psycho Sid needs to run teleport on that Nidalee this time.
This was an interesting one. We saw it last week. he was split pushing with Nidalee, but he didn't have teleports, so it did not work at all. He couldn't get back to the team. And that was actually the game where they were against Curse with the double armor auras, Jarvan and Taric, and they had an armor or an AD heavy team with no armor shreds. So it was a good theoretical plan, and they just forgot a couple pieces.
And when is the last time they're hovering on it, but that you saw a support picked first? It's not Taric.
Yeah, I mean, Taric's really been the star of the show.
Yeah.
The diamond in the rough. Oh, I can't believe I did that. But he's been like the only first pick support. You're right. Sona. I mean, basically they just don't want to pick their mids first. This is really characteristic of North America. They're always saving their mid picks till last. We just saw a couple of the OGN games that we were watching before, and they first picked their middles. Not even. I mean, they're like, yeah, what's up? I'm gonna go Rise. What are you gonna do about it?
Showing their cards right off the bat, and these guys really, like we said, trying to win it right out of Champion Select, and this time it's kind of with mind games. They're either picking what they want, but it's working for the other team. It seems like there's no true counters coming in here, and everybody's playing comfort champions.
Yeah, basically they're like, we're going to get those Bash brothers out of there, the Jarvan and the Xin Zhao, the super popular junglers that have really problematic ganks for a lot of people, and then now they're actually going to pick up the Nasus. So there was a nice little tweak to Nasus. That was a buff. He actually gets double the Siphoning Strike bonuses when he kills basically large, threatening things like cannon minions or so yeah, that was a nice small buff for him. And Wither is such a powerful tool. That's probably one of the best things about Nasus is you can completely shut down an AD carry late game. Like Kog'Maw, if he gets Wither on him, he's really not going to be that scary force that he's always built up to be, like protect the Kog'Maw because he's so crazy late game. He can't barely move when you have Wither on you.
And it looks like Dignitas is kind of rubbing off a little bit here. We see a Singed and an Alistar coming in, so KVK and Patoy, a little up to them for bringing those guys back.
I mean, it's worth copying. They had a really amazing week last week. They just skyrocketed out of their sort of rocky start. So let's see if the same thing, Vulcun can use the same sort of champions to boost them out of their rocky start.
Right. We see Link going back to Syndra, but we also see Zuna going back to his safety comfort AD carries, those long range ones.
That was the other thing. When last time Vulcun played, he was on Graves, and he didn't work out so well because he's usually that
and Vayne,
the long range AD, like the Kog'Maw or the Twitch. And he carries so much harder on those long range end game ones, whereas on Graves he's so short range. It didn't really work out for them. So I really like what I'm seeing here. I have high hopes.
Yeah, both teams seem like they've gotten the picks so far that they wanted. Probably not 100% optimal, but everybody definitely has a comfort champion right now within that realm of the first 1, 2, 3 of their champion pool.
Especially, like, we didn't even really talk about CLG's comfort champions. These are theirs. Like, Choster, Lee Sin, since, like, Lee Sin got nerfed and he didn't play him quite as much, Choster's jungle has been not spectacular anymore. So I'm really happy that he's back. He's back on his playmaking champion. And then Link, it basically goes without saying, like, he loves Syndra, and nobody else really plays her. So
played her well. Well, we got to see it in the first game, so it was amazing.
Maybe they'll do that blue stealing over the wall or something.
That's going to be tricky, though. I was just wondering. I'm like, we should keep an eye on the amount of wards picked up here by the entire team, because if they're going to go and light bright the map once again, we'll be able to see that. So Hotshot on Nasus now. He kind of gets the Cho'Gath effect going in, where I can be a beast and run around and distract you and split push. So he gets his main role back of being Hotshot.
I feel like Hotshot, like, he used the recent buff to Nasus as an excuse. Because even when I was on the team, like, 3 years ago, this is like ancient times, Hotshot loved playing Nasus, and, like, nobody was like, no, Nasus is garbage shop, like, we're not going to play him because you have to farm for 30 minutes before he does enough damage. And he was like, no, Hotshot, Hotshot's like, no, Nasus is great. I need to play him. Let me play him. And now they're finally letting him play it. He's taking that teleport, so he might even be a 2-versus-1 lane. He has really good wave clear with that Spirit Fire.
We'll have to see. We can see the teams facing off right now. Actually, Muffin Cutie and Afro here, the closest on your screen, staring each other down, and they don't even know it.
Yeah, that was a good setup. Did we tell them to sit there? Because that was perfect.
Of course. Now we are on to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Riv here with Kobe24, bringing you the first match of Week 3. We are into the North American LCS. Let's get the action rolling.
All right, so the Hecarim going to start off. A couple pings here. It looks like they might go to opposite sides. Vulcan's going to spread out in a patented defensive, watch all the entrances to your jungle level 1 here, and CLG pretty much doing the same thing. So we might, it doesn't look like we're going to see one of those sneaky buff steals. I mean, their cover's kind of blown since they already did it against CLG. I mean, TSM.
Right. Vulcan knows to put those early wards down as well. They're even stopping
look at that.
the close invade, and they're past their own ward that they've set now. So it's really just super safety. CLG is probably not going to go for that Syndra invade, but we'll see what kind of tricks they try to produce with it later. Because this is the second time Link has played Syndra, so we'll actually see this without that cheeky first part strat, and then Blue kind of being held off. If he can still play Syndra in a form where we see Mandatory Cloud having a good mid.
Yeah, so it's kind of a proving grounds here for both mids.
No, exactly.
They're like, yeah, we've both have kind of rocky histories.
The roller coaster for the first few weeks.
Yeah, there we go. But I like the wall of wards from Vulcan. They don't want anything tricky coming out from CLG level 1, since they did see how big of an impact that had versus TSM.
There's a good amount on both sides, and we can see Hotshot and Psycho Sid kind of going for the same double pot here. They say no flask, we're just going to stack the pots and get some wards.
Okay, so another thing to note is that CLG did go for the 2 versus 1 swap. So since Hotshot's like a really big fan of the teleport 2 versus 1, either Cho'Gath or in this case Nasus, he's probably going to max that Spiritfire first because, like I said, it's a great wave clear, and that's one of the biggest parts of a good 2 versus 1 champion is you have to be able to clear those waves really quick from a distance, because so many people have been doing those 3 versus 1 early dives.
So we see we're going to look at this matchup one more time before we get back to them, since there won't be too much happening in the beginning. Our featured matchup of the day is Muffin Cutie versus Afro, so we'll be sure to check in on these guys as they get the lane swap back in here. We actually get to see them go against each other, so this will be great.
So they predicted the lane swap, and I think they actually wanted this because Vayne and Sona are actually both pretty squishy, and Alistar's great aggressive jungler. Like I said, that was one of the 2 supports that really got me liking Muffin Cutie in the very beginning. Afro move with a good ward here, gets some nice harass on his old lane partner.
They are trying to get the pokes out. Muffin Cutie got a hit on that ward, but there's no chance to take it in, and CLG already taking a bit of aggression on the lane. And you can see Afro Mood just positioning in that aggression.
Yeah, like Vayne, she is very squishy early, like she doesn't have much health, but Tumble is such a great tool to dodge things that Double Lift is actually a good early trader with Vayne. You just have to be strong with your mechanics, and you can see they're getting the better of this Kog'Maw Alistar lane. They put down a pink ward, and they weren't even able to clear the ward out with that pink ward. So they better be able to do that before the pink ward expires, or else that's a wasted large amount of gold.
We do see that Chaucer's coming up towards that top side. Double Lift's doing a great job of just staying out of range when that Bio Arcane is on.
He
got
should
a pretty
know.
good cooldown right now.
Chaucer should know that pink ward is there because Afro put his ward first, so they saw it go down. Okay, yeah, so he's just going to back off. He knows he can't get into that front brush. Maybe they didn't communicate that enough early, so Chaucer's going to go back, farm his doubles. He didn't waste too much time, so that's fine. And it looks like we're just going to have Hecarim up here. He predicted it, the gank as well, but it's probably not going to come into any action.
It is about that time, and we do see Smithy just waiting back on his heel. Will he go in for this one? They do. I think they saw him from that last. Yep, they saw him on the last minion there near the turret. So no action up top, just a bit of stalling from both junglers. Chaucer will go for the attempt again, though, and it looks like he's going to try to safeguard in, and they're going to try to activate something possibly under the turret here.
Yeah, they might just want to shove it in and get some more minions missed by Zuna here.
Right, yeah,
because
it is
Kog'Maw, it is a late game AD carry, so if you're at least making him miss minions due to the tower, then it's not wasted time. Since both junglers are up here, there's not really an advantage for Vulcan.
They're just kind of all outing with everyone, helping the pressure, pushing the pressure as well. The gold is still just about even. And we're only 5 minutes into this one. Presence from the junglers has been mostly in the top side, so we'll have to see what they can do towards that bottom lane that the lanes are swapped now. The tops are kind of just on their own island. Little damage, or trying to come out from Mandatory Cloud, as it's just pretty much quiet all around the home front at 5 minutes.
Yeah, and this 1 versus 1 down bottom that they actually wanted, Psycho Sid's doing a really good job. He's actually out farming Hotshot. Hotshot is getting a few siphoning strikes built up, though, and that's really where Nasus gets so much of his power from. He really wants to use it on the cannon minion, though. Hotshot, you get double for the cannon minion if you use it on that one. He already used it on the little one, so maybe he wasn't paying attention to the little switches that they did in the patch notes.
Lessons with Kobe after?
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
I'll teach him for free. He was a good guy. They kicked me off the team, but I'm fine with it now.
No hard feelings. You still see Zuna and Double Lift trying to attack it out back and forth. Muffin Cutie with good sustain, but that power chord right there is what is going to give CLG the upper hand here. unless Zuna gets his ultimate quickly. Then he's going to be able to push double lift back. Well, as of right now, CLG is using that advantage to kind of push it back. 32 to 35 though, so Zuna doing a very good job of farming from afar.
Yeah, even under the turret, he was doing a good job. Vayne is short range, so she has to be wary of an Alistar combo. Now that he has his full combo, it's going to be a little bit more scary. Before CLG's double lane hit 6, when Aframu gets his crescendo, then there's another power swing, and they would be able to turn something. So Chaucer again coming up to see if this top lane can make anything happen.
And looks like Xmithy may be reading this one as well. They're both on the same timer right now. Chaucer waiting in that tri-bush. Xmithy on the backside, he does have his smite, so he can get to that far engagement if he needs to, or ghost I should say.
It seems like all eyes are on this top lane as both junglers make repeated moves up there, but look at Link. He was heading down to the bottom, and it would have been a really easy gank, and that would have been probably successful if it wasn't for that one ward by their own race. Zuna taking a lot of harass.
Going really strong in here. Xmithy onto Aframu. They're definitely looking for just a first blood here. A great condemn, but he flashed out. Who's going to get the first blood? And it does go to Xmithy just before double lift gets that kill onto Zuna. Double lift may not make it out of this one alive. That cooldown coming down. Xmithy waiting as well. Misses the Q from the headbutt damage, but double lift is forced to kill himself on this one. The assist going around, but he did deny the assist going onto Psycho Sid.
Yeah,
great job.
So CLG comes out a bit behind on that in the gold, but they did make the best of a bad situation. Since they were able to get the assist onto Aframu when Vayne finished that kill off, so it wasn't too bad. Even though they didn't get the first blood, they also burned the teleport from Singe. So that's pretty big, especially since you're leaving Nasus down bottom alone to charge up his siphoning strike and just keep on farming.
And it looks like Hotshot, I was going to say he's trying to get everything he can. I thought he was going to steal away wolves and little golems and then leave blue.
He's actually still full
Link,
full life.
He's just going to actually go back here and get the buy. He knows his lane is gone. He needs to use this window so he doesn't get pushed out.
Yeah, so he shoved it into the turret. He at least missed one wave for using that teleport.
So 8 minutes in here, finally seeing a little bit of lane action between these guys, 2-1. As Vulcun came up pretty good in the top lane there. Onto CLG, double lift and Aframu found themselves a little bit out of position. And it was a great job. Chaucer was there, and then he backed up, and Xmithy just kind of kept reading those the engagements the whole time. Big props to him. We'll see if it can continue for these guys as they continue to ward top. We'll have to see. Here we go. Xmithy coming into that top lane. The red buff is still ticking for him. He actually just grabbed that. So this engagement is going to be quite helpful if they can get that.
Yeah, it definitely shows that they are targeting double lift.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, okay, if someone's going to carry this game, it's going to be that Vayne double lift. Everybody's seen the YouTube highlight reels, and here they go again. Oh, he misses onto the creeps.
Just the timing that he has in his mechanics. The headbutt came out, and the instant he saw it, an instant condemn, and they kind of just traded displacement.
And that's like, that right there won't be a YouTube thing, but that's a huge thing to note. Like, he just completely stopped that gank right there. Some wasted time for Hecarim. It was a really good play.
All he needed was Chaucer, right? Just somebody to guide him down the right path. So Chaucer now moving to the top side of his jungle once again as Xmithy finally leaves that area, packs up his tent, and heads towards the bottom side. And we do see bottom lane just still on its own island. Hotshot and Sid just kind of chatting it up during tea time here, throwing each other around.
And that's fine for Hotshot because he's charging up his siphoning strike. He wants to get to that later game with Nasus when he becomes an absolute beast. If he gets tanky enough and he can get to the back line to just put Wither over and over again on that Kog'Maw, their late game is going to look really, really good. I mean, the Nasus Wither on your Kog'Maw, and then you have a Vayne running around, and that Vayne is double lift.
Yep. So we see CLG playing an aggressive lane in the top, which would not make Vulcun any more aware that they're trying to get the gank in. However, a forward ward bush would. When they were up there, they tried to get it in. A great disengage by Muffin Cutie. He gets a full pound on all three of them in front of the turret, but Zuna completely walks into a condemn and gets himself killed. Coming from the side, a beautiful spear by Chaucer. Mandatory Cloud is going to try to finish this one up. Can he find the next one? One more attack. The double kill coming in for Man Cloud, and it looks like Muffin Cutie may go down as Hotshot teleports in. A very nice pulverize there, and he keeps himself alive.
Ooh, CLG again losing out a little bit of money right there. They got their target down, but they paid for it with 3 members.
Great movement in just map awareness by Vulcun right now. They seem to be a few seconds ahead, and that's really making the factor in these fights go in their favor.
Yeah, and so now since Hotshot's teleport is down, Singe is again taking advantage. And Singe is actually even better when you leave his lane because he can proxy behind the turret.
Yep.
You can see they're wasting 2 waves, whereas when Singe teleported up top, Hotshot was only able to shove 1 wave into that turret. And this bottom one taking so much damage, it might even go down.
It looks like he just wants it. They want to get Zuna and Muffin Cutie, or at least help in a lane. Usually, well, I'm actually backwards here. I'm thinking that Muffin Cutie
Yeah.
and Zuna want to take the tower down, but this is completely backwards. So I don't know what. They just want to take it down.
Yeah, definitely. They want to get that early global gold with there. I mean, they're already ahead. They need to press this and keep it up because CLG can come back at any moment. Once you get that bottom turret down, it really opens up that dragon. They'll have a lot more control in this bottom side of the map, and this is the time where you want to go for dragon. Link over here behind enemy lines. He knows there is that ward, and so he doesn't want to go past it, but Hecarim going to make this a 3 versus 3.
They do not have a ward for CLG side in this top brush right now, and will. Oh my God, Smithy has just spent so much time up here, respectively. Though Doublelift is going to be quite strong here.
He does.
Somebody is. He does flash over the wall. He's going to be right on the top of a ward, though. I think he might have been seen. It was theirs. Going down is Zuna first. Smithy is going to be forced to run out, but I think he did clear the water ward, and he made it into that brush.
That's pretty funny because I was watching, I think, Chowster's stream, and Link did the exact same play. In a scrim that they were doing, and it failed miserably. He wasted his flash to get over this wall to dodge that ward. You see this one ward down here from Vulcun that he's able to get past. But this time, it worked out fine. You're Syndra. All you have to do, lay down a couple balls, bust your ult on Zuna, and he's going to go down.
Yeah, they did a perfect job there. They definitely needed to get that one back to stave off the bleeding in the top lane. Now at 13 minutes, going to the top lane, it looks like Sid throws down his ult, but those two are just going to kind of run around with each other. Hotshot doesn't get any help anytime soon, but he shouldn't go down from this.
Yeah, the tower is down though, and so now Singe is actually going to be able to bully Nasus. This is really bad because Hotshot wanted to keep that turret up as long as possible so he can farm into the late game. Nasus, you really need to get around to 20 minutes. It looks like Singe won't continue the pressure though, so if Hotshot can freeze the lane back here, then he might be able to eke out a few more minutes of farm before Vulcun comes in to ward up that entire blue side of their jungle and really take control of that side of the map.
All right, we're about 13 minutes in now. We can take stock of the CS. How are the minions differing in the lanes? And the answer is not really that much. 75 to 95 is pretty much the biggest gap we have, and that's between the 80 carries. It's going to be 118 to 108 in mid, so 2 kills to 1 kill. Both of the mids actually having quite a good game for themselves as we kind of focus them as the up and down players of the LCS coming in for this week. And then we have mid, or rather jungle, 61 to 71, and top lane is 121 to 111. So not really the swap, just being in the bottom lane on that island hasn't really affected them too much.
Yeah, I mean, since everyone was camping up top, Doublelift actually got ahead on CS over this Kog'Maw, and he's opted for the early Bloodthirster, skipping boots. So he's charging up his Bloodthirster, get those stacks as soon as possible, so their mid-game power spike is going to be ridiculous. Vayne is so strong. Once she has that ultimate plus a Bloodthirster, she can sustain in fights, and as long as we've seen Doublelift before, use that tumble to great effect to dodge skill shots, he'll be able to stay in those fights and do ridiculous amounts of damage.
So coming in,
Pink Ward though might be a free dragon.
Yeah, they have no vision that that's happening right now. You know, Vulcun looks like Smithy is just going to get that by himself. They're really not even moving. Maybe a few shots from Mandular Cloud. Yeah, just some spears to get some damage in.
Kill him!
But for that to go down like that with really no control from CLG makes me think that they're okay with that happening right now.
Well, that was kind of like what I was talking about. As soon as that bottom turret does go down, the control of that side of the map is just goes through the roof for Vulcun, and they did come back with those wards for the blue side of the jungle. Again, they take the objective that is theirs. Great job by them. Pulled that off exactly how you're supposed to as soon as that bottom turret's down. Now he can actually go back and bully Hotshot a little bit more, try and stop him from charging up those siphoning strikes, make him use Spirit Fire to farm instead.
Looks like we have a Rod of Ages coming out for Psycho Sid. That is finished up. Boots of Swiftness coming out for Nasus with the Chalice as well.
You know, that's actually kind of a hidden item that I'm super happy with. I use it mostly on Vi. People are probably tired of me talking about Vi, but that is definitely one of my favorite items on her, since you self-impose a slow on yourself.
Right.
And it just if you have Boots of Swiftness, you feel like you're Boots 5 like all the time. So that's
just
a really
run
good
around with a
buy.
full up
I like
Q.
that. I like that Hotshot is using all these interesting things we don't see a lot, like Nasus. Okay, just right there, I was like, okay, Hotshot, you've got your hipster cred. You're using stuff nobody else is using right now, and then he also gets Boost of Swiftness. That's a nice addition. It looks like Link's got a flickering screen though. That's not too bad of a deal, so it shouldn't be too long.
Quick and fixed. But Mandatory Cloud doing a lot of things for his team right now, and Nidalee being very mobile against Lincoln mid on Syndra, and he's doing a great job. We saw just that top fight where Hotshot teleported in. He was there before Syndra was even there. Mid, like, he knew that fight was going to happen. Their communication is really top notch.
Yeah, he's also making great use of her passive, going into those pushes, got that extra little boost speed both, jumping around. It's like we talked about in the beginning how both mids were kind of on a roller coaster, but they've both been solid so far this game. I mean, Mandatory Cloud, like you said, has been solid, and then Link, he did do that fairly risky play where he burned his flash just to get around a ward.
Yeah.
But they were rewarded with a kill. They got Zuna dead, so they stopped the Kog'Maw from farming for a little bit more, and it paid off.
Yeah, it was relentless. Muffin Cutie's doing a great job as well. Props to him in the top lane for protecting Zuna so early, so much aggression.
After we just were like, well, he just died, but yeah, he's doing his best.
No. Before that, obviously, they've just put so much pressure on you can't save him all the time.
Yeah. I mean, Alistar is one of those, like, he's like my fairite bodyguard in League of Legends. Right. Because he literally, he comes over and, like, shoves you off of his AD carry. Get off my bro.
They'll do it again if you get close.
Yeah, there you go. So we are back in.
Indeed, we got Link all fixed up. Psycho Sid and Hotshot on your screen. Beautiful mugs. Look at those guys. Let's take stock of what's going on here. We just kind of did, but where's the gold at? We are about good 1,800 gold. Maybe we'll just say 2,000 right now for Vulcun ahead of Counter Logic Gaming. About 16 minutes in. Xmithy loving the top side right now.
I know.
It's just where the horses roam, I guess.
He's drawn up there, and it's worked out pretty well. I mean, they're ahead. They got the bottom turret.
Right.
They've got the dragon. So they have the dragon timer. This middle turret's taken so much damage that Link is having a really hard time defending it, because Nidalee, like you just saw there, as soon as the minions are all gone, she can still throw spears at you, and with that turret around, he's having a hard time dodging it.
All right, well, we see Smithy picking up that Locket of the Iron Solari. He is ready to get into some fights right now, this very second. And again, he's going top, so it looks like he actually wants to do that. Bloodthirster finished on the side of Double Lift, but it looks like we're going for the Infinity Edge on the side for Zuna. We'll have to see when those two get to that point. The battles, but right now we're going to get to see where that damage stands between these two. Even Chauster stands on the wing waiting for this battle right now, and we're going to have to see that dragon is down, so we're objective free. Everybody knows that junglers are roaming right now, Kobe, and you can just see how cautious they're being.
Yep, you can tell, like, everybody in this game knows there's so much focus top lane. That's where all the action is going. Hecarim, you can tell, really wants to use his ultimate. Mandatory Cloud takes so much burst there, the ignite, one more tick.
No. The heal. Beautiful job there. I thought the auto attack was coming in. You got actually Link to waste the flash, so they may be able to focus on that as they come back to the mid lane.
Everything from Link is down right now. The flash, the ultimate, the ignite. So this is actually really good for Vulcun. And since they do have the dragon timer on their side, the next one should be pretty easy to set up. They just need someone to go and replace all those wards. When the first dragon was enabled because they had such great ward coverage down there, with that top turret being down, they have to just get a few more up to replace that coverage, and they will probably be able to get another dragon.
Smithy, not even going to say it. You know where he is. He looks to make some moves again. He's just itching right now. Double Lift will not have a safe time whatsoever throughout this entire match as long as Smithy is on the map. Chauster's bottom side, so this could actually really work out for them. They are going to try. He is actually clearing that out. Yep, clearing that emblem out.
So this is, people always say North America doesn't innovate, but looks like we're seeing the first tri-lanes ever here. Both teams actually running tri-lane stop. Just happens that the second support has smite and goes and gets a buff every now and then.
And he's just mentally thinking about everything that's happening as well, because for the amount of time he spent up there, he would have had to get the kills that he has right now, or he'd be so far behind. Somehow he's keeping himself in. We do have a possible fight coming in for now in the top lane, but it looks like everybody's now backed off. Too little, too late.
I know, like, we build it up. Okay, there's going to be a 4-on-4 top. Both of these bottom laners do have their teleports. The only thing is that Sins can actually flip Hotshot. So Hotshot has to be wary and not use his teleport first,
within
or else
range.
you can get flipped, and then Singe will use his teleport. It's going to be an instant 4 versus 5.
So now they know they've drawn Vulcun to the top lane. They kind of have a bit more idea of what can happen within this engagement. But Sid trying to deny now. They're going to be able to take this blue away from possibly, yes, Hotshot won't make it in time. They take that away from Syndra. So Link's going to have a little bit of trouble possibly in this next fight.
Yeah, good job by Psycho Sid right there. I'm really liking his Singe play. He's done an amazing job so far. The only thing is, Nasus is kind of a sleeper. Once we see Nasus come into these team fights, I want to see how hard his Siphoning Strike will actually hit one of these squishies if he can get up to Zuna.
Ooh, there's the disengage from the Crescendo, but they are able to take him out. Smithy coming in huge and staying there has paid off. They don't even want Aframu. They like the little advantage there.
Yep, good job. They finally take down Double F. That's the only way you can stop him from farming, is actually making him dead. He can see only black and white now. They get another turret. Dragon's going to be up in about 40 seconds or so, so they will have time if they want to go put those wards I was talking about in the blue side. Another global gold advantage for them.
Now, Kobe, we'll see what happens here first. Chowster could be getting caught out. He actually saw them coming around. He stopped doing his red. He knows it was a danger zone, and he's forced to use pretty much everything to get himself out. Full control to Vulcun. But that also leads into what I was going to say, and I don't want to, is that this is where the inexperience comes into play. That late game, they have the lead, and they've been here before, Kobe.
I was going to say, don't jinx. Nobody jinx Vulcun right now, okay? They really need this. But yeah, Chauster, they could see all of Vulcun was up in that top lane because they were just shoving that wave. And so he was taking a chance. He was like, okay, I really want to grab my red buff before they move down from top lane and steal it from me. And he just, he got caught out, had to burn his flash. So that's going to be another cooldown for him. But the Dragon, it looks like they placed one ward and they're just going to go for it here.
Well, they know they don't have the timer. Chauster was only able to grab the dot, so
yeah, until
they get back there and make sure to look at the mini-map.
And it works out just fine.
Easy clear. Second Dragon of the game, uncontested again, going to Vulcun. They've grabbed now a 5,000 gold lead, well, just under 5,000, about 4,500 onto CLG. Early part of the game here. We're only 20 minutes in, and we've seen a lot of the action top lane. But really, we haven't seen a lot of any of the fights with Hotshot and Psycho Sid. So those tanks running around, we'll have to see what happens when that comes to play.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, too. Sid has gone with the Rod of Ages, so he's ramping up, too. He knows that Hotshot's going to explode when he gets into the team fights. Nice combo there from Muffin, but it looks like they won't be able to follow that up.
Good bit of damage.
The Rod of Ages, yeah, so that's going to stack up. So he's actually biding his time as well, doing his best to keep up with the scaling of Nasus. But Hotshot over here, he's going to be hitting hard once he does get into the team fight.
Still really one of the closest games I think we've seen in CS. Besides those 80 carries, it's still going to be 40 in favor of Double Lift. He's got a little bit of attack speed coming in, which comes innately to Kog'Maw's passive, so he's going to be ramping up in that fact. And both of these are late game hyper carries, so it's going to be awesome to see that matchup.
Yeah, really the story when these two teams finally do meet in the epic 5-on-5 that's going to come with probably with someone teleporting in from a different lane is going to be, will Hotshot be able to keep down Zuna with that Wither? So he has Cleanse. If he burns Cleanse on Wither, then there's a lot of other CC that CLG has. Not only do they have the range on Link's stun is actually really long too, but they also have that Crescendo. So there's a lot of different answers, and we're gonna have to see how they burn that cleanse and follow it up.
Well, right now it is just pretty much clear the waves, figure out who makes the first mistake. We're somewhat objective free, as nobody really has that damage to take Baron just yet, without it being very, very tricky. We'll have to see what they decide to do. There's still that focus in the top lane. We do see Xmithy down on the bottom side for, I think, the first time ever.
Yeah, as far as he's going, Double Lift gets comboed.
Once again, Double Lift finding himself a little bit out of position. The Ignite is on. The last hit from Zuna. He picks it up, and you can hear him in the back.
There we go. You can hear the shout from Zuna. They didn't want to jinx themselves either, so they've been a little quieter than usual so far. But there we go. They're starting to get ramped up. A nice pink ward up here on top. They're going to make a move now. With Double Lift down, that's a huge detriment to CLG's team fighting power. And so Vulcun are definitely going to pressure this upper and this lower turret.
All right. right? They don't even want the golems. They want people. They want to find champions right now. Zuna doing what he can with one minion on the turret. Oh,
there's the cleanse.
Cleansed it out. Wow, that is huge for counter logic. We're probably going to see a very big move of the champions up to this top lane, but McSmithy's there first. He goes in for some aggression. He has the Oracles on, but so does Chowster, so they're going to be able to know what wards were seen and which way to exit this one, because it is definitely an exit stage left scenario for Vulcun right now. They have to be careful. The reinitiation is just on their heels. Hotshot coming in with a teleport. There's the Wither onto Zuna, but he can't do much without his team. He does not want to blow the cooldown. One Q is half his health. Can he get to Zuna one more time? Zuna not even trying to kite, running scared, and Psycho Sid has to put himself in between.
Wow, so many things were burned in that with no kills for either team. I mean, we do have 2 Oracles coming out, so there's going to be a lot of action for the next couple minutes, both teams being able to clear out vision. But now we have, okay, cleanse is down for Zuna. The ult was down for Smithy. He used it as well. He also used his ghost to try and get away there. And Hotshot used his teleport, as well as Sid having to use his teleport to follow up with Hotshot to defend the rest of the team. So there's all these tools are down, but nobody died. So the next team fight is going to have a few casualties.
25 minutes in, we saw what could have been the first back and forth between these guys, and it was quite intense. Hotshot completely tearing through Zuna with one shot. He cannot take 2 of those, just statistically proven. We just saw it. That is insane right now. Chowster just dodging that one as he ducks his head down. Mandatory Cloud returns to mid with Xmithy to clear this out. 7-3 now, a 4,000 gold lead definitively coming in here for Vulcun. They are standing quite strong in this game, and right now they have a shutout on turrets.
All right, so that cleanse for Kog'Maw is on half duration, or half time right now from coming back. We'll see. It's usually like the support shop. I don't know if Afromu has started doing that yet, if he times key summoner spells, but that's something that the Koreans really especially use to their benefit. Like, they time everything. There's another ult from Smithy.
There it is. Link could be going down here, and he for sure will. As the Ignite was on, they were just putting on the last bit of damage and still trying to poke it out. Mandatory Cloud doing a great job of just causing havoc as Xmithy is finding positions and ways to get himself into the initiation.
Yeah, I mean, so we've seen Link before rush the Zanyas when he plays Syndra. This time, he didn't feel like there was much that could catch him out. And looking at the team comp, I would say that too. But Smithy just runs right into him, and now they've got a huge advantage, easily taking down this turret, maybe even an inhibitor.
They will.
No teleports are up.
I was trying to see the summoner spells, and they're just calmly taking this one down. Right when it gets to the end, though, is where you see the other team initiate. There goes Chowster. He's going to go on to Xmithy, but that's quite tanky. Kicks him back. The whole team is focusing Chowster, though. This is kind of working perfectly for them, but there it is on to Zuna. It's getting a little too back and forth, and Vulcun cannot find who they want to target right now. It's going to be CLG coming in now. Double lift on the outside. Tumbles with the ultimate on. Catches a spear, though. Him and Afromu are so low. This gives Zuna the turnaround. Link trying to get in there to get the damage, and Vulcun has just found themselves a way back into this fight. Psycho Sid trying to be the Singe that he is. Zuna still rolling. Not much mana there. He's not even throwing out ults. He just wants to get that last Bio Arcane in. Not enough damage as they keep going coast to coast here, Kobe. Keep going down towards the blue. A flash coming in for double lift. He finally will go down to Mandatory Cloud, and it looks like a double kill coming in there. We will see CLG backing off now, a 2-for-1 after all of it.
That was such good play from Double Lift right there. At the beginning of that fight, he got crit by Zuna. So he was not able to come in, and then that last spear from Mandatory Cloud took another third of his life down, and I wasn't thinking that he was going to be able to get back into this fight as they take a free dragon, but he was. He life steals off of those wolves as they're all running away with about a fifth to an eighth of their HP bars. Hotshot wanted to get in there to wither Zuna one more time, and that baited Zuna in to start attacking. They were able to kill Hotshot, but that enabled Double Lift to sneak in, snipe Zuna, so they were able to get 2 kills out of that for just 1 when we thought they were on their back heels. However, inhibitor down, dragon taken.
That is pretty scary. A huge lead now, 6,000, just about 6,000 gold coming in for Vulcun. 5 turrets to 0 turrets. They are shutting out CLG right now, not letting him breathe, and not even letting him see that first tier of turrets.
They're doing so well. CLG, you can tell, they're on their back foot. They are just, they're backpedaling right now. They're like, we need to farm up. There's like we did a good display of skill right there in the team fighting, but we don't have the items to back it up right now. This gold deficit is really, really hurting them.
This Heck Room destruction along with an Alistar is just some amazing synergy. You can see them now roaming together as they know nothing can stop them. Oh, there's a problem, I'll pulverize. Oh, there's another problem, what's going to happen here? And they're just going to kind of walk out. Chowster can't even get his team to go in on that initiation there. They're just kind of milling about.
Smithy has gotten really scary as well. He's a beast of a tank line right now. Heckram in the late game, once he can heal up, like he gets basically an extra 1,000 effective health just from each time he uses that W. As long as he's in a team fight and everyone around him is doing damage, he'll keep healing up. And they really just have to wait for some nice spears to hit. If that one had hit double lift, they could die.
Yeah, I was going to say that could be all they need to go in here. Well, let's see what they do. They have the oracles out. They're clearing so many wards. They don't need Baron whatsoever. That would be very risky for Vulcun right now. So they're just biding their time. They want to find that one spear. Mandatory Cloud has been on point this game, so they're really trying to rely on that. And you can just see to take that siege minion down from full.
Yep, they're just there. It is. We got one.
Hey-ho.
That one was on Afro Moon. You can see 2 of those, right, are going to kill you. Statistically speaking, like you said, you're going to be dead after another one of those, so they have to back off. Basically, land a spear shot, get a global objective. There you go.
And you got Psycho Sid in the top lane, just pounding on the turret. They're going to go ahead and face tank this one, Kobe. So much control all over the map right now. Seems like Counter Logic can't think of what to do to figure it out.
Double Lift looks like he wants to tango with this Singe. Nope, just going to farm up on the thing.
You know, if you probably just harass Double Lift and not really take that much damage, but they're not going to. The turret, unnecessary damage to be taken, but Hotshot's going to find himself a great push. The headbutt again sticks him in, but it looks like he's going to be able to get out possibly with half health here. There's Chowster coming in with the safeguard. They're going to start backing out at this point. All the lanes are pushed, though. They have all the time in the world they need. They just have to be careful for CLG trying to get a Baron if Vulcun gets very low here.
This is actually a really bad time for Hotshot to lose his ultimate because Zuna's ready to fight. Zuna wants to go. He's got Flash and Cleanse. He's super mobile right now. They have everything at their disposal. Singe can beat anyone 1 versus 1, and he has Teleport.
See if they're going to be able to get this turret down. They're putting a lot of pressure on it. Finally, Double Lift needs to takes a turret shot just to get it, rather, as they push down mid. You can see CLG just knows that's all they can get at this point. They know they're behind, and they're trying to just get every advantage that they can, which are very few and far between right now.
And you can just tell by Zuna's play, he's so much more comfortable on that Kog'Maw than, like we were saying in the Champion Select, than that Graves that he used last time. As soon as he gets the Infinity Edge, you stack crit on top of that, and he just hits so hard from such a long range. Combined with Nidalee Spears, it's amazing poke on this team. Oh there it is.
Gosh, and Lee Sin is not the one you want to see taking that much damage.
So basically, Mandatory Cloud Spears are gonna zone the entire team of CLG right here from Baron.
They have wards over the edge. Where did Mandatory Cloud go? He's actually rejoining with his team. Very smart. Muffin Cutie's low. They need to be able to put up a wall of defense here. Smithy trying to stay in. Baron is low. Do they want to try and grab it here? This is what could be that mistake. It's at half health, Kobe. This could be scary for them. They need to get out.
He teleports in at the last health bar of that ward and turn it into a 5-on-5. But CLG can't really chase this. Look at that Singe goo on 4 people.
Oh my god, the spear coming in. Here comes Smithy. He's going to go in for the engage. Hotshot does not have his ultimate. No, he just got it back up, so he's able to keep himself alive there. Locking up the Iron Solari keeps them a bit more safe on the exit, and they will not be able to engage. Do they try again? Zuna's out of mana. The fight could be scary if it happens.
Yeah, excuse me, the Nasus ult now being burned, and that down. Chaucer's really low. A steal would be really good for them right now, but so dangerous. Afro Mood takes one in the face.
Super red health bars for CLG right now, opposed to just the regular ones. And Crimson. It looks like they'll finally be able to take it down. 33 minutes in, 10-5 in the gold lead. Just jumped to 8,000.
Mandatory Cloud kind of reminds me of like Zion Spartan right now. 1 versus 5. He's just throwing these spears over and over for like 300 or something. Just fighting off the entire team of CLG. They can't engage because everyone keeps getting chunked down by those spears.
It's complete map control right now. The oracles are still coming out. The pink wards are still coming out for Vulcun right now. They don't want to let anything slide. They want to keep this advantage. A super double Randuin's coming in. Let's check out a replay of that kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was off screen, so we didn't get to get a really good look at it. But look, after a move, we can see the trap does so much damage because he went AP nittily. A lot of people forget that if you walk on top of those things, they do a bunch of damage too, in addition to that armor shred.
Not what you want to do.
It's kind of a sad way to die. It's so exciting when you get a spear. You're like,
oh, bomb or something.
Yeah, but a trap.
No, you're walking away and it's gonna kill you.
Everybody feels bad for him now.
They'll just start a thread for him, get a donation going.
Rip Aframu 2013.
Man, Cloud taking a hit there as they try to forcefully push this one. Still trying to get the spears in. That's all he wanted. He just wanted behind the last wave. And it looks like Psycho Sid, Muffin Cutie, and Xmithy are going to be your front line as we enter in what could possibly be the last fight of this game. 35 minutes in, Vulcun looking to snatch their first win away from Counter Logic. As we said, coming into this game, Counter Logic had 13 days off. So we'll see. That has affected them quite a bit of cohesion, a bit of lane control. They still have yet to take in 35 minutes a turret from Vulcun.
It does kind of look like that, huh? Like they're a little bit sleepy here as Double Lift, again, takes like half his life in a
Just got good hands, good catch.
But yeah, I mean, CLG, maybe it's something too because Vulcun started out with 5 losses that they didn't prep as much for this as they could have. They were looking ahead to the Dignitas game or something. You can't look ahead of any of these games in the LCS. You have to take it one game at a time and take each win.
You know, on the flip side of saying Counter Logic isn't having their best game, we got to give props to Vulcun.
You have to.
Vulcun is playing amazing. Mandatory Cloud 4-0-2. The roller coaster is just uphill. You kind of want the roller coaster to drop, but it's awesome to watch it climb right now.
Yeah.
We also have Zuna coming in strong again, back on those comfort carries. Yeah, he's died 4 times, but his positioning, his mechanics, just watching him play feels more comfortable.
So it's still only 1 inhibitor though. I mean,
right.
The base is still fairly.
It's now the slow.
It's fairly intact for CLG.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Vulcan's able to take another dragon, so they get even more global gold. But they have to be able to finish this off. We don't want to jinx them, like we said a little bit.
Don't want to. We'll see what happens. We see Double Lift backing up top, still unsure to take that turret down. We'll see what they do as he gets back in. They're trying to pressure onto this bottom lane. Kobe, the wards are on that side, so they know they can dodge Mandatory Cloud Spears a little bit better here. They're definitely trying to thwart that damage because it's beginning these fights with their team, the entire team, about 75% of their health.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that since Hotshot had already got like a really early locket, I was thinking Chowster would be the one to go with the Aegis of the Legion and upgrade it into a Runic Bulwark so everybody would get some more magic resist so these spears wouldn't be as game-breaking as they are, but he actually got a locket as well. Lockets do not stack. You can refresh the shield, but it's not even going to be at full effectiveness, and there's a debuff that you get on, so they don't combo very well, and a Bulwark would be amazing right now.
Right, and there's not a lot of things that would just kind of stop that damage. You have a giant spear coming at you or a hit from Zuna, which is not going to stop or be stopped by a locket. Here we are as they chunk down Chowster. It's going to be a few more attacks. Sid actually gets that one on a fling. Hotshot doing what he can to be the tank for his team. He is the last one that stands in way of this inhibitor because everybody else will easily follow to the HP bars of Vulcun right now. They take down 2. Nobody's on the ground for them yet. They look for the Nexus turrets now, Kobe. It's going to be Link trying to come off with home guard on the base, throwing out the damage. They could get 1 turret here. They do. This second turret looks good, but they are getting low here, and they may be pushed off just before they get to the Nexus. They look quite hungry. Vulcun may want this. Zuna's yelling from the background. Zuna's still hitting the Nexus. Vulcan's going to be getting their first win here, and they take down CLG in game 1 of the day.
Vulcan's first win is against Counter Logic Gaming. Coming into the LCS, they were ranked really high. Everyone expected them to be near the top of the leaderboard.
Wow.
All I can say is congratulations to Vulcun.
They lost 0 turrets in a 35-plus minute game against who many think now, even with Curse being undefeated, Counter Logic being one of the strongest teams out here.
That was so well played. We talk about all the time about the inexperience of these teams, leading to them not being able to finish out games, but they played it so well. They were calm. They played it nice and slow. There we go. So the CLG Black reunion.
Yeah,
here. Yeah. It's kind of sad. Like CLG Black, they were split off almost every member has gotten into LCS, though.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Oh, Muffin Cutie
There it
hat, bro.
is.
That's our matchup of the day. And it went well. We did see them extra poke each other in lane. They were going at it. They were going at it.
There was a few love taps there. But yeah, wow, I'm so impressed because they were
impressed.
methodical. They got all the global objectives that they wanted to.
Dragons, Barons, they didn't leave one. They didn't miss
Amazing
anything.
job. They followed up with the first objective they got, the bottom turret. They followed it up so nicely with those wards that I wanted in place. They got the dragon off of that, snowballed that global lead, and I'm surprised, but I'm really excited. This means so much for these bottom tier teams of the LCS, the so-called bottom tier teams. Like, I have renewed faith in everybody right now. I'm extremely
Kobe,
excited.
we were looking for the passion from the qualifiers, and I think we just got a little bit of it back. An amazing week to
There we
come.
go.
Guys, coming up next, we'll have an interview with Muffin Cutie from Vulcun, and then it's time for our second match of the day, Curse versus Good Game University. Don't click that mouse. Welcome back, everyone. Joining us right now is Muffin Cutie from Vulcun. Congratulations on the win. And a quick question coming in. When you saw them pick Sona first, were you guys kind of thrown off there?
No, I mean, it's a safe pick. Sona's
Okay.
all-around decent support. If you don't really know exactly what you're going to play yet, you can always just pick Sona. But I think CLG always plays the same way. It's just, let Double Lift farm and protect him as much as possible and let him kill everything. And Sona's a good protection. She's got damage. She's got heals. She's got the AoE CC.
Well, like Smithy didn't let that happen, kind of.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked kind of obvious that you guys, your plan was to camp that top lane. Smithy made about 20 trips up there. You definitely wanted to keep Double Lift down. But also, how'd you feel going against Afromu?
It's bittersweet. I miss playing with him, but he's doing well where he's at now, and he's on a good team, so I'm happy for him. I told him that when he left, that I would be happy for him when he left.
Yeah. Even more happy for him now that you beat him?
Yeah. I told him when he left, actually. One of the last things I said to him before he left, I was like, now that you're playing support, I hope you know, like, I'm gonna flash on you all the time. I'm gonna let that first blood. I flashed and ignited him. I was like, I got him. That's all I need. That's all I need.
So there was definitely that kind of vendetta there. That
Yeah.
You guys were going at each other.
Yeah.
We saw the power chords coming at you. He wasn't using them on Zuna.
Yep.
There were the hits there.
I like the Alistar pickup too. Patoy definitely has been showing his power. Did you pick that because of the Sona squishy pick, and you're like, I can definitely kill Sona. I want to get a combo on Afro and get a kill, or was that a team-based pick?
We've been playing around with Alistar a lot. I used to play Alistar like it was like my only champion. I used to play
Yeah,
like a long
I remember,
time ago.
yeah.
Every team would ban it against me, and then I'd be like, whatever. And if they didn't ban it, I would always pick it no matter what. But I kind of felt like he fell out of favor. But recently, I mean, I've been watching Patoy play him, and he can still work. He can still do everything. So I just started playing him again, and so it fits my playstyle, and it fits what we wanted to do. It's really good against what CLG needs to accomplish as well. Like you said, we had Hecarim come top a lot, and that was always me. I was like, I need you top right now.
So what was your mindset of CLGs? Because you guys just shut them out. They took 0 turrets. You made all the right moves. You grabbed every objective on the map. Where were you finding the ins, and why were you guys so comfortable this game?
I think we're a lot more comfortable now. We were moving in like the past week or so, and we haven't been practicing and playing all that well. But now that we're playing pretty decently, I mean, I think we played that game almost flawlessly.
Yeah.
And we just found those small little things. We played what we practiced. Hecarim and Alistar, we gotten pretty good with like camping one lane with those two things, and it's pretty easy just to do that over and over. And so it just kind of worked out for us. I mean, like I said, we played kind of flawlessly, I guess.
Yeah, you guys played fantastic.
I mean, you guys didn't make a lot of mistakes, and that's what has been really hurting a lot of the lower tier teams, guys that started off really rocky. But how did that Nasus pick throw you off at all? I mean, I haven't seen him in so long. I was calling him Nasus, and I wasn't quite sure. But did that throw you off, or were you guys just like rolling with it and were like, yeah, fine?
It didn't really throw us off. It's not like we expected it, but we know he's kind of coming back because he got a couple of buffs recently. And we've been knowing that Hotshot's been playing him a little bit, and we've also seen like Dyrus mess around with him a little bit. So it didn't really shock us that he played Nasus, but it didn't really hinder us at all. So we didn't really care either way.
Yeah. I was hoping like the Wither was going to be a big problem and like Nasus was going to be a explosion pick, but you guys really handled it well.
Yeah.
So how's the training regimen change now that you're all settled in, you have the house? You guys can obviously do a lot more now.
Yeah, now that we can actually sit around like one computer and watch a replay, and we can all just like, we know that everybody's paying attention to the replays, and we know that we can get our points across because we're all standing there. Like, it isn't like, oh, I wonder if ManCloud is at his computer right now because I haven't heard him talking about. I can look right next to me and see that he's right there. So, and other than just like playing hours, we have gotten back into playing the same amount of hours that we always used to back when we were at home. It's just now we're just in a line of computers sitting right next to each other. So it's pretty nice.
Right on.
So are you guys in LA and you can like go visit Afromu at the CLG house and like, hey, buddy?
I haven't been there yet, but I suppose it's a possibility.
Right on. How do you guys feel with the role of Zuna's brothers being the coach? How do you guys bounce things off of him and use him in just a daily training?
He used to play like kind of competitively before. He was Gosu Yuna, which they're similar names. And so he knows a lot about the game, and he watches every match that is ever held. And so he knows a lot. He tells us things. And even though I've been playing the game for like 3 years now, he reminds me of things that I forget all the time. And he keeps us on track. He makes sure that we're playing like really good champions in the current meta and stuff like that. And so it's really helpful for him to be able to tell us certain things like that, because some of that stuff we take it for granted and we don't really think about it too often, but he does.
I'm really glad, because that's like the epitome of a good coach, and that's what a lot of North American teams have been missing.
All right, well, congratulations to you guys once again and in the rest of the LCS. Guys, it's now time for our first rematch of the day, Curse versus Good Game University. Last time they battled was in Week 1's 49-minute nail-biter, where Curse pulled off a stunning come-from-behind victory thanks to Voyboy.
Voyboy in that game was just perfect. He split push like a boss, got them back into the game, breached the enemy's base, and then teleported back for that perfect ace at the Nexus, which gave them the game. It was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, the rocky start for GGU with Fat, everybody kind of feels bad for them, and they're going to have him again this week, but they did end last week with their first win. So maybe they'll just keep rolling with him, use him very nicely, and it'll roll smoothly.
Well, knowing Fat's there, they also have to keep in mind that Twitch from Mash Me is just... So yeah, it's something that is to be reckoned with. And he himself in that Facebook post said, I've only lost Twitch less than a handful of times in competitive or solo queues. So we'll see Kurt's checking that out.
That Twitch Kale combo, they use that so effectively, and they came the closest, I guess, to taking a game off of Curse.
Yep.
Made them seem really like a human team.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see what else. That was probably the best part of their comp was the Twitch Kale thing.
Well, if Curse can't get back in and figure that out, then we saw they were able to correct the mistake halfway through. So we'll just have to see this time.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So, like, what else can Curse do to stop them from stopping them to continue this the 5-0 run?
Right.
We'll have to see in this video.
So now let's see GGU are bringing down Curse's perfect record and what Curse are doing to stop them.
Versus Good Game University is just going to be an all-out nail-biter once again.
Yeah.
They always give us a run for our money.
It's going to be our grudge match, so we're going to come in hot against them.
You don't really know who's going to be the one, carrying their team that game. Mash Me's been surprising me, their AD carry.
They always want to kill me, and I'm just trying to run away or be that guy trying to kill them first.
I think people think that they're unbeatable since they're 5-0, but I think we have a great shot against beating them.
I think that they're not going to be prepared for kind of like some of the wacky stuff we can do.
We won't have anything too crazy because we know we can beat them with what we have ready.
All right, guys, so let's check out the lineups on the blue side. It's going to be Curse. Voyboy in that top lane, St. Vicious in the jungle, Jackie at mid, Comp at AD, and Elements on support.
And on the red side, we've got GGU. Fat still at top, Nintendo in the jungle, Zion Spartan in mid, Don't Mash Me on AD, and Bloodwater support.
So a few, not new changes, but there's still the fresh changes coming in for GGU. They still have Fat in the top lane.
Yeah.
Or Bloodwater, rather, who has been a great addition because of that objective calling, because they need him so much for that. Mash Me was just like, this was a great pickup for us.
Yeah, I mean, they specifically picked up Bloodwater for his shot calling. That should help their mid and their late game. And working with Fat, they've probably gotten used to it by now. I mean, Zion feels okay in the middle.
Right.
He's got a couple champions. The TF, the Lux, are also really good for him. And we'll see. If Nintendo's plan is to camp middle again and get Zion rolling, then that should work out pretty well for them. Well, I know Nintendo's been really active on Twitter and stuff, saying they have all this cheese planned for Marn and stuff.
The stinky Parmesan, I think as he put it.
Yeah. We'll see if they have to use that against Curse, though. That he was targeting it specifically at Marn. But yeah, I think that since they have to use Fat again, going up against Curse, everybody wants to take that first game. So maybe they'll bust it out now.
Well, there's definitely things to try there, right? You have somebody else. It's not going to be seen, once Shipper is returned to play. So whatever they do here can kind of just throw everybody off. Next week will be another fresh week for them. They kind of a little bit of an advantage there, but that's a bittersweet advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Curse has so many options too. Like I talked to them this morning, and they're like, "Yeah, we're still just really reactive right now. They aren't coming in with pre-made plans tailored specifically for teams yet. They're just going with the flow, banning out the comfort champions."
And we've seen that before. Back in March of 2012 when Dyrus joined TSM, that's what they did. They didn't come out with super awesome strats. They slightly modified strats that were really good, and they went undefeated for about 6 tournaments straight. And, that's what Curse is doing. They're saying, let's not come out with any big guns and do stuff that's crazy. Let's just see what they're doing and counter it.
Yeah, and
Make
it worked.
easy.
It worked well for TSM during that time period.
Exactly, yeah.
That was the golden age of TSM when they were just beating everyone in North America. They got first after first after first.
It's like, oh, another tournament. Guess who's gonna win?
Yeah, yeah. But then they kind of got complacent and they dropped a few cents. So you definitely have to continue to put that work in. You can't relax in this game. The game changes so much. You can't ever let up.
Well, it's their job now. These guys signed quite a contract.
Yeah, they did.
You get to play video games.
Everybody's super excited about that.
Super amazing. So we're just waiting for these guys to hop into the game. Curse versus GGU. If you're just joining us here on the stream, Rivington III, Kobe24 bringing you this matchup before Jack hops up onto the stage. Easy for me to say, right? And we're going to see these guys going head-to-head. Like we said, Fat still in, Shifter not playing this week, and Bloodwater on that support. Bloodwater last week, I don't think made too many big impact plays, but it was GGU's first win. So.
Yeah, and also you have to remember, like, he's really behind the scenes guy since he's making a lot of those mid and end game calls for the team.
For sure.
We saw them use the poke comps super effectively. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the one, calling the engages, calling the split pushes. You need to back off now. It was a rocky game. Like, they didn't blow that game out of the water. They just pulled it out with the split push comp that they had and played it really well in the end game, which we may attribute to Bloodwater.
Yeah, something I want to definitely focus on this game, and maybe he won't play it, maybe he will. And I saw it mostly when Nintendo X played Nocturne, but it seemed like a very non-cohesive, if you will, fight team. It would be, Nintendo going in, and then GGU didn't want to go in, but they did, and there was just a lot of the I think I can mentality in that fight.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they've kind of dashed that, put it to the side, and we'll see how the 5v5s go for GGU, because they've been a little bit rocky.
Yeah, I mean they were looking forward to having Shifter back, and so they didn't really practice like specific strategies with Fat. So this kind of caught them off guard too, that he was going to be out another week, and so they kind of have to roll back a little bit, go back to Plan B. And the communication should be there though. I mean, he definitely got his jitters off. That was his first tournament play, and so getting through that first one is definitely big for any professional player.
Well, experience is a lot of what these teams say is going to bring them to the top.
Yeah.
And we saw it kind of thwarted in our last game, but there's still experience on both of those teams. It was really just a young, fresh team versus an older and veteranized team. So we'll have to see. Curse, still very much so veterans versus the Good Game University, who have had their role in the professional scene here in League of Legends, but now try to take a win, or I guess give them their first loss.
Yeah. I mean, the last time they played, they had Shifter, so maybe it's a good thing. They mixed it up a little. GGU, now they have Fat. It's a different look. So Chris can't do the same thing, Like, at least it's going to put them off guard a little bit.
We'll have to see if they decide to go for a lane swap. Nobody's really tried to pressure Comp and Elements right off the bat. He's usually just been able to go Flask into his mobility boots with his Philosopher's Stone and kind of have an easy lane with Comp down in that bottom lane. And really nobody's tried to pressure that yet.
Elements, he actually really likes the 2v2 lanes, so he can do that trade.
All right, we'll have to see as we are into Champion Select now. Rumble being banned out as well. We'll have to see what these teams decide to go for, getting that aggressive jungle right out of there as well.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao, I mean, he's so popular right now. He's probably going to be banned or picked pretty much like Thresh. I don't want to say that again and make him get banned, but
it looks like they're trying to leave him in for this one, though. You're like, what can we ban that will make them have to ban it?
If you play that game like you hope that they forgot, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
They're taking a long time.
They did get here early. They were napping earlier, so Curse may be on their game.
They were very tired. They had to get up at 5 a.m. actually to fly over here. They flew over just this morning.
Who does that?
Because they only have one game this week.
Right.
So they're like, we're going to fly in for the one game and then just fly right out.
See you later. Beep boop.
The jet set lifestyle of these pro gamers.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh. So Elise getting banned out as well. They don't want to see that going to Void Boy or possibly Fat. We really don't know his champion pool yet.
Yeah, Fat's got a pretty good champion pool for that top lane. I know Nidalee is definitely core in his champion play. There it is, the Nidalee ban.
Banning out Nid.
That's going to be the...
And Kale.
And Kale as well, going to be the next ban. So those are two pretty popular bans right now. Especially like we said against Dignitas, since they have so many players that can utilize that Kale.
Yeah.
Top lane, mid lane. She's really strong right now.
Hey, so now maybe we'll see a Vi.
Oh, there you go.
Oh dear.
I mean, the way that they changed armor penetration, her passive is so strong, shredding percentage on whoever she hits for everybody. It's a really good. It was a really good change for her.
Boy, in deep thought here.
Yeah, the last ban. Is it? We only have one
No,
more left.
Kale banned. Kale is banned already. So Voyboy is actually on pick here, and it's going to be Tarek. As
Thresh
they
not
lock it in. Thresh
picked or
is
banned.
on.
He's not picked or
Thresh
banned.
is in.
Could he go
if they
through?
don't pick him, I'll be really
Could he
sad.
go through this whole? Like we're like, oh yeah, we're talking him up so much.
If he's available, somebody's gonna grab him, and then they just.
And then they're gonna pick Tarek and Leona first two picks. They're only hovering on the Leona.
Man, there are other positions in
so
League
you
of
could
Legends.
switch it. For Leona, yeah.
No, I mean Thresh.
Yeah, he could be an AD carry Thresh. There you go. We can still hold out. We talked him up so much, and it doesn't look like they're gonna grab him.
You can see Nintendo. It looks like they're actually conversing quite a bit over there. He's not really saying much, but he's definitely looking at whoever is. He's got a smile on his face there.
So one of the tweets, I thought it was another troll, and I've been biting on all these trolls. Like the players are coming to me personally, and they're just telling me all kinds of random stuff now.
Three monitors open. You're like, there's a tweet here, writing it down. All right, there's one here. Oh, content.
No, like Saint will look me in the eyes and he'll be like, you should predict I'm gonna jungle Kassadin. Everybody will love that stuff. And then they come in and troll. So now everyone's coming up to me and doing it, so I can't trust anyone now. But I was gonna say, Nintendo did say one thing. He did say one thing about jungle Leona. I'm not gonna say that's gonna happen though.
All right.
I'm not biting on that one.
All right, fair enough. Well, it sounds like you already bit and then spit it out. So Nintendo does have Leona and they have Graves. So right now they're kind of just trying to comp against the tankiness they're about to fight.
So again, Curse loving those double armor auras. We talked about it before. It was Vulcun that kind of counterpicked themselves, going with no shred and a very AD heavy team. We'll see if GGU falls into that same mistake, because right now they've got the Graves and Leona. These next two picks could be a real pitfall for them. Ooh, that would be an AD mid. If they stack a whole bunch of AD, they've already got the two armor auras. Jarvan, do you forget? Like Jarvan's flag adds an armor aura, guys.
Oh no.
Well, one of those. It could. Oh, I'm not. Okay.
All right, don't say anything.
I'm not
don't
saying
say
anything.
You
I'm not saying
explode on the last pick, lock in the swap, and then you can run around the desk if you want.
Okay, I'll do some cartwheels.
So it's like
tough
in the
break.
picks we did see
We'll have to wait.
we do see the Twitch out though. That has been left out. Zion was kind of had an eye on that, or rather, not Zion. Curse had an eye on that, so they don't want that to go to
Don't
waste.
match me.
Graves is in there, so they're gonna stay away from that burst and just stay in the back line and tear him apart.
Yeah, I mean he's really popular right now. There's so many things with his kit that are just really fun to use, especially as like an AD carry with stealth. That's a very interesting thing just in of itself.
Right. So looks like we're gonna get Elements PC on a restart. That Elements.
He was sleeping on the monitor, and there's a giant Elements-shaped arm hole in it now. So we have to get a new one real quick.
So it looks like both of these teams are kind of just playing for a lane win early game, but there is the aggression there to get the kills. It's just very tanky lanes on both sides. So it's either going to be a swap or required jungler ganks, because these lanes aren't taking each other out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting too, since Leona and Zyra are both picked right now. There's a few places that they could put those, and I really, really want to see the last pick for them. This cliffhanger is kind of killing me, because he actually could. Like they said, there was some cheese, and they said it's going to be something, really, really out there.
Yeah.
They could actually pull it off.
We haven't seen Jace in a long time, and I've always liked the play of Jace, especially with the Leona, because I always feel like with the Leona, there's a lot of chance for a wrong initiation and not enough gap closer for the team to follow up on it, right? But then you have, the gate right there. Everybody's just in on a solar flare, and whoever gets caught is super dead, because gate or the gap closer from Jace.
Yeah.
If you want to really quick draw aggressively, you can get yourself in there with Graves. But you have Leona go in there as well, and that's so much initiation coming from their side. But again, like you said, they have all the armor, aura.
Leona, she has great long range engage, but you have to be on point with that. Those are pin and needle. You have to hit that right on, and then she can also miss her gap closer too. So you better be on point with your skill shots if you're going to rely on that as your initiation. And Jace, like you said, he's really good also at poking with that gate. The acceleration gate combo with his Q does a lot of damage. He's still really popular for that. getting an early tier and then just firing over and over. Again, a poke comp, kind of like what we saw last game with the Nidalee throwing spears. Similar idea.
Yeah, Nidalee's actually been getting a lot of play here. You see these teams kind of coming up to the mid to late game and nobody wants to do anything. And Nidalee really facilitates that, right? When you don't want to get face-to-face, take teleport. Number one, take teleport. And then if you hit spears like Mandatory Cloud, it's such a fight prep. That's all that they did the entire time. And like you were saying, it was very Zion Spartanish. It was just going in there.
Spear in each hand almost. He was throwing
left
them out
and
so
right.
much.
Civ would have been proud.
Yeah, that also makes the blue buff control really, really important in these games with Nidalee and these games with Lux that have been really popular, where you're counting on these long-range skill shots to catch people out. You want to be able to throw as many of those over and over as possible, because even as good as these pro players are, it's not 100% win rate. So it really puts an interesting twist on the game where the blue buff rises in priority of global objectives. Like, those are super important when you're on one of those Nidalee or Lux compositions, because that just makes your comp so much more powerful.
So we see St. Vicious on your screen. There's Bloodwater, the man himself, calling the shots for the team. As we swap around, we can just see everybody, how they're prepping, how calm they are, what they're doing.
The visor of hair.
Shaky Mash Me. His leg is going crazy. Actually, it was really funny because during the playoffs, right, back at Nokia or in LA, they were on stage and it says, please don't, walk on the stage, because they spin and it kind of shakes the players. And I remember talking to Snoopy and Crepo, and they were like, playing the Froggen is like playing in an earthquake. Like, all he does is shake his leg the whole time, and they literally will have to be like, Froggen, stop shaking your leg. You're shaking the stage.
I remember that that feeling. Like, I was at the WCG 2010.
Yeah.
I was shaking out of control. You can already tell I'm a kind of excitable person. I get out of control a little bit. But when we were on stage, I was shaking so much. Chaucer punched me in the leg. He was like, stop it. Like, cut it out, dude. You're shaking the You're shaking the keyboard and stuff. I can't play.
Good old Jackie.
I can definitely relate to those nerves.
Oh, for sure. It's something Cop talked about in the beginning. He gave us a little shake and punch as he's sitting on the stage at the North American Regional. As he says, we don't get those jitters anymore.
Yeah, he assured us. He wasn't.
Look at him. Look at Cop go.
He wasn't nervous.
Too.
He said, "I'm getting hyphy. I'm just hyping up." Jackie always with a smile on his face, though. He's always happy. I don't think I've ever seen him in a bad mood. If he gets in a bad mood, he just go to sleep.
He's the original Kiwi kid.
Yeah, there we go.
The original all-time smiler. You can see him discussing things out here. Elements back into the lobby, and we're going to have this started for you quite shortly. Thanks for sticking with us. Guys, if you're just joining us on the stream, the North American LCS Game 2 here of Week 3 between Curse and Good Game University. Myself, Rivington III, along with Kobe24, Sam Hartman, Kensler, Legendary, Kobe, and all those things. God, forever and ever. It could just say his name constantly as we jump back into Champion Select. The bands are going to come out. This is going to be quite fast. We'll get to see what these two teams pitted against each other, or are pitting against each other. And we had the support with Tarek. Leona came out very fast, but it was a Graves for Mash Me after Twitch was left.
Yeah, I know. After he put so much emphasis on the Twitch, he was like, yeah.
Well, we did.
Well, we did because he did. So, he's like, maybe he doesn't want to ruin his win rate. He wants to protect it. He's like not feeling too good about the game or something. But yeah, so the last pick is going to really tell a lot about the comp for GGU.
Right.
Pretty excited. I mean, Leona and Graves is a good combo if it is going to be that support Leona. So that's a very offensive combo and a very bursty combo. You can definitely watch out for some 100% to 0 kills with that lane.
And he was only hovering Twitch. We'll have to see what he actually decides to lock in.
Those are his two favorite champs out there. You can tell.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's actually what he's deciding between right now. MF, he's just so happy, but Twitch he hasn't gotten to play in a while. Maybe you want to mix it up a little bit. With TF on your team already, you don't have to worry about the reveal from the ultimate, and it can swing a lane so easily.
Yeah.
I love playing one of the bottom lanes like AD or support when you have a Twisted Fate on your team, because as soon as he hits 6, you get so much pressure, and if he's just not on the map, it makes the other team play a little bit back or be vulnerable for a gank.
And it's such a mind game, too, for that mid as well, because you disappear out of mid, and they disappear, and you can't help the lane that whoever went to. It's so aggravating.
Akali is another great one to snowball with. Since they have the map presence of TF, if you can get her going, get her 1 kill. That's all Void Boy needs, 1 kill to get going. and he's been really strong on that top lane Akali, especially with those recent tweaks to Akali. They didn't really change anything, but they removed the need to start with that very specific rune page where you get the extra AD and you get the extra AP to proc her passives. Now it opens up a lot more options. You can start with whatever kind of runes you want, and you still have the dual passives active. So Voidboy, he actually did change up his rune page a bit, going with some hybrid penetration on her, and we'll see how well he's able to utilize that.
And we do see what they decide to pick in the first Fizz of the LCS coming in here, at least in North America. I'm pretty sure in EU as well.
Maybe. I'm not going to jump on that bandwagon.
I don't want to. I was like, Kobe,
I'm not touching that one.
Kobe save. So that's locked in. Where's it going to go? We do have, that could be Jace mid, but in that top lane, I don't think Fizz would fare very well, the long range lane.
I like all these switches coming around. The Nintendo cheese might very well be the Leona jungle that I was talking about. I might not look too silly.
Oh my gosh.
For once.
We may be able to see this, guys. GGU grabbing up some picks here that have been seen, but not in this composition. And now we get a Fizz.
I'm going to wait till the very last second, but
things are going to change.
Basically,
boom.
I called that.
But there we go. We did actually see the swap coming in there. Fizz going back into the mid lane for Zion. Spartan Fat going to be on Jace this time. I can't remember what he played last week exactly, but I feel this is a bit more aggressive for himself. And also, he was in the same aspect, safe because of just being able to shock blast your way to safety.
Yeah,
Stay
he
back.
played the Kha'Zix top lane.
Kha'Zix, that's right. He did go aggressive.
Which is also,
you're right, he did.
He's
That's
kind of
the game they
squishy
won.
early. Yeah. And then they used him really well in the poke comp. Since it's already in, loading already, they're locked in for sure.
Yep.
I can say the cheese is, in fact, the jungle Leona. Didn't make that up, I swear. They come and they tell me these things. I just can't believe them anymore because Saint ruined it for everyone.
It's one person for all of them. You can see the teams facing off here as we get started just about into game 2 of week 3. It's going to be Curse versus Good Game University. And ladies and gentlemen, we are on to Summoner's Rift. We're going to see what these guys can do for the first part of the match as they get out of the base. I don't expect too much aggression from Curse. Like we said, they're not the ones to be, here's something new. They're the ones to kind of take what you're doing and turn it back on yourself.
Yeah, like they've played every single one of these champions tons and tons of times, so that may mean that it's going to be a lot easier for them. They're very comfortable with all of these picks. Jarvan, very aggressive, able to come at you over walls very early in the game. He's able to get around wards if Curse is aware that the wards are there. So it's going to be very important that GGU does not let Curse see them place these wards.
And we actually see the support tree for Nintendo Dax going for that Explorer ward as well. So he's going to be playing just so much for cooldowns and a lot of initiation coming from Leona. Also, how do you feel about that Leona from the jungle? The Zenith Blade has some good range after they got that quick fix in there to actuate the correct range. So
yeah. I mean, the ganks for her are really scary. They're very similar to Amumu ganks, which I've done all the time, yeah. I'm very popular champion that is pretty easy to gank with. I mean, it's a similar thing where you have to land your gap closer or else your gank has just failed. So we'll have to see how he's been practicing with that Zenith Blade because it's a little bit different than a lot of other skill shots. Like you said, the tweak made it a lot easier to land, but she's definitely a very dangerous for early ganking. I haven't seen it or played against it a lot. Obviously, the Leona is very a cheese thing, as Nintendo said. I don't think it's cheesy though. It's just not used.
Right.
That's not. I wouldn't call it cheesy.
Exactly. They're not doing anything crazy with it. He's just playing it.
Yeah.
So we'll have him taking up the Wolves. That was crazy.
Everything's crazy.
Everything's so crazy. So as they just go up, normal start. Zion Spartan actually going to try to grab golems for himself up top, and he feels like he'll be okay in that lane.
He should be okay with it. I mean, I would like to see what in the utility tree Nintendo got for this jungle Leona. Like you said, we can definitely tell he went deep. He probably went 100% in there and got that extra move speed. So that should definitely help his ganks out a lot as well. We'll see him go straight from this blue buff with his smite for an early red buff, and then look to apply pressure. We have 2 nice wards out for Curse early though.
As we have a bit of a push towards Zion Spartan top, he has, he used a good amount of his potions already, but he's still going to be good. He has enough to keep sustaining there. We'll have to see if Voidboy can do the same in that bottom lane. very, very short amount of time into this game, and it looks like they're doing all right for themselves. Voyboy has learned himself into that 2v1 lane and not to be aggressive anymore, so we'll see if he can keep that in. St. Vicious right there for Zion Spartan. He tries to flip out, and it looks like he's only going to take a bit of damage. The flash is used for Saint, the flash for Zion. I think he knows he can't chase even with the red buff there. But keeps himself a chance for top lane in a little bit.
Yeah, Zion could sort of sense that early gank by St. Vicious coming in. When the wave is pushed up to your tower like this, that's usually when the jungler will come in, and now Nintendo just going to do a job of clearing the wave like we saw a lot of the Koreans do again. Just try and help him clear this wave, get some CS, hopefully defend this turret a little bit. It's dropping really quickly.
They are going quite hard on it. They throw it on the flag, a little bit of armor and strength there.
And strength, yes, valor. They do. It's also worth mentioning that they sent Zion back to that top lane since it's already a lot of a big change having Fat on your team. They're just gonna have him go middle. Jace is one of those few champions that he does play middle. He's normally a top laner, but Jace is a top lane and a mid lane champion, so he's very comfortable on that champion by himself. And really, you just have to farm up and not get too aggressive and overcommit.
We already see Fat trying to grab up some mana regen in that top lane as he went for the Fairy Charm to start. He wants to just be able to stay safe, or not top lane, rather mid lane, but stay safe and spam out those abilities so he can keep farming. St. Vicious once again, same spot, but he has warded out this time, and Zion Spartan is going to be forced to back off of this one. Curse playing it slow and steady, and it looks like they're going to grab an early tower if they keep this up.
Yeah, the top tower is definitely going to go down here, but the bottom tower being defended by Voyboy is very low as well. Don't mash me on Graves. He's a great pusher. You can buckshot waves really early, and Bloodwater doing a good job as well, using every single chance he gets to auto attack, also making great use of the plants. So they're shoving just by themselves without the help of the jungler, and they should be able to retaliate soon. For Curse, if Voyboy can defend this, it would be a huge win.
Kobe, yeah, well, we
Doesn't
just
look
had
like
our
it, though.
first tower of the game, but fastest tower of the LCS with that top one taken down. The second fastest as well coming in. He actually almost takes out Don't Mash Me in a 2v1, forces the cleanse. Great job by Voyboy.
Yeah, you could tell right there, they really wanted to finish off that turret. They knew that the switch was coming, and they wanted to even it up, but Voyboy, great job right there. Not only does he defend the turret, but gets the summoners out as well. Cleanse and exhaust down.
Looks like he'll be able to stay in lane. And as his team actually comes down there, they want to try to just stomp on this one. That top tower was taken down, so they're looking for a quick engage on this, and they may actually just come away with Dragon if they can do some good damage to Leona.
Yeah, you can tell what they're thinking right now is that since you get the early top turret, the way that a lot of teams answer that is by going with the Dragon while they have the advantage bottom lane. What GGU did, though, was not go for Dragon. They tried to finish off the turret and even the turrets, but since they failed at that and had to recall, they don't get the Dragon either, and so it's just an all-out win for Curse. You can see that's a solid 1,000 gold lead.
Looks like, I was going to say, he may be going for the tower, but he just goes for minions there as Mash Me is still within range. And you can see Expunge in that Flask doing quite a bit of damage as it just takes away on Mash Me. Comp and Elements, like I said, they just haven't been pressured as a bottom lane composition. They need to get, somebody needs to put some pressure on them.
Yeah, they have to keep him in check somehow. I mean, Twitch, he just gets so strong. Once he's able to get the first AD item, you always have to be wary of that assassination. It's kind of like having an Eve on the team. When he is missing, you have to be aware. St. Vicious down here for a lane gank bottom. We'll see if he can answer this with a TF as well.
And the TF is going to be ulting in here as they come into the fight. Bloodwater taking a good amount of damage, but Vicious rooted under the turret. They get enough burst out. First blood for Cop.
You can see Saint was able to take that turret for a long time, even being level 4 due to his shield and the armor aura from Tarek, and as well the heal from Elements.
Voyboy just trying to go back now in this top lane. They've swapped it back. Let's see if he can actually get himself farmed up. It is 52 in what the lanes have saw for swap for Fat to 30 for that Akali, but he's been able to be in mid. So the lane swap there isn't really compared to those two. It's actually going to be to the 31 of Zion Spartan. So Voyboy's keeping himself kind of in the range he needs to be.
Yeah, Akali does get really scary right when she hits 6 because she gets 3 gap closers she can get on you whenever she wants. So this is going to be a heads up Fizz versus Akali, and Zion going to have to use his dash right there to be able to get out of that. The playful trickster. That's what it's called.
I know. That was a great way
name.
to say it. So the wards go down in the bush. They're trying to, or not wards rather, these seeds, as they just try to force Curse out of this. So much aggression coming from the bottom lane. The tier going to Fat so he can start stacking that in his lane. Actually see that arm guard coming out for TF in the middle. Nijaki looking to stack that up early.
Yeah, I like that pick against the Jace in the middle because since he's got blue buff, he's going to be able to fire off those combos, the gated shock blasts every once in a while. And if you land a few of those on TF, it's going to make him have to use up a lot of that regen that he's bought.
Nintendu trying to grab up his red. We have not seen too much from that Leona jungle just yet. It seems to be a little lackluster for them. He does have the Madrids, so that clear speed's going to get a little faster. Maybe we'll see some presence in these lanes, but right now it's just kind of actually been pushed.
All right.
So he hasn't been able to get to him.
So with Voyboy shoving his top lane, he's now free to roam the map. He's coming middle. This could be a forced dragon for Curse right now because they also have a lot of pressure in this bottom lane. They're sort of keeping them boxed in. It looks like they are just going to switch out, though. Saint's going to go back and heal. He was too low after taking that blue buff for Jackie. And Jackie being off the map applies more pressure like we were talking about before. He could gank any of these lanes.
Yeah, they still could be making a move here. Destiny just came up. He's in his favorite spot for it, but right now he just decides to back. And no, he still continues to move. He has the blue buff, wants to get that utilized here. Could get a good dazzle down. It could mean death for Bloodwater or Mash Me. Nintendu is just on the outside. A very good read here in the counter. But, oh, he dips into the Dragon Den. Will he see him? Actually, comes almost for the ward. And he almost gets the yellow card down. So now they're alerted down towards the Dragon area, Kobe. 10 minutes into this one, both teams kind of reluctant to go into any more fights here. And we haven't even seen St. Vicious coming out of the jungle.
Well, they kind of tipped their game right there, showed their cards with the 2 pink wards, so GGU knew something was up. They came to face check it, and that gave time for Zion Spartan to actually shove the lane all the way back to the turret, and now Curse are losing out a few minions at least.
Looks like Voyboy trying to get back to this top lane as fast as possible. Oh, and he does.
Good and thing. He does.
Whew, good thing. So let's check out the supports. Elements versus Bloodwater here. They're still just kind of biding their time, but Elements found himself an assist in that kill earlier, going for his favorite for that Philosopher, but he has not yet grabbed the Flask, which he usually does quite early. So a little different play style there. We'll see if he tries to rush another item for his team, whether it's Aura Base or maybe a Shurelia's for engagement.
Yeah, and Curse, they don't feel like they have to rush anything. You can tell by Saint's play, he hasn't made any forced any ganks coming in differently here. Nintendo does land a good ult, but
there's that thread in the needle.
Can't follow it up.
Yeah, they got him on the outside of the Solar Flare. Like you said, you gotta hit it. If you don't hit it, then it's not gonna give you what you want, and that's very situational.
It's hard to actually get the stun with it. You really have to hit that dead on. But we do have Fizz. He showed a little bit of presence down there, coming middle, and Voyboy again taking that opportunity. He shoves the lane back. Good job by them, and it's gonna be a slow game, like I was saying. Curse, they're fine waiting because they have a really nice late game comp. I mean, Akali being able to assassinate people, and you also have that twitch in your back pocket, able to get up to 810 range when he uses his ultimate late game.
And that's something that's really going to take effect over Don't Mash Me. Graves obviously having to put himself in the fight to do that.
Dude, look at him.
We'll see. Yeah, right? He's just hanging. He just wants
swinging his sword.
More kills.
He's not really made a splash with the jungle Leona yet.
No, not yet. Like we said, it's a little slow. Even Saint's taking a slow jungle role this time. Usually we see him very aggressive, having to do with First Blood, which he did. So he's kind of kept his role since the first week of LCS there as the jungler for Curse. But really, Nintendo not going in, and we'll have to see if this it comes up to what I said before, is are they going to be able to engage on these fights with everybody all in? Are they going to be able to get there in time? Because when he played Nocturne, it was kind of an in and out. He'd Q and terror somebody, and then they'd back off, and they wouldn't know what to do. So
yeah,
see if it helps more in the 5v5 packed in.
It's definitely an all-in comp. They have to get down to Cop and make him stop him from doing damage basically by training him. Kind of like people do in WoW arenas. You train one of the DPS to lower their DPS output. But I mean, Curse is just fine with this farming game. You can see that Saint went very early upgrading his Madreds into a Wriggle's Lantern, which he doesn't always do. It's really only when you do get that early First Blood and then you want to keep farming the jungle. He can farm the jungle much faster than Leona because Jarvan does have that max HP damage on his passive as well.
We'll see the Infinity Edge coming out here for Cop as he tries to piece that together. The Bloodthirster finished for Don't Mash Me, but again, he doesn't have that sustained healing support, so it's pretty much relying on his positioning with that to keep himself alive in fights. We look around the map, and it's really just Cop with that kill. Lots of 0s and 1s all over the place, but there were 3 assists that came off that first kill, and there's a bit of a lead going into the favor of Curse right now with about 2,000 gold and 1 turret.
Yeah, and Fizz would do a really good job getting into some fights here. He is an assassin as well. He's got good CS. He's matched up with Voyboy, so whichever one of them can be in the fight while the other one is farming top lane. Like right now, it would be Voyboy's farming top lane, so if Fat can make or if Zion Spartan can make anything happen here mid lane with Fat, then that would be a huge boon for them. It just happens they're standing on a ward.
Yeah, Fat going for actually strength and damage as well, as he didn't even hit the Brutalizer. He just says BF Sword tier, please. So he's hitting some big shock blasts right now. Fizz coming into the mid lane with that blue buff. Zion Spartan, no, they're not going to try to get a cheeky gank in. I thought he was going to hop over the wall and try to go for that.
Yeah, Nintendo again waiting down here bottom. He wants to land those skill shots, but you have to be sure. You have to be 100% sure. Because
TF the solar flare, there it is. They go on to Elements. Elements still having that shatter up the root after a beautiful, just one on top of the other crowd control.
Yep, 3 ultimates burned right there. They really wanted to kill, and since it's a slow game, it's fine. You burn all your ultimates to get that 1 kill because the kills are so few and far between.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you have to be aware of that TF ultimate, but they did so fast because they burned all their ultimates that Jackie had no time to get down into range to teleport to that, and that's gonna turn into a free dragon pretty much here. Saint coming over for a look at a smite steal.
Yeah, but here comes Fat as well. He's got to be careful. He'll definitely get the flag toss in. He's waiting for it. He got a really good time on this with that pink ward just behind them. Will he try to go in? He does not get it. The smite goes to Nintendo. A little bit of aggression from that bottom side, but they're able to just accelerate out of there.
Yep, so they grab the dragon. Saint just throwing the flag. Didn't want to fully commit there. Good job by Curse, you know, not throwing in an extra kill. They don't want to feed as well as give the dragon.
Right. So we see him kind of gathering up now. Power and numbers for Curse. They saw the dragon was taken, and they know the gold gap has been closed. It's actually only 400 gold right now. That turret was taken down for GGU, so they've really grabbed up a good amount of global gold as they needed it. And the game's just about even at 15 minutes.
I like how Jackie rushed this Zanya's too, because you can basically negate Fizz's ultimate with that. He sets it on you, and you have it timed out. You're like, okay, all I have to do is Zanya's when the shark is about to come up. And since it's an all-in comp from GGU, he really needs to be able to survive that burst from the Fizz assassination.
And they have a perfect comp to just dive by and grab Graves. Mash Me is in deep trouble in these fights. You have both Akali and Jarvan, and although Akali doesn't really want to get caught up in Jarvan's ultimate, they can still do that if they want to.
I mean, both of these teams, they've got great... it's going to be a nice brawl when they get into a team fight, because both of them have a lot of dashes, good gap closers. The poke advantage here, I mean, TF's got great poke as well as Jace, so it's pretty even on that front.
Yeah, Jace finally picking up. There's the Brutalizer.
But Graves, just the wave clear on Graves is ridiculous.
So we may see the Lich Bane coming out quite quickly as well for Zion Spartan. He's trying to put out some Zion Spartan. And he does grab the needlessly large rod as well. So a lot of bursts coming from Fizz. Just in general right there. We'll have to keep an eye on him during the fight. Saint Vicious now playing the role of Nintendo X as he chills out in the bush.
Yeah, the Leona, I was like, okay, this is going to be some interesting strat. They're going to do some like weird level 2 gank or something, but it hasn't really been that much of a story. He's got mobility boots, so he can get into position, and here comes the TF ult.
Looks like he may try to come in slowly but surely, throws down Destiny. He's not trying to activate this one, though.
He moved like, what was that, 4 feet?
Yeah.
A couple Teemos?
a couple Teemos. Measure everything in Teemos.
We did have 3 people versus 3 people on the bottom, though. It looks like nothing happened there either. Cop landing another little harass with the Venomous Cask. Zion Spartan is 100% damage.
Ooh, Cop
so
forced a flash.
That is not a wasted flash. You can't let Zion get close to you. Look how much damage he built. He built straight Sheen and is going for the death cap. The only other item he's got is boots. It's just damage. He really wants to be able to 100% somebody.
And that that's going to hurt quite a bit. And even we see Nintendo X trying to throw down on the mobility boots. He knows his ganks have been a little lackluster, so he's trying to make them easier for himself right off the bat. Going around, no more buys coming in for anything else, or core items at least, on GGU side as we look. That Cutlass coming out as they try to finish the revolver on Akali. Voyboy looking pretty strong right now. Like you said, that Zhonya's already being finished for Nijaki. The core item, the Infinity Edge coming out for Cop. The fight team has definitely, you know, come to the party right now for Curse. They're ready.
Yeah, an Infinity Edge on Twitch is really scary because you can crit multiple people, but you can see the difference in the jungles here. St. Vicious, he went with that early Wriggles, and it's paid off. He's almost, what is that, 25 CS ahead of Nintendo. Nintendo's been waiting in the bushes, patiently trying to get these ganks off, and none of them have paid off, so he's paid for that with CS money.
Yeah, that's not exactly what you want to do. Smithy did it last game, but he was grabbing kills on it, and that's exactly where GGU is unfortunately falling short, and that's really a tribute to Cop. They're doing well. They're playing, or not Cop, against Curse, I should say. They're reading these plays very well, and they're countering them as they should be. Zion Spartan grabbing blue, looking to make a move here in this bottom lane as they start to stack the numbers.
Just as we were talking about, Nintendo spending a lot of time in bushes, he comes back down to this bottom one. Really, really wants to get a successful gank off. They're even going to bring in Zion.
There's the ultimate, a quick cleanse off. It doesn't even get a chance. He dodges the ultimate from Fizz. Zion Spartan is forced to just run with his team now, and we'll see if they can continue this one. Fat is left running, and he gets caught in Cataclysm. Cop comes in. They're going to be able to finalize a kill here, so the Chaos has definitely given them a little advantage, but can they finish this off? GGU wants blood.
You can tell GGU is getting frustrated with the slow pace of this game because by their comp, you know they didn't want to wait. And Curse just does a great job of avoiding it. They're so calm right now, and they almost turned it against them right there. One kill, and GGU's still pushing. I mean, Voyboy's coming down. You got to watch out.
They have good aggression here, but like you said, they are coming down, and they have almost zero vision towards that top side, except for that ward that has been placed in the bush just above Match Me and Bloodwater right now. Them two staying safe in mid, the only lanes that really have double turrets left.
Yeah, the patience really showing here. Like the veteran team, Curse, they're happy to wait. They picked their comp that way. Saint built that way by getting that early Wriggles. He knew they was just they were going to try and keep it a farm fest. It just seems like they planned it out so well, and GGU they might have not having enough time to practice with Fat again after they thought that Shifter would come back. They're a little off kilter.
So Gunblade finally finished for Voyboy. He can wreak havoc within these fights now and continue the chase. And they have a lot of that, just a lot of catch-up coming from the team. You can jump in with Jarvan, Destiny if he really gets too far out of range. Just a Flask coming in for Cop and the Dazzle. So there's really not much you're going to do if you get locked up. But then again, we saw what happened to Elements. GGU has the same fight capacity of locking somebody up one after the other. So it's just all about getting caught out here. The map somewhat objective free as Dragon falls down. He misses the ult once again. No, but the second one doesn't. The yellow card's there. This is the ult on top of the ult as they stack them, and it looks like it's just going to be in and out for now. The health bars are chilling, and now it's back into the fight for these guys. Voyboy finds a kill there, throws down the Shroud, completely invisible. Can he find Mastery over the wall? The ward is there, but the range was not for the ultimate, and it looks like Fat could find himself going down here. Bloodwater turned around, and he could die here. Voyboy has another charge. The flash is forced. Can he get one last mark of the assassin out? He's going to throw this, but he's also going to go down. He's picked up a good amount of kills, and he almost kept himself alive there with the health steal.
Yeah, that was a really well-played fight by Curse. It was so drawn out. They were really behind because GGU snuck that dragon. It was a good job. At least they're taking the global objectives. They want to make stuff happen, but they weren't able to finish off that back line. Jackie with the Zanya, as I said, it was going to be big. He rushed that item. He did get caught, but he had the perfect answer for it.
So we see a big fight going in the favor of Curse. That's what they wanted, and that's what they've been waiting for. We didn't see them do anything crazy like you said, Kobe. It's slow and steady, find the opening, and make it happen.
Yep, they weren't able to finish off those 2 kills. That would have made a huge difference. I mean, Voyboy was just too scary for GGU. Him and Saint basically bullied them off of finishing off those last 2 champion kills there. And now that they've got 2 kills onto Akali, finished his Gunblade, and added on some magic penetration with that Haunting Guise, he is going to be able to chain kills in these team fights.
So Nintendo just Biding time in the jungle now until he can get in there and help his team for the next fight. We saw those ultimates going out. Zion Spartan missed another one right off the bat, but Nintendo hit his first one.
Yes.
So we can see just what, before that I said they have the same fight composition to lock people down, and they did it. They just have to do it quicker. We saw that they could drop elements on Tarek, so if they can get somebody a little less squishy next time, it's going to be pretty good.
You could tell they really wanted to 100% somebody, and we got super excited when Nintendo did land that, but Jackie, again, great itemization choice, and he had the perfect answer for it. They don't? Oh yeah, he got that red buff. It wasn't St. Vicious though. It was Cop. Exactly who wanted it.
Let's look at that itemization choice. Actually, after this fight, Nintendo taking a good amount of damage here. A great Zyra ulti could stop a bit of that, but they jump in on it. They say, all right, we'll just take the damage, and it looks like they're going to push through this fight. It will be St. Vicious going down, but he is the only one valiantly for his team in a 4-for-1.
Ooh, yeah, and Voidboy almost went down there too, but he was able to dash out to the...
Oh,
Jackie!
Oh, there's a cop on the other side. I was like, oh, he didn't get the yellow card, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because they've got Twitch with a red buff.
Oh,
Cop gets the ace, and basically we've hit that break point. Curse, they're like, okay, we don't need to wait anymore. The engage was perfect. We stole the red buff, and then we're able to get the engage on top of that. They had confidence from that last dragon fight, and now it's 12-3. That is demoralizing for Team GGU.
You know, as I think about it and it comes in here, I really like the pick of Jace because they banned out Nidalee, and Nidalee, we just said, is a huge factor in these team fights. But you still get the same poke there, and he has built completely for what an AP Nidalee kind of damage would be doing. He went for straight Bloodthirster burst damage and that Brutalizer to get past a little bit of the armor. So you're going to get 50% less damage out of those pokes, but you're going to get the same amount of pokes. It's just they can't get him in there to bring these fights to that damage. We're not seeing it yet.
Yeah, Jace has really good poke as well. But I mean, actually, look at Zion. He didn't build that death cap. He actually went with the Lich Bane first instead.
The burst.
So he wanted to get a burst kill. It was barely coming for them though. You can see Voidboy gets really low, but they weren't able to finish people off. And you have to be able to get the map control after the team fights like that by finishing someone off. Now Elements is free to grab an Oracle's Elixir, and they're just gonna take every single ward out around this Baron, continue their slow, methodical play. They don't have to rush anything, so Curse is just gonna slowly strangle GGU's supply line here.
This is where the top bit of experience comes into play. They know what they can string out, like you were saying, and they're just going to bait this dragon back and forth. They're clearing wards out. You know, like you said, Elements grabbing the oracles. We're 25 minutes in here as we take a little stock of what's going on. It's 12-3. Curse has quite an advantage right now at 4-1 in turrets and just about a 7,000 gold lead over GGU right now. But we've seen worse, and we've seen teams come back from it. So it's still anybody's game right now. But Curse is trying to write a different story here, and that could be over soon.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of reminiscent of our last game. Very few mistakes by Vulcun. They just slowly took the global advantages. They grabbed the vision. They bought an early Oracles as soon as they had that momentum, and they just used it to continue the push. It looks like GGU are not going to take any bait right now. If Curse was on Baron, they're like, okay, whatever, you guys do Baron. We're not face checking anything.
Right, they're just moving slowly. Nothing uncautious right now.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to hand this to Curse, and they know if they go and face check Baron, it's going to turn out badly. Because a straight up 5-on-5 fight, they're going to have a hard time winning. And if they go into a 5-on-5 fight without the vision advantage, then it's going to be really dire. So hopefully they can just poke a few wards in here. It looks like Fizz is a really good... never mind, he gets flash out. Okay, they're good.
That looks like he's trying to get a little bit of that burst out. We can see it's almost insignificant now. Still like the pick, but it kind of falls off at this point in the game. Once those health bars are getting stacked up, they're able to kind of just walk through the composition that GGU has put together here. That first set of initiations we saw down in mid here as they tried Baron weren't enough to take down one person. And with all those blown cooldowns, like you said, GGU got a little excited. Here we go, a great dodge on the gold card for Zion Spartan as the Destiny reveals GGU. Looks like he's still going to throw it down, but it's going to be to push the top lane to give him something else to think about while they try to disengage this.
Yeah, we said like GGU, they're not going to face check it. It's
Right.
they already decided they're okay. If you're going to take Baron, then you're going to take Baron. We can't really fight you guys. We don't want to throw it too hard, so we'll just hope that you guys come, Curse makes some tower dive, and they're able to pull out something with a easy tower dive or something like that.
So we got 28 minutes here and just a few more, maybe 30 seconds as Voyboy takes Dragon. Will be completely objective free. That leaves it all up to Curse to make the next move and GGU to not make a mistake
Oh,
here.
don't mash me. This is dangerous. He has a Gunblade. If Voyboy catches you, then he can kill you.
He actually just threw out the collateral damage, trying to get some of that damage out, possibly steal Dragon off a whim. It looks like it goes over to Curse. They just have too much control right now.
Yeah, and it looks like they're finally going to make the march, shove on this bottom lane. Cop down here won't get the jump on him, already showed, so there's not going to be a free kill. But Elements circling around back with that Oracles. They could just siege up at this turret, slowly push it in.
I really thought Saint was going to jump in that bush. These guys are playing super passive right now as they take a turret. That sounds weird, but for what Curse usually does, for how hard Saint goes in, these guys are really just slow rolling.
I mean, we saw how they were napping on the couch outside earlier. Maybe they're kind of tired and they want to take the first game slowly.
We can see Saint just chatting it up with his team, letting them know what's going on. Yeah, we can get some poke here, but be careful of the initiation.
Yeah,
he
don't
is
dive,
just
don't
face
dive.
to the wall right now. He wants to get in as soon as possible. At least lock up Mashmi, cause that quick draw to be an escape out of Cataclysm, and then he can't use it for anything. There it goes onto St. Vicious. It's not going to hurt too much. That's just about the same as going on to Nijaki with that Zhonya. So now with that freeness, knowing Fizz's ult is down, that's quite a bit of crowd control that they've lost on GGU's side. That's
and
2 now.
Yep. Whew. 2 ultimates burn. And that's the thing with Fizz being an assassin, his ultimate can actually be blocked by the first person it hits. So you don't always get it on your intended target. It's a little bit difficult to use, but it looks like Curse, they're going to walk this one in. You get your first inhibitor down.
Did you see what kind of respect Curse is giving to GGU right now? Which is quite a bit, but after 2 ultimates, they know they had the advantage. They know they were able to take it.
I mean, Curse are definitely thinking like the exact opposite of GGU. GGU's like, I hope they dive right now. There it is.
Yeah, exactly. Mashmi taking a bit of damage. Again, forced out the Shirelias all in defense. Voyboy taking quite a bit of damage, but he is now invisible, can't be seen, and that's when they reinitiate the fight. The cooldowns are up for Zion Spartan and the rest of his team. The Zhonias is down now, and they are forced onto their Fountain Kobe. Curse taking control and ripping the base to shambles.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard to come back from. 2 people down. Curse are in your base, taking your inhibitors. They have Baron buff. They've just got so much power right now. They could recall if they were really feeling sleepy. It looks like Cop's the only one who wants to do damage. Saint feels like he wants to heal up, go by, and return at a later date.
We'll see if that can happen, or when that happens rather, and if GGU can stave off one more fight. It really needs to be a Baron to turn this one around for them. It's going to cost at least 6 fights in their favor if it's not that objective, because this one, in the terms of time, we hear, Skara and say that when they got the kill in the beginning of the game, it's 5-6 minutes behind right now, and that takes a while to get back because you're not always gaining ground every minute.
Yeah, they even took a Nexus turret, so you can't even
painful.
rely. You can't rely even on a double turret dive.
Twitch can just
a fountain
roll
dive,
on
maybe.
in.
Yeah, maybe a fountain dive. That could turn it around here. Saint might get a little tip from McNoon and just decide to go deep.
So again, almost a shutout game here for Curse. They've lost that bottom turret.
Yeah, 1 turret.
1 turret down, but they have pressed on. They have taken down 8. They look down to take the last outer turret in this top lane as they start to rotate. But they got a little bit of a wave to push first. You're going to see him just set up on this sideline here. Saint, be that defense.
Look how tanky Jackie built this game. Not only did he rush that Zhonya's, but he also went with the Rally's Crystal Scepter, adding a lot of HP to him. And the Lichbane is his core item, so you pretty much always get that one on TF. Definitely going to help out with killing people as well as buildings.
Well, right, really, that's what you do when you see somebody trying to build an absolute burst against you. You just build that HP and make sure you don't die right away.
They also have an Aegis of the Legion here on Element, so not only is he providing that armor aura, but then he's also got the item armor and magic resist aura coming in, making everybody on the entire team tanky. Voyboy very deep in the base, and GGU are scared.
I like this. I wanted to do this last night when I was playing AD carry. Thank you, Cop. He built a frozen mallet Now, my situation was I needed to get the hell away from who was killing me, but this is a chase down, and they add even more of that grab. You have the Hextech Revolver, there's a Dazzle initiation. Mark of the Assassin goes out, but they decide to back off, and just if even GGU can start to disengage, Curse has so much, just get back here, you're staying in the fight. Inhibitor goes down here, Kobe. A minute and a half for almost both Dragon and Baron, but the Nexus turret now is in the eyes of Curse. One final turret stands in Cop. Nobody's stopping him from shooting. He dodges out on the ultimate once again. Only one has hit the whole time for Zion Spartan. The Cataclysm keeps them from being able to stop any damage to the Nexus. Curse looks to keep themselves undefeated in the North American LCS. Now 6-0.
Curse finally taking down the Alamo there. GGU making their last stand. They really were just bleeding that whole game.
A great, just confident play. Like you said from the beginning, they don't need to chance anything. They didn't. They're not a team to be like, whoa, this is crazy new. Just going to take it slow and work with what we have.
Yeah. Very, very solid play. And like we said, comfort picks for them as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Voyboy Akali, he's
Exactly.
been really solid on that for a long time. St. Vicious, of course, loves the Jarvan.
And we actually have a replay of that game-changing fight. Let's go over this, how it happened and what went down.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. The missed ultimate from Fizz again. They do land the Leona one, but Jackie, there it is. The Zanyas, he's saved. Now watch. They both, him and Elements, get extremely low, but Voyboy and St. Vicious are able to be that front line and scare the rest of GGU off so that they don't even try and finish off those 2 kills. Then Cop finally arrives. They're able to finish it off, and there's really no coming back from that ace. Voyboy here decides to dive. He has no charges on his ultimate, and Bloodwater stops. He gets the auto attack. Then Don't Match Me gets low enough, and Saint able to top that one off.
That just great play all around. They knew what they could do. They knew how far they could push themselves. And like you said, really great pickup by Jackie in the beginning, knowing that it could just completely negate Fizz's ult.
Yeah, and you have to feel sorry again for GGU. They weren't expecting Shifter out again, so they use Fat. This time they tried.
They did try different things, though.
They tried to make it a little bit more comfortable by having Fat in the middle and leaving Zion in his home territory of that top lane. Tough break.
It was difficult indeed. But everyone, it's time for a short break. When we come back, we'll be with an interview with Jackie from Curse. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Riv here with Kobe24, and we're pleased to be joined by Nijaki from Curse. Congratulations, still undefeated. How's it feel?
Feel really good.
Of
Like,
course.
Of course, like you're being 6-0, but honestly, there's a lot of pressure because people are gonna really try hard to against us. They wanna win because we're the undefeated, like so far. Yep.
Everybody wants to be the first to take down Curse.
Yeah.
You guys look pretty tired though when you first got here. How was the flight over?
Like we got up at 4, then the flight is 6:30, and it's kind of rushing. And Steve missed his flight to DC. Then he's like, "Okay, guys, next time get up earlier." I'm like, "No, I'm gonna sleep."
Did that play into your slow gameplay this time? Because it kind of looked like at the beginning of the game you guys were
play
just
really,
like,
really passive.
yeah, you were just passive and slow. Is that because you were tired or because your team comp, you were just like, late game will be fine for us?
Yeah, and also just reasons they have 2 subs, so I'm pretty sure their teamwork is not that good. So we just go for team fight late game.
Yeah.
And we don't really want to go like risky play early game, so we just slow roll.
Right. So on top of that, we've noticed recently that, Curse comes in quite strong in games. You guys were lax in that one. With winning all these games, how do you guys prep for the next ones? You're not doing crazy things. You're just kind of modifying strats as you go.
Actually, like yesterday, we lost like 5 games scrim because we're trying to do like new team comps.
all right.
Actually, now worked really well. Then we like losing. Like, fine, guys.
Back to normal.
It's just, yeah, back. We give up. We tried Morgana, but it's not really good. So like, fine, we don't want to try it.
Yeah, I saw Saint's not really a big fan of Morgana mid, so you guys
it's
kind of scratched that one off the list.
Morgana doesn't do damage late game. Just don't try.
Locks everybody up.
Just buy.
Yeah.
Are you sad though?
Maybe next few
yeah.
future patch, like maybe they buff Morgana. Yeah, we'll try it again.
Nijaki throwing out hints to the live design team.
Morgana, guys.
Yeah.
But so the early Zanyas definitely paid off for you. That was like that was like the only exciting thing about the game.
I'm like, it's okay, guys. I'm zoning up. Like, ooh, I'm invisible. Like people can't attack me. Like just kill them all. I'm like, oh my god, I'm 100 HP. I'm pushing mid. Bye, guys.
Was that your plan from like the very beginning? You're like, I'm rushing Zanyas.
Yeah,
we're gonna slow play this.
Yeah, because they have a lot of like dives and burst damage. So I'm like, I need to survive because you don't really need to do damage. Just bait people.
Yep.
What was
Akali gonna clean up? Oh, you go.
No, you're good. What was your focus coming into this game, if any lane was going to be troublesome for you? Because it seemed like the junglers were just pretty slow. Usually Saint's all over the place. He had a hand in first blood, but where was your focus when you guys started?
Don't die, because
just don't die.
Why is Leona like I flashed before he ulted, like I wanna live. I'm like, see ya.
Yeah, I noticed Cop did the same thing. You guys were very good, burning your flashes early.
Yeah.
Didn't want to have any deaths down there.
Yeah.
You guys have any like inside bets, like whoever's the first to dive is gonna have to take out the trash or something?
Every time like fears me, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stay behind, like under the tower, like fill my cars, do CS. Well, just don't die. Wait for the late game because we know how to win the game.
So these picks were comfort picks coming in for you guys. You didn't have anything super planned out. It was just like, we want to play
standard.
these.
Is just normal team comp.
Right on.
So I have to ask about how it is living in Las Vegas. We saw the Curse Harlem Shake video. Were you in that?
Yeah.
I was only looking at Liquid like jumping around with the dog.
Yeah. I was like on the chair and then chubby bears on my head. And I'm like, shake.
All right, so on top of that, the fun stuff that happens, obviously there's a lot of work. What do you guys do to just relax and relieve stress?
Pokemon?
Do you still just play? You just
I don't play Pokemon. I bought it like, what's that called? I can't remember the name. I don't play that much because I play my phone game.
Just loving the mobiles. All right, Nijak, congratulations as well on still being undefeated, the only team across both of the LCS leagues. Okay, guys, earlier in the show, we asked you, what is your favorite 2-champion combo and why? Here's what you guys had to say.
First one is going to be Blitzcrank and Thresh from Mousy Lol. I think that's a pretty good combo. What about you?
It's awesome. You know, you get all the hooks, and then if anything goes wrong, you're just like, hit me with a lantern, and we'll set it up and do it again.
There's so much displacement in that combo, right? You can land a hook. Either one can land a hook,
Throw
and then we can
Gragas, get a
tone back.
Janna.
I like that combo. Good
I like
job.
that combo quite a bit. Our next one is going to be Nunu and Cog. Actually, something we haven't seen in a while. It's kind of like Kag was pushed to the back line, and Caitlyn was like, let's try this. But Nunu Kag is still out there.
Yeah, I mean, they did hit Nunu kind of hard with taking like 20% off of that attack speed, the end game buff. But it still is a huge disparity in speeds. When you land the snowball on the enemy AD carry and your AD carry is blood boiled, it's a really good combo.
And I do like the next one coming in here, Soul Reaver Draven and Thresh, all the souls.
It has to be Soul Reaver Draven. That's specific, and that's a huge combo. Not only because of the theme, but also because it works so well. Draven's extremely aggressive. Thresh is a crazy support to add on to someone with a lot of damage because he has so much CC.
All right, guys, great responses. We'd love to hear more. We're at LOL Esports, and the hashtag is LCS. We still have 2 matches to go today, but remember, there's even more North American LCS action on Friday, starting at 5 p.m. Pacific with Marn versus Good Game University. But don't go anywhere. 2 old rivals are about to meet for the first time this season. Dignitas battles Counterlogic Gaming when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the grudge match many of you have been waiting for since last season's regionals. It's finally time for Dignitas versus Counterlogic Gaming, and I'm happily joined here by two former members, your analyst casters, Jat and Kobe.
And this is a rivalry that goes back so long. I remember back when I was on Dignitas, we'd play against Doublelift all the time when he was the AD carry for Curse. And back then, Doublelift actually out-farmed I'm a Cutie Pie frequently in laning phase. But then he'd make some bad decision later in the game. One of them I remember is around blue buff. He was on Caitlyn. He just used his 9 caliber net while we were in full vision of him. And then we're just like, let's go team fight. And we killed him and won the game.
Yeah, I remember those. I mean, back when I was on CLG, he even did the same thing. He was on first as a support when he only played Blitzcrank, but he was on the team because we recognized that he was such a good mechanical player. He had those hiccups, and it wasn't until he went over to Curse, started playing AD carry, that Choster realized he could harness that amazing mechanical skill by going bot lane and babysitting Doublelift.
Well, I guess when you put somebody under who's coined as the North American Theory Crafter, you can pretty much do anything you want.
Yeah. I mean, Chauster, he always came up with these like interesting little strategies before games, like specific to a player. Like if we were going to go against like Scar or something, he was like, okay, you need to keep ganking middle until he's level 6 so we can get first blood first. And so he'd like, all right, Kobe, take Rammus. And I'd like preemptively clear out the enemy Wraith wards, charge up my Powerball, and shout Jumanji, flash over the wall, and get first blood for GG.
And it's funny because I remember back on Dignitas, like we didn't necessarily do too much pre-gaming strategy aside from picks and bans, but we know based on the rosters exactly where you'd be going during the game. And even now, when we interviewed Crumbs and Scar last week, they were talking about how like Crumbs never goes top lane when Kiwi Kid is playing Cinch because he knows he's just a singular entity up there and they can instance the rest of the game. We used to go like, okay, bottom lane, when you hit 6, you're going to use your ultimates and then we're going to force a dragon. So Dignitas is still kind of doing some of these things too, which is just awesome to watch.
So, and we hear about, what they do in the game. Now, they're still kind of, or they are coming with fresh rosters, these teams. Is the preparation still the same, do you think? What was the plan for CLG and Dignitas as they'd come into games when you guys were on the team?
Well, the coolest thing about this in this specific matchup is that even though this rivalry is so old, a lot of the lane matchups are completely fresh. Link is a new addition to CLG. Scar hasn't played against him in tournaments, I don't think ever before, right?
Yeah.
Kiwi Kid in the top lane against Hotshot GG, like that's something we also haven't seen. Even Crumbs in the jungle against Chauster, because Chauster just moved over there.
Yeah, and I guess there's more benched original members of CLG now than there are actual original members still on the team. So all of us old guys here sitting on the sidelines are just looking from the outside. But both teams are going to have like pre-made game plans coming into this. So it'll be interesting to see how they adapt to the other one's pre-made game plan.
All right, guys. Well, there's no doubt that Dignitas is on a roll. And let's see how learning from the mistakes only makes them stronger.
Our team values winning over pretty much everything else.
This is Scar and Crumbs chatting it out, and you can see Scar, usually the main shot caller, discussing what went down with the team right now.
We were furious when we lost. It wasn't even funny.
We were 1-2, and we came in thinking we were going to 3-0. So I mean, we got knocked off our pedestal.
And it looks like Curse will take the second game of the day away from Dignitas. The bullet time clearly hitting every member of Dignitas, and it completely softens them up for a quick 1-2-3. Dignitas watches their Nexus go down as Team Solo Mid finds another win in the LCS.
Giving that performance was not acceptable.
It just seemed like everyone on our team choked. We didn't play like we did in practice.
I think the TSM Dragon play was the thing that went wrong the most. That really highlighted to me like, man, we have issues.
They're moving in for Dragon.
Yeah, that's a great play there.
No one really knew what happened. The communication wasn't there. We watched the VOD, we're like, oh wow, like Patoy's Pulverize hit nothing and when he got snared by Ryze. And then he ultied. Like, we weren't communicated that. We weren't sure what summoners were down.
And they are going to be able to get Crumbs, though. Can they pick up the rest of the Dragon?
It made us realize that our communication wasn't up to snuff. When we're going for team fights, objective control, just playing the game.
Week 2, we decided to practice as much as we can.
We definitely played a lot more because we were very salty about the first week.
The transition from week 1 to week 2 is enormous. Like, we haven't dropped a game so far. We're all playing better than we do in practice.
Crumbs from the outside. They go for the flash engage. Immediately 100-0. Dignitas trying to clean up the last few kills here to pad the stats before the Nexus goes down.
Dignitas! Brilliant stats across the board.
Definitely when we beat TSM, we knew what we had going was great.
And we came up with strategies to counter TSM's like early aggression.
I'm thinking, all right, Maokai has no flash, so I gotta see where he's at
next time he pulls a gank, Maokai's a ganker that has to commit immediately. He's got no way to back out. And then he did exactly what we wanted to do, which was he ganked middle, and then I was just right behind him waiting for him.
And the counter gank is here from Crumbs, the odd one.
Counter gank, 2-for-0, double buffs, and I think right there, that counter gank was the beginning of the end for TSM.
Skara gets double buffs. He's going to like that one quite a lot.
That was a great follow-up. I really like that snowballing Skara after that, too.
Skara in the base, finds a special, ults in. Skara is dominating 12-6. That is the game. Amazing, amazing play by Dignitas. A complete reversal from last week's match.
It means a lot that we were able to beat TSM, who we lost to first week. It shows that we're not like a free win, that we were able to take games off a team that's historically given us a lot of trouble.
I'm very happy with where we are right now, and hopefully we keep it up into all the weeks to come.
We have a very tough matchup, CLG. We've scrimmed them a lot. We always come out positive in win records. I think we're 5-2 against them. I'm hoping that our preparation will extend from this week on to next week.
And you can just see how confident Dignitas is coming into this one, chat.
It's just such a stark differential watching them last week, how much better they were in week 1.
All right, so let's check out our lineups on the blue team. It's going to be your Dignitas. Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara having a great games last week in mid, Cutie-Pie, and Patoy on AD and support.
So on the red team, we'll have CLG in their second match of the day. Hotshot GG in top lane, Chowster in the jungle, Link in the mid lane, Doublelift your AD carry, and Aframu bringing up the support.
We'll have to see how they consider their, last loss that they took coming from Vulcun here, giving Vulcun their first win, and it was very definitive, so they have to be considering what went wrong.
And CLG needs to respond well to this. We thought maybe that they would put all their preparation into the Dignitas game. If they did that, let's hope it was for good use, because they lost the Vulcun game if they were taking them too lightly, and they're really going to have to come out against Dignitas.
All right, and as we jump into Champion Select, Nidalee finds herself on the ban list once again. Shinzao as well, and Syndra actually gets taken away from Link.
And even the Gragas ban got thrown out at the end there against Skara. I mean, his barrels getting onto Doublelift. Doublelift had a lot of issues dealing with the Nidalee spears in the last game. They're making sure that the long-range poke is gone for him in this match.
A super amount of just picks towards Skara, but they do get Kale out of this. Diana was that last ban that came in. Gragas, Twisted Fate, Diana, those last 3. So there's quite a bit of mids being thrown out of this game.
It's really interesting, the play between Skara and Link in that mid lane. And like we saw in Dignitas' first game last week, they first picked the Kale, which could potentially block CLG from picking Vi and could let it come back to Crumbs, because I know that Dignitas values Vi very highly, especially when they're not having to deal with the counter that is Kale.
So CLG, now you can see Chowster on your screen discussing with the team. There's Hotshot himself, as it looks like those two are actually the ones, as they are at the top discussing it out.
They're getting the first 2 picks in, and
a lot of purple.
A lot of purple. The purple Alistair getting rid of Patoy. Patoy's been playing it in week 1 and week 2, and there is going to be the vibe probably for Dignitas. And I got to say, just overall, that was fast by Dignitas, by the way, but overall, CLG really has to make sure that they can recover from last game, because the CLG of old, in Season 1 and Season 2, when they had those kind of huge communication problems, they would just turn on each other, and such a quick turnaround from this first game, they really have to make sure that they come out strong and just fresh to this game.
Yeah, Dignitas, you can see, like you said, that happened pretty fast. They just completely locked in the #1 comfort champions for themselves right now. They're not even worried about what CLG did.
I was really surprised, actually, that they're letting Patoy play Singed. Or not Patoy play Singed. Whoa, not a support Singed. I was not talking to Patoy, and he did not troll me at all. No, that's Kiwi Kid Singed in the top lane. And a lot of people are actually saying that his champion pool might be a little small. He's going to pick Singed whenever it's available.
I like the Galio pick. We may see our first Thresh if they're not trolling us out, but haven't seen Hotshot on Galio in a long time, and it's one of my favorite to see him on. If he even takes it.
He was the one who pioneered Galio really in competitive play. We have not seen him on that. That could be a top lane Galio, in which case he just tries to stall out the lane. But against a Singed, I don't see him doing enough. You can see the giant smile on Cutie-Pie's face saying, I'm not playing Thresh, I'm playing Draven.
Patoy actually goes for Zyra as well. I almost called her Syndra. Almost did it. But Aframu still has his pick to go as well. The AD carry to be chosen. It's a pretty sweet composition coming from Counter Logic. And like you said, if they didn't have anything for Vulcun, it looks like they definitely saved something for Dignitas.
This is another unique composition for CLG, right? And they did pick the Nasus against
That's true.
Vulcun.
You're
And
right.
in their first game of week 1, of course, they had week 2 off, CLG did. They brought out the Syndra. Like, they are not afraid to innovate at all. Chowster and the rest of the team are very confident in their own theory crafting, even if it's different than what the rest of North America has been doing.
Is the team that does double mid promote strat, right, when they come back from Korea.
Right.
Not
And
afraid
it kind of
to
worked for
try
them,
anything.
right?
Yeah, until they're kind of, everybody saw it once or twice, and then they were like, all right, we can stop the cheese.
Yeah, just hard initiation, and you're dead. Unless you're SK. And they're just criminally vulnerable to the back doors.
Yeah,
but
don't
it's gone a
can't
little
make
too
it
long.
happen. Got to stop it. So we have everything locked in here, Jat. The composition is just really fight-changing coming from CLG. They have
Right.
a lot of in and out.
So CLG in particular, making sure they have double lift on their hyper carry like always, but he's on a longer range hyper carries
Yep.
who should hopefully be a little less vulnerable to getting engaged on. But it's Hotshot, going to try to create fights. Link, more roamy this time. It's really going to be about winning the lanes for them because that's what they couldn't do against Vulcun, and they're always going to be good in team fights. You look at Dignitas, they have the gank presence from Crumbs, and they have almost the Hotshot answer in Kiwi Kid because Hotshot loves to just apply pressure and let the rest of his team do things. But that's exactly what Dignitas is going to want to do with Singed and Kiwi Kid. So Crumbs probably going to be ganking mid a whole hell of a lot, trying to help out Scar, and that's really going to be what Dignitas' game becomes.
Do you think we're going to see CLG throwing himself into that 2v1, or Hotshot, I should say, into that 2v1? Galio is pretty good at that.
There's a really good chance that Hotshot's going to want to initiate a 2v1, but it could be like what we saw in the first game where both teams just send support and AD carry up top, and unless they're willing to constantly re-swap, which they seemed hesitant to do in the Vulcun
we haven't
game,
really seen that.
then I think Dignitas is going to be able to handle it because a Singed versus Galio lane pretty much means that Singed would get to free farm.
And where do you find more pressure coming from teleport on both of those champions?
I think you see more pressure from Hotshot's Galio.
Yeah.
Because he's the one who can teleport in and just make a fight.
Lock down
Singed
that.
teleports in, and it's like, I'm going to run around for a little bit. And it's effective, but it's not nearly as game-changing.
We see the teams pitted against each other on your screen behind us, or the screen behind us, and on your screen, because that's where we are too. But it's Dignitas versus Counterlogic Gaming, your third matchup here of the day. Riv and Jat bringing it to you live, and we are on to Summoner's Rift.
I'm just so excited for this game, Riv. This was the flagship matchup. I mean, we expected, actually, CLG to have a chance of moving past Dignitas in the standings if they won this game because they would move to 4-2 if they hadn't have dropped that game against Vulcun. And maybe, just like CLG did, we looked past the Vulcun game. So, like, now, it's CLG's game. If they lose this, they drop below 500.
Yeah, it's not what they want. It seems like that week off, or 13 days off, near 2 weeks off, is really affecting them. And they didn't get a lot of play there at the Azubu Collegiate Champions Tournament, so they weren't playing there. They were just spectating, and it seems to have hindered a little bit of their play cohesion in the team fights. But going aggressive here in the early part of the game, turning on those light brights, and it looks like they're going to head back into their own jungle.
Yeah, and the early level 1 they had against Vulcun was nothing like the level 1 they had against TSM in week 1. They put down, I believe it was 2 wards. They were really conserving. And I've actually been trying to talk to a lot of players about like what's going on at level 1 because we haven't seen seemingly that much action, but there are so many mind games that happen between these teams. You have 5 essentially human wards on your team trying to scout people out. Like, Dignitas didn't ward the approach to their jungle, but they had Crumbs standing there, so they know where CLG went in, and they can assume that CLG warded their red buff. So then, that means that Crumbs will have the knowledge that his red buff has been warded, and he needs to factor that into his decisions when he runs around the map.
Right, that's exactly just what they want in the beginning, and it doesn't look like Dignitas has given themselves that. They just put down this line of scrimmage, if you will, of wards completely down the river for entry and exit.
And that's the jungle exit ward setup, right?
Right.
If someone wants to get into your jungle, they have to go through one of the jungle exits. That actually used to be the 4 like mega ward spots. There was actually only 3 jungle exits to avoid against ganks, and that's when everyone started ganking through the lane. But if you're just worried about early jungle ganks, you don't have to worry about that.
So it looks like we are going to get that swap in here. Galio is helping with the blue buff. I don't think he got it, but
No,
he could have
Chowster's
taken
got
it.
it.
Yeah, you don't need it on Mundo, but he is going to grab it up. Cutie Pie in the lane by himself. He's not going to get that chance to pressure out Hotshot as we saw him do previously in his game when he went 8-0 on Draven and then some. But we'll see what they can do as they start off the lane. Chowster is showing. I don't think he was seen, but then just show himself and maybe for some pressure. Look at this in blue buff, though.
Right. They're just making sure that they get wards on both of Dignitas' main buffs. So they knew that Crumbs took red, which meant they knew it was safe to go ward the blue. But Crumbs has the ward on Chauster. They're going in.
Oh, a great ward right below that Baron is going to allow this to happen, but it's a 3v3 here at 3 minutes into the game. Afromu and Chauster taking quite a bit of damage, both to 200 health, but nobody's focused double lift yet. He's able to dish out some good damage to Kiwi Kid. Everybody backs off of the nail biter at 3 minutes.
Wow, and a couple people were still level 1 during that engagement, so they couldn't really fight with much, right? Like, they tried to run by each other, and then they just kind of ran out of skills and walked away. But a bunch of summoner spells were burned in that whole engagement. All flashes and ghosts for Dignitas for the 3 that were there. And then you look at CLG, and the only flash that's still up is double lift. So huge trade. That is a flash up for CLG.
Skara could get some damage done to him here. It looks like he could make it out. A great dodge on the infected cleaver. Chauster's going to get one in just a few seconds. They actually flash over for him. The charm isn't there for Ari just yet. No, she actually missed the charm, but they are able to pick up first blood. Great aggression from CLG.
And even though we're 3 minutes, 40 seconds into the game and everyone's level 2, that chains off their level 1 strat. It's just a continuation of them getting the pink ward on the blue buff, knowing that they could invade freely without having vision on themselves, knowing that they burned all the flashes and ghosts from Dignitas, and hammering it through again to get the first blood.
There we go. We're going to see Crumbs going on to Chauster now. He sees that low HP. He has the red buff. Chauster only has his blue, but those cleavers keep him alive. Great mindset to just walk out of that one.
Once Crumbs closed onto Chauster, there's a very long rank 1 cooldown on his Vault Breaker. Even with the blue buff, Crumbs has got to wait 14 seconds for that Q dash to come back again. So he just harassed Chauster down, knows he's going back, and he's trying desperately to counter jungle a bit and get ahead of Chauster.
Yeah, Cutie Pie bringing it back. He has 2 Dorans. Will he go for a 3rd one? But they're really just going for strong aggression in lane. He wants to chunk out Hotshot.
And there's been so much early jungle action that we haven't really been able to talk about how these 2v1s are going to play out. But there's actually a couple different ways you can approach this 2v1 lane. There's like the TSM style, where you just look to get harass on and do the tower dive. There's what we saw last game from Curse, where they try to kill the turret at like 4 minutes. Then there's also the other style, where you're trying to legitimately shut down the one-person laner. Because last game, Voyboy and Zion Spartan still got a whole bunch of farm because the 2v1 ended so quickly. But if Dignitas decides to really extend, or even CLG tries to really extend this 2v1 laning phase, you'll start to see some legitimate disadvantages from Hotshot and Kiwi Kid's surface.
Well, Patoy and Cutie Pie played this really well. They both went for a ton of pots in lane, and they're just throwing themselves at Hotshot, making sure that he has to use all of his mana on at least just Patoy. You can see he was forced back out of that lane, has just teleported back now. And we'll just see how much Patoy tries to harass him here.
And if you're Dignitas here, you know that Kiwi Kid needs to get farmed on Singed if he wants to be able to be that solo threat later. So Dignitas should want to push this turret down fairly quickly, because the longer they're in this 2v1 situation, I think the better it is for CLG.
And they have that forward ward placed behind Hotshot, so they're quite safe from the counter gank. Patoy goes to put the river safety ward down as well. Hotshot now compared up, actually 19-19 on CS with Kiwi Kid, so they're handling those 2v1 lanes.
Yeah, I gotta say that's a pretty big accomplishment by Kiwi Kid. The fact that I think Galio is the much stronger 2v1 laner, it probably has to do with all the action that happened in the Dignitas jungle during the blue steal, which has allowed him to kind of pick up the 19 CS, but it is a good sign for him as the lane continues that he hasn't fallen too far behind.
As we look around, really nobody's even been back to buy yet, unless it was just another Doran's, as we've pointed out those purchases already. The regeneration stones quickly instead of the Madrids coming out for the junglers has been quite different.
And that's just a factor of Vi. He's going to be going for that Lizard Elder item, and we really haven't seen that much jungle Dr. Mundo.
Yeah.
He does want to stack the health, honestly. Like, he could go with the Madrid's Razor, but he does a lot of damage anyway with his cleavers and his burn for the jungle. So whatever Chauster really decides to do, he's got 2 points in his Burning Agony on Dr. Mundo right now, so he's really just trying to AoE clear the jungle. I really want to see how he develops his skill build on Mundo.
That one turret is really what's giving them the gold lead from that bottom lane. Only 600 gold right now, but it's going to allow a bit of different pressure around the map. Counter Logic did lose their turret first in the last matchup, but they weren't able to grab one the whole time. We'll see if they can thwart that aspect, grab some turrets, and really get that global map objective going.
And if you look at Patoy's items right now, he's using that global gold they picked up from the turret to get that early gold per 10 item, so he's really going to try to pull significantly ahead of Aframu in gold later on in the game. you really see the Dragon Golds and the Turret Golds impact the junglers and the supports more than anyone else, because they're the ones that are less able to generate their own gold from the lane. So like if Doublelift and CLG doesn't get objectives, he can still steal a bunch of farm and get his items, but you don't see the same difference in supports and junglers.
We'll see what's going on between the 2v1 lanes a little bit. The CS still seems to be quite even between those two, and even with the AD carries, so nobody's really trying to pressure anything or make moves just yet. That dragon is yet to be taken, or even yet to see any of the champions on the map, so he's quite lonely. 8 minutes into the game, good warning by Patoy still. They're keeping themselves safe, throwing seeds over the wall because he is out of wards, but they're still going to be able to just keep pressuring this bottom lane.
And this is kind of a curious choice by Dignitas, I'd have to say. Like, they took the turret, and if they were to rush back to top lane and get Kiwi Kid out of that top lane on Singed, they would be able to keep their one turret advantage and keep that global gold edge. But because they're staying bottom with Hotshot, Kiwi Kid's, even though he's actually not falling too far behind on CS, is probably going to lose that turret. And it is a bit of a struggle. I feel like if Kiwi Kid was against Galio, he'd be getting the free farm. But Color Me Pink, it's because of that they're able to take the dragon, so I guess it's all planned.
There's the damage down on the bottom. It's exactly what they needed, and we may just see what you were talking about now if they decide to go to that top lane after it looks like they're going to take golems. No, they're just actually straight backing.
Just a lesson on how to make a fool of yourself strategically. It's like, I have no idea why they have their AD carry bottom. Oh, yeah, the dragon.
There is something down there. He was lonely, yes. So we see Skara moving through the jungle here. Kiwi Kid throws on his ultimate, but it kind of deters them. Looks like Skara actually just going for his blue, and he's going to have to return back to that mid lane unless Crumbs does it for him.
And all that early game pressure that CLG had on Dignitas' buffs has pretty much disappeared, right? Dignitas took a lot of control of the game with the, I guess, superior 2v1 matchup, which surprises me in the most.
Wow,
and wow, that
Crumbs.
is too much damage.
The Spirit Fire, or Spirit Dash coming in. What? How is that so far? Skara just threw a Hail Mary intervention. I swear that was out of range.
Oh,
no,
my
Crumbs,
goodness.
what are you doing? Go back there. Close the store and run. Oh, my gosh, no.
That is just a whole bunch of emotions all at once, and now they might be in danger of getting tower dove. They have to just back away because they know Chowster's in the jungle now.
Feeling all the feels here for this team. Dignitas makes it out of this one with one down, and the turret going down top as well.
So that was just, no, like that, Crumbs
Who
was
backs there?
so, like, first off, he was just trying to run back into the lane to get farm, and it was a brilliant play by Link to catch him out and know he was coming through that chokeway so he could get the charm off and spike all the damage down. Then Link thought he had the kill for sure. He was going to throw the last auto attack and walk away, but Skara comes from the abyss and lands a perfect Kale ult on him, and Crumbs is like, yes, I am safe now. But Chowster was, was 2 steps ahead of everybody else.
Oh, man. Chowster keeping the pressure on. You got to do the follow-up. Came up with a kill for himself. So that gives him actually the only 2 kills of the game are to Chowster, are to that Dr. Mundo in the jungle. So he is completely making an impact on this game. Doublelift getting a little bit of harass down in the bottom lane. It's only going to be him. It is Alistar just on the outside. And Avramu going to get there in time. Can he headbutt him out? The Pulverize to stop the attack. And Doublelift is actually forced to use his cleanse. So he's still in a dangerous position in the next engage.
That's still a bit of a win for Kiwi Kid. He's immediately put his stamp on that lane. Says, I'm going to push wherever I want, and then the rest of the team is going to be able to get pressure from that. Because he immediately knew that there were 2 members from there, and Dignitas already has the members up in mid to push.
So we have in the top lane, as they go, I'm just looking at the inventory list, not the top lane, but as they go for mid, that tier onto Rise as he keeps taking that off. Kiwi Kid just stacking up the mana so he can run around all day with his poison on. The Nashor's coming in for Skara in middle. Do have that quick BF sword going in for Cutie Pie after he rushed the Dorans.
Yeah, it does look like Skara will be going for the Nashor's Tooth. He's just sitting on the Stinger right now, of course, though. Just cooldown reduction attack speed is really, really huge for Kale. That's one of the main things she's doing, but this is the pressure from Dignitas that is really trying to counter the CLG split push. Hotshot's not going to have presence if he's continually turtling his turret like this. Here comes maybe a 3-man dive, or they're just going for the turret.
I mean, he has the ultimate, but it's just going to be in vain. He's going to save it for the next fight, and he goes down.
Hotshot just succumbed to his fate there. He was like, maybe he was going to try to catch Crumbs in a Galio ult and get the kill, but there were too many people there too much suppression and root just coming straight out of Crumbs.
I think I heard ball work, but I think he kind of just curled up in a ball and let that happen.
And that's another turret that's going to be going to Dignitas 2-1 now.
So we're going to see more global gold coming into effect. That's 1,000, but they're about to negate that here. This bottom will definitely drop. They have a good minion wave there with damage. And you can see Counter Logic forcing the pressure in this jungle, just creeping out any champions that are in it, pushing them out to the lanes and making sure they know exactly where Dignitas is right now. Cutie Pie, however, pushing that top lane in.
An eye for an eye. They saw the 3 members top and just immediately went bottom with 4. And now CLG might try to continue this push, but Dignitas is countering with 3 as Scar pushes up mid. So lots of turret killing, not many player kills.
Yeah, they're keeping their distance from the champions, like you said, but it's all about the turrets right now. They're trying to find that gold before they find the team fights. And it looks like Dignitas is able to save that second tier turret on the bottom side. Scar was pinching in from top. They see him with those Wraith wards, and you see CLG taking that into consideration.
And in the bottom, CLG has invaded with the pink ward since they had so much freedom when they went down to get those bottom turrets that they're now trying to take another buff, and Chowster did get it with Smite.
Looks like they're going to back off, leave the small ones. Cutie Pie still wreaking havoc up top, but he hasn't really gotten himself any advantage here. He's not up that much in CS, and he hasn't done too much damage to that turret, so they're going to need him for a fight if it comes up soon.
I still like the laning position of I'm a Cutie Pie being 1v1 against Hotshot GG. It was GGU versus Vulcun in our last game last week, where Don't Mash Me was just up against a Renekton for like 20 minutes, but he just became nuclear because an 80 carry farm is better than the Renekton farm by the end of the game. I think the same thing would apply here with I'm a Cutie Pie versus Hotshot.
It also works out great because stand aside, he can just completely dash that teleport in if Hotshot wants to get into a fight. But here in the mid, we see a lot of aggression from CLG. The slow onto Crumbs as they get a little bit of poke damage out, and this poke damage is just going to eventually spell the turret and possibly an engage, but this is when the other team usually wants it. The cooldowns have been spent a bit. The assault and battery on a double lift. Can he get the cleanse off? He looks like to go down here. Cutie Pie's on the outside. Nobody's focusing him. Can he catch up to Link? The axe is there. One more. He's forced to turn, and Afro's forced to flash. He gets off the attacks, though. The triple kill for Skara.
He had just completed the Nasher's Tooth before that fight, and that was really won by Crumbs's assault and battery on Vi. A little known or almost overlooked fact about that ultimate is it will knock aside anyone in the path, and since he picked a CLG member in the back of the team, he crowd controlled 2 of them and just bowling balled his way through, which really allowed them the window for Patoy to get down to Zyra ult. They got the knockups. That fight was over almost before it started, as soon as Crumbs used that ult.
And Doublelift knew after he flashed that it was still everything going down. He didn't even use cleanse that fight. And although it's an up and down, he's not going to be able to cleanse the Vi ult. He was still super slowed there.
Ooh, Hotshot though, trying to harass this. CLG is coming back, and they know that Dignitas expended a lot of cooldowns.
Oh, he wants that positioning on the Idol of Durant, trying to get his ultimate in. They're able to take one down. He goes for the flash, cleansed off by Cutie Pie. He doesn't have much mana, but he still tries to kite in a bit of damage, throws out the ult, hits just about the entire team back and forth.
Crumbs wants to steal this.
He does, back on the other side. They can charm him out of the... Oh, they charm him out of the Vault Breaker. He can't get it in. Gets himself away, though, so he expends the exhaust. This will be great for the next fight. But if he can make it out alive, we've seen the video on YouTube. How good Vi is at kiting? It looks like Crumbs may throw himself to the fire here. He puts himself back into CLG, and he's going to go ahead, go down there. But that was great. He's kind of keeping their attention. They're still going to try to grab some buffs, though.
These guys are playing really aggressively for both of these teams. I mean, last week Dignitas seemed to play it slow. They took an early game advantage, and then they just kind of were able to split push and win. CLG at the same time, Love's actually playing kind of the same way. If they can just outfarm the lanes, they're happy with it. But you can tell how prepared these guys are, because this is not something you'd see from CLG normally. Like, once Dignitas kind of had control, CLG knew immediately how to get back into it with those dragon plays, and Skara has to look out because he has no idea that Aphromoo, Link, and Chowster are coming for him.
Oh, not enough words. I don't think he was looking at all. He's charmed into that one. Will he even use his ultimate here? No. Yeah, he does, but he's still going to be going down. Interventions used, but he goes. 4-6 now at 16.5 minutes in the game.
But look at that. Skara did like 60 to 70% of Link's health, and Dignitas wants to push up with this. But in the bottom lane, we have more action as well.
It looks like it could be all about Kiwi Kid, and he keeps himself alive here. Doublelift again, forced to use his cleanse in a fight. It looks like he's very low after that engagement, so the 2v1's not even going in favor of these guys. Hotshot was forced to teleport down there. Like you said, Jack, Kiwi Kid can put his stamp on that lane. In any 2v1 situation he's been presented with, he's come out on top.
and you just look at how close this game really is. It's 1 dragon to 1, 3 turrets to 3, and then the 2 kills would be about a 900 total gold advantage. So, like, minion-wise, it's almost identical. Everything else is almost identical, aside from the 2 kills.
We see now 17 minutes in, the junglers have chosen not to do anything with the stones just yet. The Giant's Belt, however, was grabbed by Mundo, but that looks like it's going, into a Warmogs.
So that is the best item to rush on Dr. Mundo. He's got it now. It's mainly because his passive generates so much extra health. So now he can just leave, Mundo can just leave his W1 all the time in the jungle and just fast clear it for the rest of the game, as well as giving the oracles for CLG with all the positional tactical play that CLG's been trying to pull out. Getting that 17.5-minute oracles could be really, really key.
Well, look what happened to Skara just now. They realized that, guys, we weren't sitting on a ward in the jungle, and they're not warding. Let's make that advantage happen even more. The oracles at 17 minutes, it's quite an investment now that it only lasts 5 minutes itself. Usually you only see that for Baron attempts.
And it is 18 minutes. CLG does have a lot of Baron damage. It could be some type of play that they're thinking of making, but maybe, like, with both teams having the outer 3 turrets down, you actually very rarely see this particular scenario. Since neither of the teams really have a lead, neither of the teams necessarily have to turtle, and there is just so much open space that needs to have vision on it, that makes the oracles pick up even better, even if they're not looking to force a Baron.
And there the Seeds trying to act as a ward. So they have a few more tricks up their sleeve as Patoy trying to keep his team safe from the support position. They look to clear out this wave. They have good siege clearing capability. Not the greatest with Kale, but they are able to get that first amount of wave down. You can see only a little bit of poke to the turret coming from Zuna coming from Double Lift rather. And we see Kiwi Kid and Hotshot kind of battling it out back and forth. Nothing really happening between the 2 tanks right now. Gathers back together with his team around the red jet. They look to just completely stop the advantages that Dignitas wants to grab here.
And with everything going on, now that it's a 400 gold lead for CLG, they have done really well at controlling Dignitas's rune camps, right? The red buff and the blue buff have generally gone to CLG, and CLG has been mostly the aggressor in this match.
So usually one of Skara's favorite items coming out here. We see the Abyssal Scepter first on Ahri, coming in with that Giant's Belt as they move on to this mid turret. Does that cause Ahri to act as more of utility for a team? Actually, we have an engagement here. The Assault and Battery once again onto Double Lift. He does use the cleanse this time. The Bulwark is on from Hotshot. This one looks good. A full idol of Durand goes down. Dignitas losing their health rapidly, and they are perfectly microing each other in and out to exchange the damage. The turret is taking damage as well as Dignitas. Perfect execution there. They did lose Afromu, but sometimes the cow has to go down.
And I'm a Cutie Pie actually just kind of sniped after Double Lift, and he wants to keep going!
Oh, there he goes. We do see them trying to re-engage onto this fight. Double Lift in the death chamber here. Cutie Pie, that smile on his face, and they're like, what kind of just happened?
Yeah, I mean, we talked in the pregame about, like, Double Lift used to be the one who was better in CS, and then would make, like, bad decisions in team fights. That was a bad decision in a team fight by I'm a Cutie Pie. He really thought he was invincible on Draven. I mean, it's part of Draven's personality that he can take on anyone.
Yeah.
That was a little much.
A little too much. Kind of got in the Kiwi Kid mentality there.
Oh,
we have to see as they clear this top wave out. CLG trying to gain some ground. A 2,000 gold lead. I think this is the most we've seen in this game. Very close, even though it's very back and forth within these fights. 4 to 3 turrets as CLG finally grabs that lead as well. And they look to just push every lane out here, get back. We'll see what core items come out in the inventories and how this next fight could play out.
And it might be a lot like the last fight we just saw if they decide to fight again, because that was such a good counter initiation by CLG. Crumbs dove all the way through, and then the rest of Dignitas tried to, like, kind of just move up to start going with that, and that's immediately when Hotshot put down his Galio ultimate and caught 4. That's really what swung it. Link was just flying around with his magic resist reduction aura from Abyssal Scepter and making the Galio ult do kind of even more for them. So that was a very, very good fight by CLG. Double Lift is going for the Infinity Edge route, which will be more late game damage than Amacutie Pie's Bloodthirster route if they get there, since their farm is really comparable. And now they're going to be taking a Dragon while Dignitas pushes up mid.
Very great job, and this could be the initiation from the backside here, but they do also have Kiwi Kid on their back, so if they choose to initiate, they have one more. Hotshot chooses to teleport in, actually. They're not really going to need that for too much within the next few minutes, so he goes ahead and makes sure to play super safe on the mid turret. They are still pushing. You can see the wards continuously just giving them vision. They're actually walking beside them parallel in mid lane right now, just keeping them
forced out of the lane, and they're going to have to try to pinch themselves in.
They're kind of just keeping each other at bay.
Yeah.
Making sure that they can't get the turret pushes and making sure nothing sneaky really happens. But now that the ultimates are kind of back up, Crumbs has got his Assault and Battery. There's the Idol of Durand on Hotshot's Galio. Like, this same fight we saw last time could happen again if Dignitas tries to initiate.
CLG now looking at the front of the base of Dignitas. A lot of wards sit behind them, covering the entire map. Once again, the initiation on. Can they peel once again off? Here comes the Idol of Durand from Hotshot. He throws it down, but he's instantly knocked out of it. The damage won't happen. Hotshot taking so much from Cutie Pie. He cleans him out. Double lift with such low health. The focus onto him. Kiwi Kid able to grab that one with the poison tick, and CLG is forced out of this one.
And the couple key differences of why that fight went to Dignitas, whereas the last one didn't. Doublelift burned his flash to get away from Vi the first time, and Hotshot burned his flash to Galliowalt the first time as well. So Hotshot was slowly walking in for that Galliowalt, which gave I'm a Cutie Pie enough time to say, I think you're going to use it now. And he used Stand Aside, knocked him out of it immediately. Doublelift and was getting trained by not only Crumbs, but also Kiwi Kid Singed, and it just wasn't enough for CLG. When they get their flash cooldowns back, they might turn it again, but that was definitely a win for Dig.
There are beautiful engage and disengage counters to these fights. You see Nunu and Karthus being used to peel for the AD carry, but the Idol of Durand coming from Hotshot, and then again, you say the Stand Aside from Cutie Pie. So these guys using everything 110% to its full capacity to make these fights go in their favor. Amazing to watch, the grudge match that we wanted to see, Jad.
I gotta say, LCS Week 3 is turning out awesome. The first game of the week with Vulcun taking out CLG. I don't think anybody expected that. Like,
No.
Vulcun was 0-5 coming into this week, and CLG looked really good in the first week, only dropping a game to Curse. With the way they prepare, with how much history they have, the talent on their team, that loss was totally unexpected. And then our kind of key matchup of the day is turning out to be awesome.
So much awesome here. 24 minutes into the game, still the gold lead near 1,000 gold, 10-8. 4-4 in turrets as that has been evened up. The latest bit of action definitely having more on Dignitas' side. They're looking to grab some ground right now, but we still see that what I've been calling the light bright coming out from CLG. They completely ward everything around the map. Hotshot to clear out the wards. We could see that big objective soon.
And they're trading oracles, really. Like, Hotshot picking up oracles on his solo top champion really is just an embodiment of his mentality as a top laner. Back in Season 2, you'd pretty much only ever see supports and junglers trade off with oracles, but Hotshot understands that sometimes he is the utility man and that Doublelift is more of a carry for CLG than AD carries are for other teams. They channel more farm into him. So him picking up oracles on Galio says, I don't necessarily need to become the top lane carry myself. I'm going to help the team more by picking up this oracles right now.
See, we have Kiwi Kid in the top lane. He's going to back right now. He just does decide to back. He stopped it for a second, but he does know that his team needs him. The home guard onto Kiwi Kid, so he'll be able to get back into the fight quite quickly here as CLG looks to put pressure on the first inhibitor turret. They have got a few pokes onto it recently in their attacks, but will it be Crumbs? He just walks up there and pretty much telegraphs the engagement, but they don't care. They feel they're that strong.
The flashes are back for Doublelift and Hotshot, so this could be the third fight we see in the same position for them. A lot of the big items have been completed, as you were saying, but no Frozen Heart yet on Hotshot GG, which will be a big one. The Rylai's being completed onto Kiwi Kid Singed is really, really big. I mean, the AD carries are actually really comparable in items right now. The Leandries on Skara is huge as well, but the Oracle's control is coming in on CLG here. They're trying to catch Dignitas out of position.
Kiwi Kid takes a bit of damage from the full set that Link gives out from Ari. And almost down to half health there, and really they're just looking to bait this one out. Jat, they want to play that mind game on the Baron Boogie, and I don't think they're going to try to go for it just yet.
Patoy can continually scout with his plants if the wards keep getting taken out by Hotshot GG, but these teams are not really happy settling with any trades. There's constantly action in this game. They don't want to play the Baron Boogie. They're going to play the inhibitor dance, and now there might be a disengage.
Link wanted that. The Foxfire was on, and they were just sitting there poised to go in. A good grasping route there just keeps everyone at bay for now. And you're right, Chat. Usually we'll see this go out, and they'll dance it out for about 2 minutes, and you need to get your pillow and get some coffee to stay awake. But instant Dignitas move. They said, you're going to play with us? We'll play with you. Let's start to push mid.
it's really awesome. I mean, there's the ward repeated again by CLG, so maybe we'll see the cyclical movement now if Dignitas goes mid again, but there's something different at every step. CLG knows the blue buff is up again, and just like the rest of the game, their buff control of Dignitas' jungle is huge as Patoy's warding around the back. It's just a lot of action. That's a pretty good route.
Wow, he's putting himself in a great spot. Here we go, the initiation. Assault and battery, but it's on to Chowster. Can Mundo keep himself alive even with the ultimate on? Good damage so far. They find Crumbs, the 5v4 now, but very low HP on Counter Logic's side. Allows for the initiation from Dignitas here. Scar running free. Cutie Pie running free. It's going to be a kill for Kiwi Kid, and it looks like CLG is scattering now. Link gets caught up in a beautiful route there as Scara comes up with a kill, and it looks like they may be able to finish this off. A great save there. Afromoon now the last to go down to Kathy, and Surprise will not do enough damage, and a beautiful ace coming from Dignitas.
The patience that Scara showed in that fight, saving his Kale ultimate until the very end, when Doublelift and Cutie Pie kind of squared off right at the end of that fight, and everyone was like, this is going to be the brawl that's going to decide everything. The ultimate came in from Scar, and he just appeared. He had his flash and his intervention that entire fight, and it really caught CLG off guard. This could spell another turret for Dignitas, and there's the gold lead.
And they are going to crush that down, backing out quickly. Like you said, the gold lead, about 2,000 now in favor of Dig. That Dragon is up, the Baron is up, and I think with the time that they have, they could easily grab that Dragon right fast, as yes, Crumbs heading for that. He's not even going to need any help there. More gold coming in for Dignitas.
So the way the farm is kind of channeling out for these guys, Cutie Pie's got the 5 kills onto Draven. That gives him a 400 gold advantage over Doublelift's Kog'Maw. It's just, that's probably like the biggest edge you're kind of seeing. Crumbs is about 700 gold behind Chowster, 6,900 to 7,600, but like, this game is still incredibly close. I'd say Dignitas is starting to come back because they are team fighting a little bit better, but this is still ridiculously close.
And it looks like, you know, we see a lot of people just grabbing what's been happening, kind of rubbing off. The supports now both grabbing the mobility boots. I like it.
That is an interesting choice. I mean, for Afromu, it's kind of about the Alistair initiation.
Right.
If he sits at the back of a fight, almost kind of Patoy style, and waits for the right headbutt pulverize, it's going to help him get into his engagement range. And once Alistair is there, he doesn't give a damn. Like, he doesn't care what he's moved or if you can CC him, so that's all he's really caring about. And for Patoy,
even looking for
he's playing Zyra. He just wants to roam the map.
You get that Morellonomicon in there as well, trying to get himself some damage assist for the team here as the Oracle's going out for Patoy. I think anybody else has one in inventory. They do not. We're going to get these cleared out now. Dignitas trying to gain some ground. They know that last fight completely going in their favor. That's usually what an ace means when it comes up on your screen. So they're using that time now, but they're playing very safe. Power in 5s. They do not want to let anybody walk off alone here.
And Doublelift hasn't been able to involve himself kind of fully in these fights. Kiwi Kid has been such a nuisance staying at the back of fights. They've been able to focus down Crumbs when he dives in, but it just hasn't been enough because the backline damage from CLG, or from Dignitas, will keep coming in. And round 14 of them poking up in the mid lane, we might see an initiation. These teams have not been afraid to go.
Ooh, Hotshot taking a good, or Scar rather, taking a good amount of damage there from the Orb of Deception. Is Link just trying to throw out that poke damage as they kite down the lane. Counter Logic doesn't want this head-on battle right off the bat. You can see them roaming. They don't have Doublelift right now. And once Doublelift is seen in that bottom lane, we could see Dignitas go crazy here.
Doublelift is racing to try to get his last Whisper so he can actually shred through some of the diving damage, but he's still a good 500 gold away, and he has to make a break for this Baron because Dignitas is taking it down pretty quickly. CLG's around the back. They might not be able to make this in time unless they try to steal.
Can he throw down the Idol Durand if he can get it? He throws down Bulwark. The Baron goes down, however, and it is going to be going to Dignitas. A big fight coming in as Hotshot won't be able to help his team, but Kiwi Kid's caught out. So many abilities, however, were wasted on Singed. Do they have enough left? We'll find out here as they re-engage. All the way Assault Breaker coming in here, or Vault rather, for Link, and it looks like they're going to be going back into Afromu. The intervention on a Cutie Pie coming up huge from the outside. It's just going to be Dignitas cleaning this one up. Cutie Pie and Scara still left standing as the biggest carries.
So Dignitas and Scara plus Cutie Pie in particular, fooled CLG twice. Like, that was the Baron play. They got it. CLG came in, thought they'd won the fight. And again, when I'm a Cutie Pie looked vulnerable and Doublelift looked to duel I'm a Cutie Pie, the intervention was there again, and it gave them the ace. There's still 3 members of them with the Baron. They just took down the inhibitor, and I think Dignitas finally has control, but it's because of the clutch usage of Kale's intervention, and I'm a Cutie Pie just having the balls to stand there and trusting Scar to use it on him.
Well, that's I'm a Cutie Pie for you, right? He knows what he has to do in the fight, the max amount of damage, even if he's going down, but it's really attributed to Skara, just his play this game. I swear to God, he has found a way to throw intervention farther than it reaches. They have been coming out of nowhere a few times. He's completely off the map when we see it just in the fog of war for his team, but it's making a huge impact for this team. At 18-14 now, 32 minutes into the game. Our highest gold score of week 3 so far, 50,000 to 45,000 between these two teams. Finally, that gold lead has pressed on to 5,000 for Dignitas. They have that turret on the inhibitor in mid, so they're going to have a lead there as well. CLG looking for a way to find themselves back into this one. They're not out of it, but their initiation hasn't been there. Who's it going to come from? Hotshot usually just has to walk in when he doesn't have flash, so it's kind of like they can only initiate in that window.
And it's one of those things that, looking at how all the team fights have started, it's usually been Crumbs. Like, Dignitas is the ones that are deciding when to fight, so once CLG gets pushed back, they're still going to be at the mercy of that Dignitas dive. With the way the fights are kind of playing out, though, Doublelift and CLG are feeling like they're winning the fights until the very end. What's happening, though, is Scar is staying safe throughout so much of it that he's coming in at the end, getting the intervention on I'm a Cutie Pie, and they're finishing it off. So what CLG kind of needs to adapt to, and I don't know exactly how they're going to do this, but it has to do something with Link or something with Hotshot, finding ways to pressure Skara, so Skara has to use intervention on himself so they can kill I'm a Cutie Pie for being in silly positions. If they don't do that, I don't see why Dignitas wouldn't just continue pulling off their strategy of making the invulnerable I'm a Cutie Pie at crucial moments.
These turrets are all Dignitas's right now. Their name is just written on the top of them as CLG watch them go down. 6-4 in turrets now. The entire CLG team just kind of hovering around whatever lane is being pushed. They know a fight is imminent, and Dignitas wants to pressure this. They have 1 minute left on this Baron as they continue to push every lane.
And this is a bit of an aside, but not having an Aegis of the Legion or Runic Bulwark against what is essentially, even though it's a damage over time double AP team, it is a double AP team from Dignitas.
Yeah.
CLG kind of ran into the same issue when they were eating the Nidalee Spears in the last game. If someone could find a way to build that item, I know Aframu's kind of choked on gold, but if they can get that item at some point for anyone on their team, it'll make such a huge difference for them in team fights. I think it might be too late for them to develop that, though.
You can even see how Patoy, he is getting tanky as well, going for the Seeker's arm guard for himself, even an Elixir, because they know this next fight could be the last one. They're putting everything into it.
I like the way Patoy rushed for the Morellonomicon, really. It just gives him so much cooldown reduction to spam out his spells, and also the hit reduction.
Oh, wow.
That could be a pretty big thing, though. That was a cleanse burn for almost nothing. So CLG knows they have some kind of things. And Hotshot just used his ultimate on nothing. He misclicked. That is going to be huge.
Is not what you want to do. So we'll have to see what he can do. You see him talking with the team. Probably a few sorries in there as well. And I can't believe why Kiwi Kid is not smiling after that.
And Dignitas had a ward in the base, so I think they saw that.
Cutie Pie taking a good amount of damage. Hotshot putting himself in the front, though, as a deterrent. They did see it, and they're actually playing off of it, outplaying that. Yes, my brain works. This Jouster trying to push this one off. The seeds go out in the beginning. They're just trying to stop the siege on this turret. When is pushing a push lane too much? They're not getting anything out of this, really.
It's not too much as long as they're getting incremental damage. They know that Hotshot's ultimate is down for at least another 45 seconds, and here goes the turret. This is just such a bad situation for CLG to be in.
It looks like they may be able to get enough damage. Will they focus that inhibitor? No, they throw Link right into the fight. He's forced to flash out. He goes down instantly. They're just trying to attack Crumbs and Kiwi Kid right now, but that's all they're given. Beautiful positioning by Dignitas here. The intervention onto Kiwi Kid. He throws back Doublelift. They can't even get into a position to fight back right now. They're just turning and clicking, and it's Dignitas coming up huge. A 2 for 4, and they have the Nexus turrets in their sight, chat.
And even though Crumbs is 1-7 in this game, he's got 17 assists. He was a creator for them this game. I think Dignitas is going to try to push this one out, but Chowster's being as big of a pain as possible. Maybe they'll get these last turrets.
He can't even go up to really Cutie Pie to take the damage. He's just trying to pressure out Patoy. They're watching the Nexus turrets go down. They start to focus on the Nexus. No, they want Chowster first, and now they will, Jat. The Nexus is at half. Dignitas continues their momentum with another win.
So that moves them to 5-2 on the season. That was an action-packed game, which is a lot different than the standard CLG Dignitas game.
Yeah.
Super pleasing to watch, Riv.
That was absolutely amazing, and we have to just consider that CLG's weeks off really took to them.
It's so tough. They were probably expecting to walk in here and leave this with a 4-1 record, but they're 2-3 now, and that game was like extremely close. All of those team fights really hinged on like fraction of a second's decisions, the instant cast intervention coming out from Kale.
Yeah, guys. All right, let's actually check out a replay of that Baron fight. It was one of the pivotal moments of the matchup.
This is really when Dignitas took control of the game. They were rushing Baron. They actually, Hotshot doesn't catch everyone in that ultimate, so they are able to get away the Baron, and they finish off Hotshot right away, but this is the interesting part. Kiwi Kid actually gets killed at well. This is where CLG says, wait, turn. Link goes in, he gets what he thinks is a kill right away, and they probably thought the Kale was down for some reason at this point, because Doublelift finished off by, and they say, all right, we got Cutie Pie, get him. But the intervention was there. Doublelift had to stop hitting him. He wasn't in range to get Skara, and Skara just closed down for the rest of that fight. That was such brilliant execution by Skara.
A great job, and like you said, holding off on the perfect timing of the abilities to really fake out CLG, and it was a big mind game the whole time. You mentioned it before that when Dignitas was, or CLG was going to dance out the first Baron, Dignitas just ran down mid lane instead of dancing it out with them. Everybody was trying to dictate something in that fight, in that match.
Those guys really knew what they were doing, is all I have to say. Like, those were definite decisions. They both had a lot of information, and they were not afraid to go with strategy calls. There was no second guessing in that game, right? Really, Dignitas slowly took control after that small back. It was unfortunate, really, that Hotshot did burn his ultimate at the end. We might have seen a slightly more epic ending, but the writing was on the wall at that point. Dignitas did have control, and it was nice to see them close it out.
Well, they come up with another win, and coming up, we'll speak to Skara from Dignitas, and then Complexity takes on Vulcun. We'll be right back with more of our live coverage in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We're joined by Skara from Dignitas. Congratulations on the game, and the momentum from you guys is just like filling the entire studio.
Yeah, thanks. It was a little bit too close for comfort. I think we made some bad plays. Me in general, I made almost 2 plays that threw the game, so I'm very happy we ended up winning that, though.
Yeah, but I mean, that whole game was just really crazy, and I kind of just want to go through this a little bit step by step, but like, CLG had the advantage kind of at level 1 on you guys. They did get the first blood. Do you want to kind of talk us through how that play happened?
Ooh, okay. I thought if we flashed and collapsed on Mundo, we could get the kill. But Afro did a really good job peeling. Even though he only had 1 ability, he only had like Q or something on Alistar. He peeled just long enough and then flashed away. So we traded 3 summoners for 2.
Right, and that was the first engagement.
Right, and then they came back in for blue buff. I was a little bit slow getting out because I wasn't sure what Vi's smite damage was. That was a little bit miscalculation on me. And I spent so long trying to dodge skill shots that Ali was just able to come up and combo me. I don't think I could have gotten out of there alive at that point, though, because I just spent way too long. Getting hit by the first cleaver sealed the death.
Right.
So coming in Champions Select, you guys picked super fast. It was just comfort. You guys didn't even care what they were doing?
Well, to be honest, we had all these strategies prepared, and then they gave us Kale. And then we were like,
okay.
We literally threw everything out the window. We're like, we're picking Kale. Because we're very, very confident in our Kale play and just our Kale synergy with every other pick on our team. So,
yeah.
I mean, we obviously proved it this game. Even with some very big misplays by me, we were able to bring it through and close out the game.
It's interesting that you say you were kind of misplaying because when we were watching those team fights, especially the big one around Baron and the 2 times you baited with I'm a Cutie Pie, like, the fights were very chaotic. It looked like COG kind of had an edge, and then, like, right at the moment when Doublelift went to fight I'm a Cutie Pie, you were there with the intervention.
Right. Like, intervention is like such a strong ability. It's one of the best in the game. Such a short cooldown, has a whole, like, your whole screen. That's the range of it. It's like over 1,000. But the one team fight that we lost on middle turret, I actually got CC during my cast of intervention, and I wasn't spamming it, so I thought I cast it on myself, but I didn't. And so I immediately got gibbed, even though I wasn't CC'd at the end. I could have cast it because I thought it went off. And we lost a team fight 4 for 2. And then after one team fight, we went to Dragon because I made a bad call to push. We should have immediately rotated to blue buff and taken Dragon and bounced. And then we stayed too long in drag and gave away Dragon like 1 or 2 deaths.
Wow.
And so those are the 2 really big misplays on our part by that game. Luckily, we were able to close out just because we were able to team fight better than CLG. And I think our team comp was, in general, just better. But hopefully, like, we're going to iron out those mistakes like after today.
I really think that game was just so awesome. And I heard, actually, that it's I'm a Cutie Pie's birthday. Does that have anything to do with all the interventions you were giving him?
Yes, it's my birthday present to Cutie Pie because it is indeed his birthday today. And it turns out on his birthday, he turns into a disgusting being. Like, literally all he cares about is KDA today. So he's like, we can't end the game until I get kills. So literally, we were finishing the Nexus, and he was like...
He turned around.
He turned around. He's like, I'm serious. I need this KDA. He killed Mundo and then turned back around. And I was just like, I can't. And so he's become a KDA fiend on his birthday. But, I mean, we won, and he did an excellent job today. Like, gold leader, kill leader.
His Draven is just awesome.
Yeah, his Draven's amazing. So
you guys are more than happy to turn into assist Natas. For Cutie Pie.
No problem. It's his birthday. He can have his dreams and wishes today. It's not a big deal.
So what was the mindset when Crumbs made it out and then went down to Chowster with like 3 health below blue?
Oh, no.
I literally flashed to intervene that, and then he ran out the wrong direction because he didn't think Mundo was there.
Right.
And I can't even fault him for that because we just didn't have the right coverage in our upper area. And so it was just very sad because after that, I was like, well, if I get I can't do a play middle, like I can't push too far because I don't have intervention, and we lose control of our top turret because I think he died and they 4-man top or something like that. Or no, it was like a little bit later than that. It was like, but he died and like we lost control of any kind of pressure we could have.
This is kind of just something. You guys have a long rivalry with CLG. You did beat them in the Season 2 North American Regionals, and like I feel like Dignitas does have a pretty good track record against CLG. Is there anything special you do to prepare for CLG, or like is this a more important game than against some other teams just because of the history?
I think we just really like beating CLG. Like it's just something like we love beating any of the top 4 teams. More than not because there's so much history there. It's like and next time we go up and talk to Doublelift, I can just be like, well, you remember that last game? And then he doesn't have anything to say because he lost. And vice versa. Like, he could do that to me, too. And so it's always more fun to play against the top, like one of the top 4 teams than it is to play the others, just because the history hasn't been established yet. But I'm definitely hoping to see some really good games from like Complexity coming up.
Right.
So coming into this one, obviously not to take any play away from you guys, but to point out that CLG was pretty much out for 13 days in playing. Did you notice that in the play? Did you feel that there were a few holes in Counter Logic's play coming into that?
I thought they took the 13 days off really seriously though. Like I remember I talked to Link
For
almost
sure.
like every other day or daily, and like I know they scrim a lot, but we knew going in what our pick choices would be, and there's a lot of key weaknesses of CLG that it's very hard for them to patch up. I'm not really going to go into much detail on that because it's pretty bad, but.
I know for you guys, in the first week, you had that huge housing situation issue. Second week, you guys practiced a whole bunch. You guys found a house yet?
Yes, we have. We move in after the Hell Week, though, after next week. So
awesome. The Super Week.
I call it Hell Week because it's insane.
Well, you guys, because you're going to be grilling it all week.
Yeah. It's going to be, like, literally, we'll play the week, and we go immediately from the studio to our house.
So how do you prepare for a week like that, knowing you have multiple matches? Is it like we can have a few strats, or is it kind of like prep as you go?
It's going to be overarching strategies for that week. Like, against CLG, we had a very refined strategy going in. Like, if they ban this, we pick this.
For sure.
Vice versa, all this stuff. But against these teams, we're going to have like 1 or 2 or 3 very, very good pick options and just having to go with that strategy over and over again. So as the day progresses, teams are going to look at that and have a lot of scouting information. So the later games are going to be pretty crazy to see. Maybe if a team has been saving a strategy, or maybe if you know what they're going to counter you with and if you can outplay that. So I'm actually curious to see how it'll turn out, but it's going to be grueling to prepare for.
Yeah. I'm just super excited to see that kind of Super Week. There's so much coming into it. I mean, is there any team other in the LCS that would have a huge advantage in that week? I know TSM was kind of the masters of like the grueling days of tournaments back when they won all those Season 2 things. Will that be an edge for them or no?
I think a lot of people don't understand how TSM took those days. And Season 2, TSM historically had very, very bad first days.
Okay.
So I don't know if they're looking to repeat that in LCS. I don't really think so. I think they've changed a lot since Season 2. But I don't really hold too much Season 2 history in for the other teams. Like, I think no one team has better chance preparing. I think the teams with just more versatility in their champion picks are able to come out ahead because they're able to deal with the strategies changing as the days progress into like the second day.
Well, right on. Well, congratulations, Scar, to you guys, to Dignitas and the team, and best of luck on keeping the win streak going. So, all right, guys, it's time for our final match of the day, Complexity versus Vulcun. Of course, Vulcun is coming off their first victory of the season earlier today against CLG, but now the pressure's on for Complexity to put up a win on the board.
Yeah, so Vulcan's now played 6 games, which is the most, tied for the most of all these other teams. They did just pick up their first win, and this is the second game of the whole tournament for Complexity. I mean, if you look at it just in the loss column, only Curse and Complexity have 1 or less losses. So, I mean, they still have the potential to be a really powerful team in the LCS here, but we just don't know it yet.
Yeah, well, they're coming in with the not being known advantage. They don't have any playbooks to be read up on.
And you can tell they do know how to pregame because in their one game against Curse, the Vi plus Soraka strategy when Loudamortis jumped over the back of the Dragon Pit with Vi, got the heal from Soraka, and they actually snuck the first 2 dragons of the game out of Curse there, would have been able to take that one home if they team fought a little more crispy, like Crisp Lee. Complexity, and even Ascara just said, are a really strong team. We just haven't seen them yet.
We'll have to see if those tricks come out again. Guys, we've got these 2 teams here hungry for wins. Let's see which one has the bigger appetite.
Complexity is pretty good, but I think we should beat them.
Vulcan's also not one of the top 4, but they definitely have a lot of really, really good components to their team.
For those guys to face off against each other is really a test of the waters.
Mandatory Cloud is one of the best mids in North America.
Loudamortis is a really good jungler, and he's played on the pro team in the past, so we probably have to watch out for him. Maybe he'll get a few targeted bans.
They've had a rough start to the season. I know they're going to come in extremely hungry for wins, and we are too. So it's going to be an interesting match to see. A battle of willpower of who wants it more.
You can see how much these teams respect each other. So let's take a look at our lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Complexity. Nick Wu in that top lane, Mortis in the jungle, Trooper in mid, Brunch U on AD, and MIA on support.
So on the red side, it's going to be Vulcun. We'll have Psycho Sid in the top lane, X-Smithy in the jungle, Mandatory Cloud coming off that amazing Nidalee game in the mid lane, Zuna, the AD carry, and of course Muffin Cutie on support.
So do we see Complexity trying any more early game antics? It's known now, it's been seen, and that's what makes it a little bit more scary to try.
I think Complexity has no reason not to, right?
Okay.
They have had really good level 1s, even in the LCS qualifiers. They were very well prepared back when they were the Brunch Club. Now with Complexity, they've had all this time to practice. They've had all this time to observe. They have 6 Vulcun games to pull from. If they're studying the level 1s of what they're doing, if there's any consistencies, any trends that they can pick up, you know Complexity is going to be able to analyze that,
right.
Especially with Mortis, who is an incredibly respected jungler going way, way back. It's going to be huge for them.
And we'll have to see what they can do. Coming into this game, Vulcun does have their first win, so they've got to be hyped up. Zuna's yelling is going to do more damage for Muffin Cutie, as he said in the interview. It just feels like it gives you more power, so we'll have to see if they come in. They go ahead and keep Zuna on a safe AD carry, long range, and not the Graves or the Vayne that he seemed to kind of crumble under.
It has to be such a relief for Vulcun to get that first win,
yeah,
especially against CLG. I mean, every time they look at the standings, it's like 0-5, and the next closest was 0-2 or 0-1, and they're just thinking, man, what are we going to do? Like, they were a strong team coming in. We've seen in the interviews, like, I think it was Afram who says, of all the younger teams, Vulcun has the most potential. Like, they knew and they know that they are a good team. They just hadn't been able to put it together. So now that they've beaten CLG, who was like a hugely feared team in all of this, if they can just pound it through, and we kind of jokingly in the pregame said, who's going to go 3-0 this week? What if it's Vulcun? Like, seriously, what if it's Vulcun?
That would be absolutely amazing. They've definitely been talking things through. We heard how they use Zuna's brother to kind of just discuss things and how they're happening and the way it goes, and that's what the Korean teams do. Cloud Templar has said Hero, their coach, is, well, if it's still the coach from when they were on Azubu, has just been such a huge factor in helping the players choose what to play based on personality and not just because I like the Q. You know?
And Gosu Yuna is actually his brother's name.
Yes.
He's actually larger than Gosu Zuna, and if possible, even more intimidating.
Yeah.
But they have actually been playing together for the really, really long time. They actually used to be on, I wish I remembered the name of the team, it was like back in 2010. They've been playing together for a while, so it's not like Yuna isn't a really good, experienced player. Yeah.
That's great to have on your team, though, because it's always everybody in the 5, and I'm sure you've been on a team where everybody thinks they're right for a scenario, so it's always good to have one more.
That voice in the back.
One more
that can just
opinion
kind
that
of,
says, no, this is the way it's supposed to be.
And all the teams that have developed into like contenders nowadays do have that voice on their team.
Yeah.
Like for CLG, it seems to be Chowster, right? Like he's the one who, when he says something, people end up listening. It used to be just because he could yell louder than everybody else, but now I think they actually have that respect for him as a strategy caller. And I think Vulcun and Complexity, for Complexity, it would be Mortis.
Yep.
And I'm not sure exactly who that is for Vulcun yet.
So we'll have to see if they allow Mandatory Cloud to get back on to Nidalee. The poke comp for their first game against CLG. I mean, if Complexity sees that CLG couldn't stop it and how much it initiated 50% health fights, then they're probably going to ban it out. As we jump into Champion Select, we'll figure out if that's true. It's going to be the horse first.
And at the very least, if they do let an AP Nidalee go through, please God get some magic resist, because those things were doing unreasonable amounts of damage. Hecarim, of course, getting banned. I mean, that's not that big a surprise. Hecarim's been incredibly successful, even in just solo queue, but now making his way into the LCS. That is a smart ban.
Very good there. Zed actually coming out, being played a lot in the Korean scene. Definitely a targeted ban coming out here. Complexity.
I'm not sure. That's a Nick Wu ban, actually, because Nick Wu was a very, very good Zed player. For the people who know how to play Zed, who's an extremely complex champion, he is very, very powerful. He's the guy who gets on your AD carry, and instead of Vi just like smashing him into the ground, he just walks away, and then 3 seconds later they explode.
Yeah, that's not what you want to have happen. See the bans coming out here. Kale being the next one up. Singed is also on the board, so they're taking out that tanky fight team composition here. We'll have to see if it's just going to be straight in and burst comps coming out.
And they do get the Jarvan ban as well, so that super armor aura team that we've seen Curse running won't be possible in this setup either. Both of these teams, I believe, have actually lost the game to Curse, so they know the threat of that combination. And Nidalee, I believe, is still on the board. We need to check on that last ban.
Yep,
but
Nidalee's still on the board. They have 6 seconds
Yeah.
left for this one. We'll have to see what they lock in. 3 seconds left. Actually, what are they going to decide to ban out? And coming in, I don't believe it was Thresh, so we will not see him within the game. Yeah, I know, right?
All of this build-up, I had like so many like Thresh facts ready to go. I was like tweeting about them early when
Already.
Thresh was there. I'll be like, man, Thresh got a half-second cast time on his Q. You know, it's a quarter second longer than Blitzcrank. And I got a bunch of other ones.
Sitting in
but-
bed, couldn't sleep last night,
Yeah.
and now you can't even use.
Oh well. Maybe
Wait for Nick Wu's
it'll
pick.
happen eventually.
It will,
Tomorrow.
obviously.
It's gonna happen
Sometime.
tomorrow.
Maybe it won't. Watch, it won't happen now. 2013, Thresh clean. Here we go, Nick Wu taking up Jin, and I think it's going to be the first time we've seen him here. He's been banned out.
Yeah, Jin Zhao making his way through and right into the hands of complexity. Loudamortis, that plays right into his hands. Back when Loudamortis was really making a name for himself, he was an Alistair and Maokai player for the really early game ganks, but Jin Zhao is going to be able to apply that playstyle for him if they go for it in the jungle. Like, Nick Wu could definitely play that top lane, but it's probably Loudamortis' jungle.
So I see Complexity says, you can have your Nidalee, you can have the poke, but we take away your full initiation. So yeah, they'll have half health at a distance, but they won't be able to get to him. So they're allowing Vulcun for Mandatory Cloud to get that Nidalee. Or maybe Psycho Sid, we'll have to see.
Yeah, so they played Nidalee both in the top lane as a tank split pusher, and in the mid lane as that AP just nuke Spearmaster. If I had to guess, they'd go for the AP one again, because that was a little bit more successful.
A bit, yeah. So Psycho Sid didn't have too much fun last time on that Nidalee, although he didn't take teleport, kind of didn't bring the split lane push composition up to par. So we'll have to see what they decide. Loudamortis and Chuper now to get some selections in for their team. And Loudamortis actually, I think, brought out Maokai last week.
Nope, they had the one game, and he was the Vi jungle where
You're
they
right,
did the
yeah, because they
support
kept
over the
dodging him.
wall.
Everybody,
And
boy.
something that would surprise me a little bit, but I think would be clever, is if they picked Vi now and just had Nick Wu play in the top lane, because Jin Zhao and Vi diving through a team would be incredibly, incredibly potent. But, you know, I can only dream. They do pick Soraka again. They're really, MIA is the only guy to play Soraka in this tournament, but
they super utilize the window of that armor buff on whoever gets it. They are really initiating with that, and it's I think underrated at some points because you're also shredding magic resistance as you just walk around.
And now we have to see how Vulcun counters up against that. I mean, if they went with like a misfortune in lane, they would be able to negate the Soraka heal, assuming they do a 2v2. Soraka in general, unless you're doing like a really early level 2 tower dive to get you that extra armor, is punishable in 2v1 lanes unless you play that very specific way. So Vulcun would have a couple ways they could go around this.
Giving a little bit of poke back against the Nidalee. They do take Jace up, and they keep it long range and safe with an Ezreal pick. Can't see what else would come in here. Looks like it maybe hovered on Lee Sin for now.
Oh, wow. So this is, I think, a little bit different than what we've seen from Vulcun in the past. I don't know how much Lee Sin we've seen Smithy play, unless that's a Psycho Sid pick and they're still going for their mid lane. So this is actually a little curious because Lee Sin could actually go anywhere he wants. He could go top, mid, or jungle. Nidalee could go top or mid. So these last two picks by complexity don't know what they're laning against in any facet of the imagination.
Well, really, besides CLG coming in with, you know, not out of the world picks, but different picks, we did have Mandatory Cloud playing Lulu and whatnot, so they switched up their lanes. We'll have to see if they, you know, do something crazy with these picks.
They have the Poppy selected now, but I don't think so. I don't think they're going to be going with Poppy. They don't know. That's too dangerous of a pick and too easy to pick a counter against in lane to lock something like that in. They do go for the Kog'Maw right up against Zuna's Ezreal. That's something Zuna did amazingly with in the first game. And then Lux again, that's what they had last week against Curse and mid.
This is going to be a great lineup. Not much protection coming in for a Kog'Maw, though. It's kind of scary.
It's a little bit of protection. Like, if the Soraka shield lands at the right time, it would be enough to guard against like a Lee Sin. What it's not going to protect from, though, would be those huge range Nidalee spears if they go for AP Nidalee. But you would have the Lux shield on top of that. It's just a matter of like stopping them from getting in the first place, right? So if Lee Sin and Alistair get on him, then he's probably a little bit screwed.
Not going to work in that situation. He does have the cleanse, though, so he's going to be able to get quite easy after he lands back on the ground. Muff and Cutie waiting to pick in here. We're still trying to decide what we will have. Looks like they kind of need a jungler at this point. And wow, they lock in Elise, so it still could kind of be an ambiguous pick, but it looks like Psycho Sid's going to take that one.
It still doesn't tell us everything.
No.
Cycle Sid probably in the top lane. So we look at these team comps, and there's actually pretty poke heavy on both sides of the dial. Like, Mandatory Cloud on AP Nidalee is a poke comp just by bringing that champion. Like, Nidalee is kind of the linchpin to make any poke composition tick. The hard engage after the poke is what's going to separate these guys. So Muffin Cutie should be able to go in. If Elise lands a really good stun, they'd be able to go in. And you look across the complexity, it's the Lux Jace. You land that one Lux binding, that target's probably going to die if you can get it onto a squishy. So both the AD carries brought cleanse because they'll have to get out immediately if they get caught by something. This could be a very poke-heavy team, but because Loudamortis and X-Smithy are on such aggressive early-game junglers, we could see a lot of early-game aggression.
Well, may even be more early game aggression if we see that 2v1 lane swap coming in because of the aggression from the junglers. Both actually Jace and Elise good at the 2v1 lane. We saw Dyrus doing it on Elise before. We've seen Jace in the 2v1. So it's going to have to be the help from the junglers to begin that aggression.
And we have seen a whole bunch of 3-man stacking and 3-man tower diving all throughout the LCS. It's one of the big trends we need to watch in almost all of these games. How they do the 2v1 lanes, what exactly they're going for in those situations. Are they going for the kills? Are they going for the turrets? Or are they going to deny the one-man lane? Everything's open for these guys because these teams have a lot of versatility in the picks.
Indeed. Vulcun looking to go 2-0 off of this match. Like we said, one team has gone 3-0 each week. Could it be Vulcun this time? We're into the game. On to Summoner's Rift. Here we go. Complexity versus Vulcun for your final matchup of the day. Chat, what are they going?
Just the second game of the entire tournament for Complexity. They could also go 3-0. They have two games tomorrow. If they win this one against Vulcun, they would be able to hop in on that. So, level 1, we saw a lot of mind games with CLG and Dignitas. I wonder where the early wards are going to be coming out for Vulcun and Complexity.
Looks like they are going towards the bottom side here. They warded up with Xmithy in that bush, so it looks like they want to leave that bush at some point, but use this for a quick in and out to get a ward down for that jungle coverage.
Yeah, a lot of times when teams are invading...
Excuse me, let me put this down, thank you.
They put wards down as they move through so that they don't get snuck up on from behind.
Yeah.
So that might have been the reasons they put that lane brush in there.
Right.
But especially the one they put in the Wraith brush that MIA wanded once with his Soraka banana. They know, Complexity knows where that is.
Yeah. So they spread back out. Only one real ward coming in for Vulcun here. Complexity doesn't seem to want too much vision for themselves.
Yeah.
They're playing this real safe.
I mean, Complexity does have the 5 moving human wards to stop from this, and I was talking with Elements, because everyone, including us, brought up the 7-ward CLG strat early game. We're like, man, that's a lot of wards. They're revolutionizing the game. And it's like, is that a little bit wasteful? And Elements was like, yeah, it's a little excessive, right? Like, it depends on what your early game strategy is, how many wards you're actually going to need. And both of these guys went passive early game. There's 2 wards from Complexity and 1 ward coming out from Vulcun. So both of these guys conserving, not going aggressive, and it doesn't cost them anything aside from a bit of jungle knowledge.
And if you remember back to Mistake's Facebook post, he actually put something in there that was all about wards, and if you have more money, still take 2 or 3 to go out. There's no reason to waste a ton of money on it. But that was Season 2. We're into Season 3 now, so a little bit more on the wards. Can't hurt. Not too much aggression still. Just the regular orthodox starts for everyone around here. MIA is actually going to walk through a ward on this. Will they decide to choose? No, it's going to be Brunch getting caught out in the bottom. A very good pulverize. The Ignite goes down instantly. Forces the cleanse. It looks like he might get some damage here with his W on, but he doesn't have the vision in the bush just yet. They kind of trade the same amount of damage there.
And that's a bit of trouble for Brunch U. He started with a Doran's Blade, so he can't health pot up from all that harass. And MIA started with Star Call, so he can't heal up Brunch U. There comes the Pulverize. They might get a kill.
They could go onto this, a great exhaust, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be way too quick. A double kill. No. 1-1 for Muffin Cutie and Zuna.
And holy momentum, Batman. They just got a double kill at the start of the game after beating CLG. What a huge mistake by Brunch U getting caught in that brush, using the cleanse, and then staying in range of Muffin Cutie to get the flash pulverize. Great double kill pickup by Zuna and Muffin Cutie. That gives them total presence in that lane.
A little bit aggressive by MIA there for being a Soraka at level 1. That was really what turned Vulcun to go back in on that. Great flash pulverize by Muffin Cutie coming in. They are going to push this lane into oblivion now. Really, the other lanes for CLG, Complexity right now just have to be figuring out they need to win.
So Chuper and Mandatory Cloud in this mid lane. One thing ManCloud did so well in their first game against CLG when he was playing up against Syndra was he farmed. Like, the early game farming of Nidalee isn't necessarily that generous, right? You really don't have much attack damage. You have to be very careful what you're last hitting with. You have nothing to aid you with that. But he was ahead of Link Syndra the entire game. We'll see if he can do the same against Chuper's Lux.
We see Smithy with a bit of aggression, so Complexity has a mark on where he is now. He's going to be backing. A quick buy does go for the Vampiric Scepter in lane. He feels like he was head enough from that first blood. Gets the Dorans as well, or had the Dorans rather, but he has the sustain, so going for that Scepter means he just wants to do some damage.
Yeah, and we look back at this bot lane. They were trying to shove in really, really hard and fast after that double kill, but MIA and Brunchu actually made it back to the lane just in time to catch the huge wave of minions. So they did give up the double kill, but they're not really that far behind in experience. So now that MIA has a few skill points, they might be able to salvage what's left of this lane since they didn't fall back in experience, as there's the pink ward battle going around in the bushes.
Yeah, they just took one out in the tri-brush, and then in that bottom one, Smithy coming down, trying to read the plays here. Looks to make a top, or a rather mid or bottom gank as he comes in. The ward's going to be there. Looks like Muffin Cutie may try to get himself in
They know there's no
range.
flash.
Yeah, they don't have the flash. The
After
headbutt
that
goes
one,
in.
whoops.
So they force out the flash for Soraka on that one. MIA, a very long range resonating strike coming in from Smithy. A little bit of pressure on the lane just continues to hurt them. A flash expended there means Smithy may be back in just a few seconds.
Yeah, in the first engagement, MIA actually died before he could flash out of the Pulverize. For some reason, I thought MIA didn't have it, and that's why they were being so aggressive. But now they know he has no flash, and here they come.
And he actually doesn't even wait a few seconds. They go instantly back in. MIA gets back to lane and finds himself going down. Muffin Cutie easily out, and Loud Mortis knows they're not going to get anything off an engage here.
Loud Mortis is in a really tough spot here as a jungler, because when you pick a Soraka lane, it's not easy to gank for. Soraka doesn't add much to the gank. There's no crowd control really coming out, and you can't help them chase. So that lane is on its own, and if MIA and Brunchu keep getting punished by the aggression of Muffin Cutie's Alistair and Xmithy's Lee Sin, it's going to be real trouble.
And they've really put themselves into that situation, every lane except for Lux in mid, because you can't gank as well as easy with Jace up top too.
And Muffin Cutie in the interview mentioned how they've been practicing ganking the hell out of one lane. They said they did it with Hecarim and Alistair, but they're going to do the same thing with Lee Sin and Alistair. They can pull out the same combos. They're going to really look to get Zuna going, and if they repetitively burn the cooldowns of that one lane, they keep the pressure up. They don't need to create a flash burn on Nick Wu or a flash burn on Chuper, as long as Psycho Sid and ManCloud can hold their own in lane.
We'll see the mids now at that ability where they can pretty much wipe out these waves, and we may start to see a little bit of roam here. There's the final spark going out for mid lane. Chuper's completely out of mana. His blue buff is actually up in 40 seconds, so he may just back out on this one and go get something back at the store. He will. Top lane being pushed by Nick Wu. 55-39 in the CS here for Psycho Sid, so Nick Wu seems to be seemingly blasting away with his shock blast, just clearing these waves just like that.
Yeah, here's a lane where Nick Wu's trying to get the edge. He did start the game with a red elixir, which now it looks like he just has the Tear of the Goddess on Jace, but that's one of the ways he got that early advantage on Psycho Sid. He's going to need to hold that and punish, and really, since Loud Mortis can't gank bottom lane, and it's so hard to gank in Nidalee, this is the place where Loud Mortis needs to make his impact. He needs to combo with Nick Wu, and maybe they'll look for a tower dive or something on Sid because they need to make a play.
And they could get it here. Nick Wu has actually flexed that red potion, so he's got a little bit more damage here, and he did, going for the back. And they're going to just throw out the volatile spider. He's seen, and they will not get any attempt there. You said it before, this is becoming a tough position for Loud Mortis.
Now that he's been spotted out in that bot lane, he ended up walking through the ward on his retreat, so that just allows the bot lane to continue to push with impunity. Zuna 51-37 doesn't look that huge, but when you do look at the gold, it's an 800 advantage, so 2,600 to 1,800, and the big thing is Muffin Cutie has got 700 on MIA as well.
Mandatory Cloud trying to get in and just harass Loud Mortis, even just playing in the mid lane. Looks like they're going to try to pressure Dragon after a little bit of aggression towards this bottom lane if it goes in their favor.
And they might just go for the red buff, right? They jumped over the Dragon. They did get spotted out there. They realized that Complexity had backed off, and they don't actually want to take that turret in bottom lane yet because they know they're winning the lane so hard already that they're going to continue to keep that going for as long as possible. Now they're just going to roam around and bully.
It's 11.5 thousand gold to 10,000 gold. 1.5, and we saw 800 of that really in favor of Zuna right now. He has quite a deficit, or I'd say advantage over Brunchu at this point. Dragon's going to be going in their favor.
And this is on top of a ward. The Dragon will be getting them kind of low because this is an 8-minute 30-second Dragon. Pretty early. Loud Mortis might try to jump over and steal, but they're trying to harass it out.
And they did not get it. It did go to Xmithy as they go in, and Loud Mortis, having a tough day, goes down on the attempt, but he had to go deep. They needed that edge.
He really tried to make a play. If he would have gotten it, it would have been a trade of 975 gold for the 450 that he would give up. But instead, that's just 1,425 more gold for Vulcun as a team after Latamortis essentially committed suicide.
So he's going to be coming back in. He actually didn't even get his smite off as he went in. So Vulcun just on top of their game right now. The lanes not definitively winning in pretty much any of them. 60 CS to the 40 of Brunch, so they're definitely giving that 80 carry lane some trouble. Like we said, Xmithy would be focusing something. He spent a lot of time on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, and we talk about Latamortis struggling so much. You can really see he was pressed to make a play there, trying to splash in for a smite steal against Lee Sin specifically, who can combo the second half of his resonating strike, which is 8% missing health.
Yeah.
And on the Dragon, that's hugely substantial. He puts that with smite. It becomes nearly impossible to steal as Latamortis unless Xmithy makes a miscalculation. So that was a very low percentage play for Latamortis to try to make.
And perfect scenarios happening for that Zuna and Muffin Cutie lane. They are 35 CS ahead now. A full siege wave was crashing into the turret as they backed, and Brunch got hardly any of it. Everything in that bottom lane is playing out for Vulcun. Chuper now trying to force back this wave in mid. You can see the damage trade just a loss right now as he's throwing back some potions on those spears from Mandatory Cloud.
This is a totally different Vulcun team.
Yeah,
Than
no,
we
it
saw
really
in the first
is.
2 weeks. Like the way
Very
they handled
methodical.
CLG, they made almost no mistakes. Then they got the early edge, essentially capitalizing on a quick mistake that Complexity made in lane with Brunch being caught out in the brush. And it's just like, this is what they do now. They decided to push bottom lane extremely hard. They're going to bully that lane forever. Here comes Xmithy once again. If Muffin Cutie gets a pulverize, Lee Sin's going to combo right behind it. They are not giving Brunch an inch to breathe right now.
I like it so perfect. Muffin Cutie acting as the middleman for Xmithy to come in here. Once he enters that bush, it's full-on resonating strike after his safeguard, and they're just planning this out as that work line. 11 minutes into the game, 4-0, a definitive lead for Vulcun right now as they're not, like you said, Jap, pressuring the turrets. They want to win this lane very hard. They want to win each of their lanes very hard, and they are continuing to keep that turret up so they can soak up the CS and experience. A little bit of aggression here, and Complexity is forced to start putting wards in their own forward brush, still not seeing Xmithy on the backside.
It's a big-time team strategy that they're pulling off here, right? Because mid lane with ManCloud and top lane with Psycho Sid, they're not winning by much, if winning at all. Like, Nick Wu has 102 to the 89 of Psycho Sid. Mid lane, Mandatory Cloud is up by 5, right? But they got the Dragon, and all their kills and extra gold are just being channeled from that bottom lane pressure. I really like how their other lanes are accepting that they're not going to get any ganks, and they know that the bottom lane is going to win it for them.
Nice attempt by Xmithy down in the bottom lane as they are still just forcefully pushing them off the turret. Latamortis wants to finish those golems, but he will have to be pulled off. The turret takes a good amount of damage. It looks like Vulcun finally trying to put some pressure on the lane and take down the turret.
They're backing off there. Complexity kind of wanted to counter gank. Chuper was coming down from the mid lane, but they recognized that he was gone and said, all right, we're already winning this lane by a whole bunch, 97 to 52, which is almost double. Total catastrophe in the bottom lane there. They know they're sucking all the pressure down there, and they're just going to take this one a little bit slow and methodically, I think.
This one's going to be difficult coming in here as I believe Nidalee just grabbing that blue buff. Luxus is about to wear off, so that lane is about to go in one direction. Xmithy getting into mid, more pressure there, very omnipresent in this match. Vulcun looks to take their first turret here on the bottom lane, but they're just slowly pushing the CS. No attacks onto that turret just now as Muffin Cutie goes ahead, he starts punching.
They could take their sweet time with getting that turret down. That pushes their total gold lead to 4,000, and it shows in the fact that Muffin Cutie has 1,000 more gold than MIA, right? Muffin Cutie got the Philosopher's Stone before MIA did, so that's already accumulated 300 extra gold for Muffin Cutie because he could get it so early on into the game. It's just everything is off of that bottom lane performance, so Muffin Cutie and Zuna showing the synergy.
That's so crazy. Zuna about half the gold above, or another half above Brunch. He needs to do some catching up. The Bloodthirster finished off, and really he's just going for attack speed right now. He's trying to finish that Zeal, but the attack speed being more expensive now in Season 3, so he's really setting himself behind.
You just compare a Dagger to a Bloodthirster and you say that's not good, right? That's not a good matchup. There was so much.
I could have done that.
There's so much AD carry
So smart.
brawling that goes on, especially in the last game. That's not going to happen in this game because it's just going to be one man disappearing, right?
And if he's not putting out damage that's bursty, you're not going to change the mind of the people fighting you. And like we said, he doesn't have much protection.
You're right about that. Like MIA has 3 points in his Astral Blessing. His heal's only giving 65 armor. There's been so much denial in that bottom lane, and now it's a question of how Vulcun transitions that to the rest of the map, because they have the gold lead, they have the kills, but it is still just Zuna and Muffin Cutie that are ahead. The other lanes are equal.
Well, we haven't seen the burst synergy yet. The Trooper getting in there with Lux, Nick Wu getting in there with the Shock Blast Gate. It's been very sporadic for their damage, and none of them yet can, 100 to 0, as we say, on any of their abilities, just too early in the game. So the laning phase just really going in favor of Vulcun right now, and there's no doubt about that. Vulcun still pushing very heavy in the bottom. Mandatory Cloud once again grabbing up his own blue buff. Doesn't even need help from that Lee Sin now. Xmithy able to push mid. These guys are just everywhere at the same time.
Able to put pressure on because there's so much sucked into the bottom lane that they are able to roam around. The Dragon's up again right now, and just because there's such a mismatch in that 4v4, Zuna and Muffin Cutie means so much more than Brunchu and MIA. They should be able to bully out this Dragon entirely.
Looks like they're actually just going to be almost missing their blue to a true shot barrage there. But the Dragon goes once again to Vulcun. We see them taking that up to 5,000. Actually, 6,000 is the gold lead here. I think that's one of the biggest ones we've seen at 15 minutes.
And there was something I was kind of trying to figure out here. ManCloud looks like he has double buffs on Nidalee. He actually just has the blue buff.
Right.
Yeah,
I noticed
that's
that
something
as
that
well
he's
when he
had
was
almost kind of the whole game. It's like, how does he always have red buff? I was looking up, like, does Xmithy have it and stuff? But no, that is just a spectator-only thing. So in the game, it doesn't look like he has it either.
Right. So he does have the blue, doesn't have the red. He's charged up with that. We see the bottom lane, the focus on Brunchu here, and Zuna as they just battle back and forth. Really focused on the CS right now. But Jat, 136 to 89 in that lane.
Which, comparison-wise, isn't as bad as the 95 to 52 was, but it's still pretty bad. Like, it's not a good scenario. And there comes Muffin Cutie onto Brunchu. The just pressure continues. Xmithy lives down there.
And you can see them getting split. They took Complexity in a point where they forced MIA out of position with Brunch, and that's the power of Muffin Cutie right there on Alistar. You can just displace, set up the ganks you want, and make it happen. They're now pushing Complexity off of this bottom turret very quickly in the game, making moves right now. It's really not been focused for any other lane but the bottom one. And like you said, Jack, Vulcun is sticking to that strategy.
It's what they did to beat CLG, and they haven't had a reason to leave it.
There
now
it
the
comes.
Spear's coming in. Here's the blue buff Mandatory Cloud going to try to siege down this bottom turret, and Complexity has been trying to stave off this the entire game. They're just hoping to get to a point where Brunchu has some items and can actually fight Zuna, because Kog'Maw does scale up quite aggressively, but it is a tough hold.
So, Jack, I compared... Oh, there's some good damage coming out, but not enough. And I compared the Jace to Nidalee earlier, and I said I loved it because it's poke, but just coming down to it, the Nidalee Spears, the movement of Nidalee, just 110% more effective.
It also, when you just add the fact that it's the magic damage versus the physical damage.
Right.
Because everyone has really good scaling armor per level. Like, by the time people get level 18, they're sitting around 100 magic resist. But Nidalee, once you get to the magic pen, people start the game with 30 MR. If they're a tank or something, it will scale up to about 51 or 52, but it's generally much lower values naturally.
Champions have that.
Most melees have it.
Yeah. Well, that's a good handful.
Yeah. Oh, and a dive comes mid lane. Lattimortis in trouble.
Muffin Cutie with the tank on the turret, and he goes to dash onto him with the will on. He's going to live. The Ignite is not going to take. Actually, not Ignite. But he will live nonetheless. Lattimortis gets himself out. The Siege is trying to be stopped here by Trooper. He has his ultimate up. Doesn't look like he needs to use it. We'll just get that passive proc on. Mandatory Cloud looking to get the damage in as he has the shield on.
It's kind of clever. Mandatory Cloud rushed the Morellonomicon, which has a healing debuff on spells. So when they're poking around turrets, whatever chunks someone down to like a third of their health, MIA is going to have to wait 4 seconds to use his Soraka heal on that if he wants to get the full effectiveness on it, which will make Vulcun Siege, when it comes into it, more effective.
There it is, onto Trooper. They get a nice Q into the Resonating Strike. Mandatory Cloud, they're just poking down the damage. They do not want to overextend themselves as they're gaining an advantage here.
And they're trying to put their pressure in other lanes. Like, overall, the game looks very much in the hands of Vulcun, but they do have to transition Zuna's farm into other lanes, right?
Yeah, they've slowed down a lot. They need to keep moving. They can't get complacent. They kept going on CLG, and that's what they need to do.
And it could be a fact that Complexity just kind of letting themselves get pushed around a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because in the Dignitas for CLG game, as soon as Dignitas had a quick edge, CLG was like on it, trying to make stuff happen, and vice versa. As MIA takes a little bit of damage, didn't really see that one coming.
No, not at all. The spear just clocking him right upside the head, and that was about 75% of his health, literally. And the wards clearing, or able to push them out, I should say, just giving them enough vision. But you can see Complexity not playing scared, but playing very cautious. They're one by one entering the jungle, just creeping on their tiptoes.
And the one kind of all-out play that Complexity made when Mortis went in for the Dragonsteel did end up costing them. That might contribute to their passivity. Like, Mortis is the one that's really generaling them and making all the calls. Since he had that one play backfire, as he gets caught out in the jungle, they might not do more.
Oh, Mortis walked right through a ward there, and it looks like he's going to go down. His team cannot get to the other side of the wall. Unfortunate positioning.
And this could be the reason that Complexity is so passive. Mortis is their playmaker, but he's so far behind he's not able to make plays, and no one else is really taking the ball and saying, I'm going to go do things. Nick Wu has actually had the lane turned around on him by Psycho Sid. You know, Chuper hasn't been able to do anything in mid lane against ManCloud, so they're just trapped.
You know, Jat, we hear Zuna continuously yelling, but it looks like there is a lot of just quiet coming from Complexity, and you cannot have that.
It's what happens to teams when they run out of ideas sometimes. They just kind of shut down, and when you see that, the game is almost over at that point, because if everyone's just kind of quietly sitting and hoping someone else comes up with something,
right? I mean,
no one is talking, right? On Complexity's side, it's like a yes or no, or this guy's here, and they're just hoping something happens to them. They're not engaging in their own comeback. They're just hoping it comes to them, which is not the way to play it, as Mortis is probably in a lot of trouble.
He's very much so in trouble right now. He knows Troopers on the outside. Looks like they were able to grab away the blue there for Lux. And they will start to make their way out. Yes, Lux. No, she actually did not get it. So
Mandatory Cloud has a fresh blue.
Will be Mandatory Clouds. Yeah. Wow, great job on the steal. The final spark will be up, so no problem on that. But the engagement bottom now means they won't have that siege clear. Let's see if they can get some more damage on the turret. But this is where they've been all game. These guys have not left bottom. This is home away from home.
And this is the build that Don't Mash Me used against Vulcun when Don't Mash Me's team was running the Pro Cup, when GGU was doing it. It's the cooldown boots into a Frozen Fist, and it's all about the Mystic Shot spam for Zuna. He can really just kite at range, and you don't even necessarily need to auto-attack that much because you can Mystic Shot almost every second if you're landing your abilities.
Amazing builds coming out from these guys. Definitely something to take note of as well. We'll look at the round, take stock of the CS within the lanes, which is actually quite close considering we're at 21 minutes in the game. 171 to 185 in the top. Almost 100 CS, however, separates the AD carries.
Right, and if you just add up I think that was 2 or 3 dragons. I believe it 2 dragons.
2 dragons.
2 dragons and 2 turrets. It's 975 gold a dragon. I'm just going to say 1,000 and 750 gold per turret. So that's where a lot of it's coming from, right? That's 3,500 gold. Then you factor in the fact that Muffin Cutie got his gold per 10 earlier, and Zuna is substantially winning his lane, and bam, that's their huge, huge advantage.
I have to see. The Static Shiv was actually the first item for Brunch U, which is kind of going to add a little bit of damage for the fact that you throw out more Ws, but that was a big plateau in overall burst damage for him. He's really not been able to do much, and he's only been farming. Now that we see him into the fight, he has grabbed the pickaxe, so he's going to have a little bit of hit to his strike. We'll have to see if it's enough, though. Like we said, he doesn't have enough peel, and the poke comp is going to start hurting from Vulcun.
Yep, Death Cap completed for ManCloud, and it's the 3,000 gold edge. The Static Shiv is nice. Not quite enough. They have a lot of disengage. Complexity does with the Jace acceleration gate, but there's probably even more engage and poke coming out from Vulcun, as this turret is not going to be standing for very long.
They are throwing everything they have right now. Even the True Shot Barrage went out, not even really doing much damage. They're just trying to deter and change the mindset of Complexity right now. They can't hit these spears as much as ManCloud was last time, but this turret looks to go down. Oh, there is one right there. And for Jin, that is not good damage.
They have no reason to not continue pushing this, right? Mandatory Cloud has about a minute left on his blue buff. unless Zuna takes a bunch of damage, they can't go in, and there's a bunch of damage.
Muffin Cutie could have just solidified a kill there for himself, but he gets a good pulverize in. The dash isn't there for Lauda and here's the kite coming in. That blue buff, Zuna's able to shift. The wish comes out from MIA, but everybody was almost full health. That was only for Lauda, and they're going to choose to back off on this one. That was a lot of what they needed. MIA need to use the heal on himself. No, he flashes and saves the heal for one of his teammates. These guys are scattering right now.
And Vulcun actually really passive in the way they're doing this, right? Like, they could have actually engaged that in a few ways, but they want to continue the poke strategy. They're sticking to their guns. They know they can get a victory if they disengage and poke properly, so they will take this one slow.
Zuna is low, but he does have that blue buff he just stole. It looks like they're going to start backing out. And I was going to say they have to be careful because it looked like Chuper and Brunch wanted to go in pretty hard right there for at least one pickoff.
It was really telling once Chuper landed the burst onto Zuna and Muffin Cutie,
Right.
how little damage Lauda did diving onto Zuna, right? The Glacial Shroud, which is now turned into the Iceborne Gauntlets, giving that now 60 armor, which puts Zuna at 130 overall, means it's very difficult for Lauda Jin Zhao with actually no real damage items. Madrid's Razors only helps you against jungle minions now in Season 3. Not doing much. Lauda gets kicked back.
Looks like they are going to be able to do this. Zuna yelling from the background. Lauda tries to save himself for a few more seconds, delaying the time. And it looks like it is going to be a push down mid for these guys. The safeguard to the ward, a beautiful catch in the cocoon. Double kill coming in from Mandatory Cloud, and they can continue to push this.
They're just looking to punish right now, as they have been the entire game, waiting for the creep wave a little bit. Zuna, he's fine taking a few hits, getting a shield. They're going to keep on this push.
Now they say what creep wave? They're just going to micro this damage in and out. The heal coming in quite large, actually, from Nidalee. Zuna's going to stay healthy on this one. There's the turret going down. They actually rush past the turret to see if they can catch him on a little bit of damage first, and then take it.
Yeah, the Nidalee heal doing a substantial amount since it's 355 AP on Mandatory Cloud. Able to just get rid of some of the auxiliary damage you take from the turret as well. Confident Vulcun coming in, and who would have thought, right? Like an 0-5 Vulcun winning the first two games. Like, that's
like you said, a
awesome.
different, completely different team coming in here. Zuna still in Zuna mode, as you can see on his screen, right up on that monitor. And he is at 233 to 140
he wants
CS.
this kill.
It looks like he's going to get it. The True Shot Barrage comes out. A quick 500 burst nuke. And a Cathian Surprise, not going to do much here. It looks like he's actually just going for CS.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize how much damage True Shot Barrage does on its first target. Right now, with Zuna's build, it's doing close to 700 damage on the very first thing it hits, and that's not even at rank 3. So that was getting the element of surprise on Brunch. You really sold that. Even if it was a straight-up brawl because of his items, he probably would have just destroyed him, but the ultimate made it extra so.
And nobody can even get down there to stop that. Brunch was taken down a good 20 seconds ago, and Zuna has seen no contest for that bottom lane.
Yeah, he's 103 minion kills ahead of where Brunchy would be. This is close to hopeless for Complexity. They really would need Vulcun to make a catastrophic error at this point to be done with it. Mandatory Cloud, just so much poke going through, and Vulcun is playing this the right way. They took so many losses in the first 2 weeks that these wins really, really matter for them. They don't have a reason to have to rush this. They're taking it carefully.
Looks like Complexity maybe pushing out a little bit here. They do see that Zuna's very low on mana. They have the chase. The shot gate are not going to come out. I thought they were really going to chase that. Put one more gate down and keep it going. He had 0 mana, but they're not going to chance it. I guess that's smarter play than risky.
I mean, Complexity might be going for their first turret here. This is one of those things you get pushed around for so long, you just try to make something happen.
And there it is, coming in Xmithy. Actually, beautiful job with Muffin Cutie as they throw down the Pulverize. Coming in onto Brunch. A spear hits Chuper. They're all taking way too much front end burst, and it looks like they're out.
Nice
a great cocoon coming in from the side. It looks like Lauda may not make it out alive. The Ignite takes one more time. They are able to take him out. Still, through the acceleration gate, they run, and Complexity using everything in defense.
I gotta hand it to Vulcun right now. Like, so many teams, especially like the really experienced ones, turned on themselves after like a couple of losses. But you come into the LCS and you drop your first 5 games to be able to come back, win against CLG, and then be in a commanding lead over Complexity takes a lot of heart and maturity by the guys to not turn on each other. These guys haven't subbed out anyone yet.
No.
A lot of teams would have panicked after the first 5 games
and
tried to replace a player, started blaming each other. We didn't hear any of that from Vulcun. No one was saying that it was, this guy's the reason we lost. I'm playing great. That never happened with Vulcun. They are just looking solid, and yeah, maybe they have a lot of potential. I can't wait to see the rest of the season with these guys.
It really came from a team that looked great on paper to a team that is now good in the game as well. They really came together with the cohesion, and you're right. For them to just split up would kind of be what everybody else has been doing, and just saying, this didn't work, we'll put something fresh in. Vulcun says, no way, we've got the lineup we came in with qualifiers, and we're going to use it through the LCS. Almost 30 minutes into this game, they look to shut out a second team on turrets and completely in the game. Loutamortis once again caught out, could be the first one going down. He tries to dash himself back to safety, but he's just kicked back into the fight. MIA on the outside throwing down the locket, but it's not going to help enough. He is kind of crawling out of this one, though, but they're wasting so much on Loutamortis that they don't have Wish now. That cooldown is up for MIA, and they could continue to push this.
Yeah, Loutamortis really lasted for an 0-5 Xin Zhao. That just shows you that if this game would have been a little different, that Complexity would have been really hard to bring down. The Soraka shields with the Lux shields and the tankiness of Xin Zhao, that would have been pretty damn good composition for him.
Yeah, so they go for Baron here. 30 minutes in, Jat, 10-0, 6-0 on turrets, and it's going to be, wow, a 16,000 gold lead.
And
well, not really, 14.
Yeah, the only turret they've lost all game was that one desperation push that CLG did up mid where they took the one middle turret in that first game.
Yep.
Other than that, it's been like a total, almost flawless day for Vulcun, and they're going for the flawless victory here. If they can get a kill, you know, finish them off without the deaths. Their KDAs have been suffering in the first 2 weeks. We know I'm a Cutie Pie was being, you know, a bit of a, as Scar said, disgusting person for KDA earlier today. Doesn't even look like Vulcan's doing that. They're just playing really solid.
It is the slow roll, but it's the strong slow roll. They're doing everything perfectly. Loutamortis taking some good damage there. And it looks like they're continuing to pressure this. MIA forced out of the fight. One spear.
Oh.
Nick Wu, half health now. He did take a bit of damage before. That's not one full spear, but it's still chunking these guys out, and it completely changes the fight mentality. You're put on tilt. You're a little agitated. You just lost about half of your health from one ability, and that's the fight initiation that they're looking for.
And this is a little bit outside the game, but I'm really curious.
Oh my gosh.
Like, look at this. Where's your Aegis?
Right? No words.
No, seriously.
No words.
These guys have fallen in love with the Locket of the Iron Solari, but if they just had a Runic Bulwark on Loutamortis instead of that Locket, they wouldn't be taking as much poke from the Nidalee.
You know, Jat, you asked in the beginning, you begged, you pleaded, please buy some magic resistance, but I don't think they heard you. Eye catches another one. He is wearing some isotoners right now.
That hurts. That really hurts.
50,000 gold to 33,000 gold. 7-0 on turrets. Vulcun looks to play their second shutout game in the third week of the LCS. They grabbed their first win here this week. They're going to grab their second one, and could they be the next team to go 3-0 for an LCS week?
Well, they're the last team that has a chance, I think, because the three teams that played three games are Complexity, CLG, and Vulcun.
Those statistics.
So Vulcan's game tomorrow against GGU is going to be the one that tells us.
Oh my gosh. So Complexity now, again, moving power and numbers. There is a lot of dangerous things coming at them from Vulcan's side here. They have yet to grab a kill. All their money has come from CS. Completely CS.
All of Vulcan's gold?
Complexity.
CS? Oh, Complexities.
Yeah,
I was
nothing.
Like, are you kidding me? They've killed 7 turrets. It's like, oh wait, yeah, you're right.
0
That
turrets,
is all
0 kills.
gold.
It's, oh my gosh, Chuper getting taken down as well. MIA is taking that much damage.
Oh, this is just too much for them. This is one of those games that Complexity wants to make stop and something happened.
Well,
I heard a yell.
Oh, they hit him. Before he got back, they were able to hit him with True Shot Barrage from the outside of the base, and it looks like they're just going to be able to take down this turret. Chuper's in the death chamber for this amount of time, and that's the crowd control for Complexity. They have nothing else left. It's just going to be an all-out rampage for Vulcun to run around the base right now. Muffin Cutie just headbutting people out of the way. Flash is being expended just to stay alive, and the base being torn apart by Vulcun.
That Lux kill, I really have to see that one again when this game gets said and done. This looks like the end for Vulcun. 12-0. Vulcun 2-0 today. Awesome.
A shutout game. 0 turrets taken a second time around. The stats to be padded a little bit more as blood red health bars show up for Complexity. The Nexus seems the same fate, and Vulcun picks up their second win in week 3.
Just a totally different team.
Wow.
The relief and just the awesomeness these guys must be feeling inside right now. Look at how happy they are. 0-5 to 2-5. 2-5 doesn't sound impressive, but the difference is huge.
So
Dignitas finding momentum, Vulcun finding momentum. Just seems like it took everybody some time to get their feet wet, but now that they are grounded, we're getting the LCS matches that we want.
Yeah, and we got a replay of this Lux kill. We have to see what happened.
So
I
good.
heard them screaming, and I was like, what happened? What happened? So Zuna
Oh, it's
fires
from
off his
all the way back
ultimate
there?
from the Wraiths. And where does this go? It just gets
my
him
God.
blindly recalling in the base.
That wasn't even
scope.
That wasn't even like on point for somebody that would have been walking back to the Nexus. Usually you try to hug the right side or left side of those Nexus turrets where they'd go in, but he just blasted that out.
That's awesome because Chuper stepped to the side because it's like, they're never going to guess I'm here. And Zuna's like, yeah, I will. I'm going to get you.
Caught by the wing. Another amazing game coming in for Vulcun. Another turret shutout. The first one coming in on CLG.
Well, they almost had a turret shutout on CLG. They got the CLG got the one turret.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
it
true.
was
At
still
the end. That's right.
Still so awesome by them. Totally different team. I can't emphasize that enough.
Yeah. We'll have to see what they can do. Are they going to be the next 3-0 team coming in here for an LCS Week 3? It's going to be
I'm gonna say yes.
huge. Guys, after the break, we'll talk to Zuna from Vulcun, and then we'll take a look at the standings. We'll be right back with more LCS. Welcome back, everyone. For the second time today, we have a member of Vulcun. Joining us now is Zuna.
Congratulations on the match, guys. You coming in now with 2 wins on this week. Do you guys think you can be that team to go 3-0 this week?
I definitely think so. Pretty much, I would say, just because we've been having practice this week, finally, that we've actually got some wins on the board.
All right.
You guys were just a completely different team coming into this week, and we actually haven't had anyone from Vulcun up here for an interview because we only interview the winners of the teams. But do you want to talk about how your preparation was different this week compared to the first 2?
Pretty much this week, I think we played 5 days, 8-hour days scrimming. The last 2 weeks, I think we played 1 day, 2 hours scrimming, just because we were busy moving and stuff like that.
Wow.
That's kind of painful. Like, you hear all these teams scrimming and practicing and whatnot, and I got to say you guys have definitely been showing better in the late game. How did you guys get to that practice, since it's not something you see in every game?
Pretty much it's just been decision-making. Most of it's our coach helping us out. Lots of times it's just item builds and decision-making. Like, if you've seen it, when we're ahead, we get an early oracle. Just make sure we have map control.
Super early, yeah.
Yeah, because if you have map control when you're ahead, it's the most important thing. You can never, every single time you fight, you know if you're going to win or lose, no matter what. So as long as you keep up map control, you'll always stay ahead, and that's just all we've been doing.
Right on.
All right, so as far as like getting ahead, in this last game, you guys got that double kill right away at the start of the game. Do you want to kind of walk us through exactly what happened that set up that double kill?
Pretty much we saw our Alistair went to Ward Try just in case Zin tried to gank us right away at level 2, and he saw that Soraka still wasn't there. And we know that Kog'Maw right now was trying to push the lane to try to get an early advantage so we couldn't bully them. And then when we went on Kog'Maw, we were just like, we can pretty much make him blow Flash and Cleanse. So we go on him, he blows Flash and Cleanse. Now they're back in the lane. Instead of backing, he tries this last hit, and we saw that Soraka has Q. So we're like, all we have to do is just wait the perfect moment, and we're going to get the double kill. So he got a perfect Flash Q on both of them. Soraka didn't have enough time to reaction Flash, so we just got 2 kills for none, and then just right there was the complete snowball.
Amazing job. So coming into these matches, we kind of had an up and down mark on you and Mandatory Cloud, but you guys have been playing amazing. Mandatory Cloud kind of took it upon himself to just crush mid throughout these games, but you guys decided to focus the AD support lane with Xmithy. What was the point behind that?
Pretty much we've just figured out that if I can get some kills early or if I get a really big lead, I can carry sometimes. And as long as Benny's really good top, and he'll always go even at best no matter what. So.
Right.
As long as we leave him alone, me and Cloud snowball a little bit, game's always in our favor, and it's just been working out good.
It's really cool how you guys have adopted that strategy, and I've always liked, in the qualifiers especially, like how Psycho Sid up top, or as you call him, Benny, I guess, is just able to survive those things. And like you guys seem to have a really good cohesion as a team, because a lot of teams, after starting the season 0-5, would kind of start turning on themselves and stuff, but I haven't noticed that from you guys. Do you want to talk about like how you stick together so much after starting the season so poorly?
We're all really good friends. I consider Benny Psycho Sid like my brother.
Yeah.
That's how close we are. And pretty much just after every loss, we know why we lost. We don't look at him pointing like names or anything. We're just like, we messed up here, let's just improve it, and we've kept on doing that. And most of the time, just to improve those mistakes is practice is all we needed, just to put it in our heads that we will not mess up right here, and that's just what's been paying off.
So do you guys feel that you're a team that comes in with strategies to try it? I know we saw the Lulu mid and whatnot coming out. Or do you think that the play style of coming in with a basic strat and modifying it as you go during the game works for you guys?
I like the second or the latter more than the first one. The first one just came out because we haven't practiced at all. And then Cloud was just like, let's run this. And I was like, well, we haven't practiced, so sometimes you got to run some stuff.
Right.
Yeah, so I noticed at like the random time you had that amazing ultimate on Lux at the end of the game where you just like screamed out that you were able to kill Lux. Your yelling had died off a little bit after your start. Is it back now that you guys are kind of back on your feet in 2-5?
Yeah, for sure. Most of the games, though, if you're winning, you can start yelling. But if you're losing and you try and yell, you just look like a fool. So as long as we're ahead, I'll keep yelling.
Nice.
So what do you guys have in store coming up here? Do you look to gun, obviously, for Curse in that top position? Are you going to have specific strats for them? Is that your now headhunting game to come in on?
Pretty much we look at every team the exact same. Win's a win.
Right.
So we just look at whoever we're versing, we study them, and practice as good as we can.
So
just
for
that
each new team, they get their own little training
Yeah.
session.
So how, coming into like our super week that's going to be in week 4, there's almost as many games in week 4 that starts on a Wednesday than we've had in the first 3 weeks. Are you guys happy about that because you kind of started the season slow and now you're kind of ramped up? Are you going to prepare any differently for the giant week of games we have next week?
I think we'll prepare a little differently. Most of it will just be making sure that we don't fall off guard to anything crazy. I think that's the main thing. But I definitely think we'll just practice, probably play about the same.
Cool.
All right, well, congratulations to you guys once again. The 2-0 and the possible 3-0 you guys are poised to take this week in the LCS. Now, let's see where we stand after today's games. It's going to be still Curse on top at 6-0. These guys have just been playing absolutely amazing. Even after a somewhat tired day coming in, they're able to pull out a definitive win. 5-2 Dignitas today have just been on a roll. Jat with TSM, we didn't see him play this week, right behind at 4-2. Counter Logic Gaming found another loss today. That was from Vulcun. They're 2-3. Now Vulcun 2-5 as they find the 2 wins we amazingly saw today. Great games there. GGU at 1-4 with that still the win from last week. And Complexity and Marn still looking to pick up a win in that column.
And it's really cool, actually, because in week 2, I was getting a little bit worried about, like, this league might get a little stale. Like, if Vulcun and all these other teams can't start picking it up. But then I'm just kind of blown away by today's games. Vulcun going 2-0.
Yeah.
Sure, Complexity could still come back, right? Like, is Marn going to be throwing anything at CLG? I thought they were going to be like the #1 team coming this week. It's like now they're going to just win all their games, start challenging Curse. They're at 2-3, so shakeups happen every week.
Every time. Any given, I guess it'd be Thursday or Friday. Thursday or Friday. Guys, but now on Friday, it's a day of first-time matchup. Kicking things off, it's Marn versus Good Game University. Marn really needs to recapture their spirit from the qualifier if they want to take down Don't Mash Me and the gang. Then it's Counter Logic Gaming. Coming off of 2 painful losses today, they will try to bounce back against Complexity.
Yeah, and our third match, Marn's going to be back in action to battle off the red-hot Vulcun suddenly, right? Yeah. And closing out the day, 2 teams determined to gain some traction. Good Game University is going to play against Complexity.
All right, guys. Well, Friday's action kicks off at 5 p.m. Pacific, 2 a.m. Central European Time. I'm Riv for Jat, Kobe24, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching. Not enough damage as they keep going coast to coast here, Kobe. Got him! Let's go, baby! Let's go!
Yay. All right, good game, guys.
Yeah. Taking a good amount of damage here. A great Zyra ulti could stop a bit of that, but they jump in on it. Maybe a kill for Kiwi Kid, and it looks like CLG is scattering now. Link gets caught up in a beautiful route there as Skara comes up with a kill.
Shake hands, now we go home.
Yeah.
Yay.